YouTube as well. Welcome, YouTube friends. We have, who do we have? Gordon Loves Science is in. Hey, Gordon, great to see you. Isa is in. Inquisinator is in. Niddy, good to see you, friend. And Viking Chef said, have a great session. We'll catch it later after work. Have a good day, Viking. Great to see you, friend. Pseudo V Science in the house as well. Magdalena, good to see you too. Who else have we got on the YouTube side? Rob Value, good to see you too. And Pavel also. Amazing. I think Baku is in as well. Good to see you, Baku. And
Baku's back.
Baku's back. That reminds me of that Backstreet Boys song. All right. And all of that. Excellent stuff. So yeah, great. Thank you everyone for joining us for the Tuesday stream. I hope this time works for everyone. I just felt last time when we start at 12, which is my time 12, it's 7 a.m. in the US, it's 4 a.m. on the West Coast. That's pretty early. And I just wondered, I sort of felt like the first couple of hours of the stream was maybe not the best use of everyone's time. So I figured, let's see what happens if we just shunt it back a little bit into the day. I know it's still morning, but it's not the crack of dawn there. And maybe it'll be better. And maybe we'll get into a sort of more a more engaged time in the UK as well as we get into the evening. And we'll see how it is. But yeah, I think sometimes you just got to tweak the format and play with things a little bit to see what works best. Hi, Mini-Me, good to see you as well. And Aaron as well. Here there is action. I love that. We have action in the stream. Okay, so as we get going here, just a sort of bit of a housekeeping note. Oh, Pastor Fairy's in as well. Hey, Pastor Fairy. Bit of a housekeeping note for everyone. I did post something along these lines in the Discord, but not everyone is on the Discord. So after the last stream, I had a sort of slightly nagging feeling that something hadn't been quite right. And my feeling was validated by some comments under the live stream, and also by the fact that I lost 200 subscribers on YouTube after the previous live stream. And I think the problem was that we just had very, very long periods of time where we were just too far off topic. We weren't talking about what the show's really about. We had people calling in to just sort of talk about stuff as you might if you phoned a friend to catch up. And while that is lovely, it's not really what people are joining for. People come here wanting to hear discussion about the topics, a bit of debate when that's available. And even if it isn't debate, at least sort of talk which is related to the area of the live stream. And so I'm going to have to be a little bit more discerning about the kind of calls we take and how long we take them for, purely because there was one call last time where I think it was 50 people left the live stream. I see the numbers in front of me. 50 people left within the first 4 or 5 minutes. And that just tells me I'm doing something wrong. It's nobody else's fault. It's my fault for not curating the format properly, for not keeping it focused enough, and for not providing what people are here to see, which is us tearing down these silly belief systems, justifying a more rational, evidence-led view of the world, and, as I always say, legitimizing non-belief. That's the core mission here. So if you're a friendly, if you've got something to say which is on point, which is to do with the stuff we talk about, and you've got a point to make which is about that, by all means call in. I'm always happy to take calls from friendlies, but we may not keep on going for too long. People don't always want to hear those calls go on for too long because they're kind of less interesting than the real meaty calls when we get into it. But this is always going to be a place where friendlies can call, but we might move those ones a little long, a bit faster. And if you just want to kind of say hi, then this probably isn't the space. And I will be doing some kind of hangout type lives where they're not debate and they are a space where we can just hang out and chat about stuff much more open-ended. And those will be the spaces where we can just have those kind of conversations. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do today. And I think, the whole community aspect of this, Niddy's alluding to it now, is one of the most important things to me. I love it. I love watching the community build. I'm proud to be part of it. I love all of you guys. This is amazing stuff, and it warms my heart to see how this community's gone from absolutely nothing less than a year ago to wonderful now. But the way the community is expressed has to be appropriate for the context. And so we'll have a Hangout type live once or twice a month where we can just be completely off topic, whatever we want, call about whatever we like, just hang out and kind of chat. But these ones, to make sure that we don't lose people and that people don't go, now this is not interesting enough for me, because that damages the mission that we're all trying to achieve. We're going to be a bit more focused. So I hope that's okay with everyone. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, with that said, we do have our first guest, which is Rob Value on the YouTube side. So we'll bring Rob in. Hey, Rob, how are you?
Hi, John. Not too bad, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. What have you got to say?
I wanted to say a couple of things. The first one is I was lucky enough not to be indoctrinated, and I've got an amazing amount of respect for anyone who manages to break out of their religion.
I'm not hearing Rob.
Because I can't imagine how hard that is. Takes a huge amount of effort and analysing yourself and being willing to take risks. And I know how much there could be potentially to lose.
Yep.
I think it's just amazing. You know, anyone who even tries to genuinely question their beliefs, you know, even going that far is commendable.
We agree.
Yeah.
1 second, Sean, are you still not hearing Rob?
Correct.
That's strange.
I was just going to put that in the chat. I can hear you loud and clear, but Rob is.
But everyone else can hear Rob. That's very weird. Don't know why. That's weird, Sean. Maybe Sean rejoin the video yourself or something, because that's strange.
I'll try that. Okay. I'll try that.
Yeah, Rob, we agree. It's worthy of respect and admiration. I have a huge amount of respect for people who do it. It's kind of why I do this stuff, really, because I have so much.
There was one other thing I wanted to say is that I think with the whole God business, there's a scenario that isn't talked about very much, and I think is actually possibly a lot more plausible. And that's if you imagine a situation where, even in our reality, if I had some amazing computer and I use it to make some kind of virtual universe, and then within that virtual universe, parts of it become conscious, become self-aware.
Yeah.
We could get to the point where I would be what theists would call God. I could be all powerful with regard to that virtual universe, and all knowing. I could maybe know everything about it. The computer could tell me anything I wanted. I could do anything I wanted with it. But then in my own reality, I'm just a normal guy, and I'm not all powerful here. So there's no reason why, just because you're all powerful with respect to one thing,
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
all powerful everywhere.
That's a very that's a really interesting take, and I didn't think about that. I often use the Sims game as an analogy to when people say, "Well, God created us; He can do anything He wants." I always reference like sort of that super advanced AI Sims game where the characters within it are sentient, the whole 9 yards. But you're right; that's an interesting perspective. So I'm not all powerful with respect to everything, but I'm all powerful with respect to their universe because I wrote the program, etc. And God could, in theory, if He exists, be of the similar vein. I'm not sure the implications of that thought, but it's definitely an interesting take.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, so it could well be that there's loads of these beings, who are all making their own realities, and there's nothing special about any of them in particular. But
it could.
There's another point, sort of linked on from that, is that if I'm creating these virtual realities and they become self-aware, how would I know that they've become self-aware? Because it's an entirely subjective thing. If it's happening,
do you mean how would the creator? Do you mean how would the creator know the creations are self-aware, or the other way around?
Yeah. how would the creator know that the creations have become self-aware?
You could never know. You could just infer it from their behavior, because self-aware things seem to behave like they are. But of course, you can never know. You can never know.
Yeah.
And you can rationalize that by just saying, well, it's AI. It's programmed to behave as if it's sentient. And actually, I've seen AI conversations where people are, as a funsy, having a complex conversation with AI, and sometimes it really can be convincing. But yeah, I think that's a problem. Not a problem. It's a challenge, because we infer that each other are sentient because, like, I have a biological brain and behave in certain ways. John has a biological brain and behaves in similar ways. I can infer from my own experience, which I know for a fact I'm sentient, that John is as well, and then other creatures with brains. But then when you have, like, AI becomes sentient, you don't necessarily, you don't have that point of reference.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Well, Rob, thank you for calling in and being our first guest.
That's okay.
We'll move it along. But
thanks for having me
we
on.
appreciate you.
I hope you
Thanks,
had a
man.
good show.
Thanks, man.
a lot. Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Thanks. Okay, there we go. That was Rob. Right, if you are watching on TikTok and you want to come up and defend God and explain to us why you think atheism doesn't make more sense, then just hit request and you'll be up straight away. The queue's empty right now. We've got Righteous Kafir here. That sounds to me like someone who doesn't disagree with us too much, and they've now dropped out. Maybe that was an accident. Yeah, so if you're on TikTok and you want to join us, just hit request. If you're on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to join, the link to join is actually in the description of the show. But if you want it, I'm going to also put it in the chat. There it is, in the chat. And you just paste that into a browser and in you'll come. The caller rating, or the discussion rating, is live and active, as it always is. And I will put the links for that as well into both chats. I'm going to do that right now. There we go, into the YouTube and into the TikTok. You know how it works. You just need any browser, and you just paste that into a browser. And for anyone who's not clear on how it works, what I'm trying to do is essentially incentivize better discussions, better quality discussions. This is not just a way to laugh at people. I want people to understand that they're being scrutinized for the quality of their arguments, which is how high up the ball is on the screen. If you think their arguments are pretty good, you want to move that ball up. Even if you disagree with them, people could be making good arguments. And then the left to the right is like the good faith that they're bringing to the conversation. So that's something that you can do if you want to express how you feel about caller. Okay, let's get in Mr. Peace 388. Bringing in right now. If the TikTok works. Hopefully it will. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. Mr. Peace, are you there? Hey, Mr. Peace. There we go. Are you in? We can see you. Calling Mr. Peace. This isn't
Mr. Peace. Mr. Peace.
This isn't a technical audio problem. It's just someone not paying attention. Mr. Peace, do you want to talk to us? If you do, speak now or forever hold your Mr. Peace. I guess not. Okay. Well, that didn't work. So we will drop Mr. Peace down. If you want to try again, sort out your microphone or whatever it is on your end that allows you to make sounds and request up again. We'll get you back in. In the meantime, we'll bring in Grippy Toes. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, it would be super helpful if you could like the stream. It just signals to the algorithm that it's a happening place. Grippy Toes. Welcome in, Grippy Toes. Instantly teacups. There we go. How are you?
What's up?
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We can hear you.
Cool.
Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I think atheism is false.
Well, it can't be false because atheism is a belief position, right? So it could be that that people who are atheists are incorrect. That could be the case, but it can't be false because it's true that I'm an atheist. So false is immediately the wrong framing. What you mean is you think that it would be a mistake for somebody to be unconvinced of a God.
No, it's a false belief.
It's
what
not
do you mean by atheism?
It isn't a belief. It's a lack of being convinced by someone else's claim. It's like if I say to you, I've got a dragon in my garden, and you say, I don't believe you. That isn't a belief. It's just you not being convinced by the thing I said.
I mean, but the actual proposition of the dragon existing is either true or false, right?
Yeah, the proposition is either true or false, and you can then take a position on your opinion about that. And if you say, I'm not convinced about that, that's just a statement about your beliefs with respect to that proposition, whilst still granting that it must be either true or false. So in the case of atheism, if you make the claim, a God exists, and I say, I'm not convinced about that, well, that's it. I'm just saying, you haven't convinced me of your claim. And if you have evidence for it, I would just say, make it. Give us the evidence.
But you're still making a claim about things external to your mind.
No, I'm not. I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying I'm not convinced about your claim.
Yeah, but you're just trying to obfuscate the actual claim here.
No,
I don't understand.
Gribby,
when you say
Gribby, do you understand?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can help. Do you understand the difference between I do not believe X and I believe X is false? Do you understand the difference between those two things?
I understand the semantical difference, but I think utility-wise, you're not
it's
really
an important
saying anything.
difference. Okay. All right. So
tell me the difference.
Sure. So, for example, I have a lawn in front of my house, right? I've never counted the blades of grass. I mean, I don't think that's even possible. So let's say I propose, I'm going to make a claim right now. I have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. Are you convinced that my claim is true? Right now, I would say I don't know.
Well,
you don't know your own mind state. You don't know if you're convinced.
But I don't know means you're not.
No,
I don't know equates to I am not convinced of your claim. I don't know is a subset of that.
Right. So you are not convinced that my claim is correct, right? You are not actively convinced that it's even, correct?
Well, I haven't inquired into your method of inquiry.
It's irrelevant.
But still, my question remains. It is correct that you are not convinced that the number of blades of grass is even, right?
Yeah, at this moment, I don't know what method you use to count it.
So you're not convinced. Does that mean you believe the number is odd?
Of course not. It doesn't make any sense.
Got it. I am not convinced that any gods exist. That's not a claim that there are no gods. It's just me not being convinced that there are any gods.
So when you made a claim that there's even number of grass, what method did you use?
But that's irrelevant to the point. The point is,
that's very relevant.
Let's put it.
That's very relevant to the discussion.
I have not used any method to determine the number of blades of grass is even. So my claim is still I have an even number of blades of grass. I have no legit way to actually ascertain that.
Could be revelation. True. His method could be revelation. He's had a revelation.
Right. From who?
You're completely missing the point here. The point here,
making the claim. Well, I don't know why you're getting upset at what you're saying.
No one's getting upset. So the thing that you're missing is that atheism is a response to a claim that other people make. It's a conclusion, to quote Prince Vegeta in the chat. It's a conclusion that your claims for the existence of God have failed to meet their burden of proof. It's exactly what it means.
Well, that's your claim. You're backing up something You're claiming to have no claims, but then you're making claims over it. You're claiming that you don't have evidence.
That's a separate claim.
Hang on.
That's
You-
a separate. That's
you-
a separate.
yeah.
That's a separate and apart claim. So
You mean you
have.
do have the burden of proof.
Hold on.
You
hold
do
on,
have
hold
the
on.
burden
No,
of proof, then.
I'll explain why you're wrong. They're separate propositions. To the proposition gods exist, we do not have the burden of proof. We are not rational to believe it until the person making the claim has provided the burden of proof. Now, whether they have provided sufficient evidence to us is a separate proposition. But to the specifically the proposition gods exist, the person making that claim has the burden of proof, and nobody is rational to accept it until they meet their burden of proof.
Now let's move on to the meaty stuff, shall we? Because no one's really interested in a long discussion about what words mean. Do you have some evidence for the God that you believe in? Because if you do, this would be the time to present it, rather than worrying about what other people mean by the terms they use to describe not accepting it. So let's hear it.
Yeah, so of course I believe in God
Which
because
God?
of evidence.
Which God?
So I believe the Islamic worldview is the absolute truth.
The Islamic worldview. Okay, right.
Yeah.
And why do you believe that?
Because of evidence.
What evidence leads you to believe that the Islamic worldview is correct?
So it's a preponderance of evidence, or a web of evidence put together, not just one or two.
So I
would say the argument from
give us the best bit.
Yeah. So for instance, I believe that contingent things require an explanation. The universe, observe, it's made up of.
You broke up. Can you say that? So that second premise again?
Yeah. So my first stance is that the contingent things require an explanation. Okay. My second stance is that the universe is contingent.
Demonstrate that, please. Demonstrate that. Hang on. To carry on with your argument, your second premise is actually a conclusion, which needs other premises to demonstrate it. So please demonstrate now that the universe is contingent.
Yeah. So given the definition of universe, made up of physical matter, like stars and dust and galaxies. All these things are made up of. We know what they're made up of. So all of these things combined, the totality of things inside the universe, are all contingent things.
Yeah, that's a fallacy of composition. It's a fallacy of composition. You're taking properties. It's a fallacy of composition.
Hold on. Let me explain how you're wrong.
It's a fallacy of composition because you're taking properties of the members of a set and applying it to the set as a whole. That's a fallacy. It's a textbook fallacy of composition. Every brick in this wall weighs 2 kilos, therefore this wall weighs 2 kilos, is what you're saying. The members of the set of things in the universe are contingent and require explanations, therefore the universe is contingent and requires an explanation. That's a fallacious argument. Come up with a better one. If you can. I think he doesn't realize he's muted yet. We're ready for you to speak.
Grippy, you can unmute.
I was speaking, but okay.
Yeah.
So that it's not a fallacy of composition. That's a fallacy you're making.
It's a fallacy.
Yeah. So my conclusion, the universe is contingent, is based on direct observation of what it's made up of. It's based on induction, actually. It's based on induction.
What do you think a fallacy of composition is? Can you please describe it?
Yeah, so I think normally people say that if one brick is made up of like a red color brick, the entire wall is red or something like that. So that could actually be.
Yeah. So basically, the parts of the whole, a property of the parts of the whole do not necessarily apply to the entire whole. So you're saying the parts of the universe are contingent. And by the way, I don't know that every part of the universe is. It may not be the case. I'm not sure. But let's grant it. The parts of the universe are contingent. Therefore, the whole of the universe is contingent. That is a textbook composition fallacy.
Yeah. hard to think of a better one. Come
Yeah.
up with
So
a better argument.
Yeah. Can you give me what exactly is the fallacy in the case of the universe?
Well, the fallacy is the
I
one
just
you
described it.
you just made, is to take properties of elements within the universe and then assume that those properties must apply to the universe as a whole. You cannot demonstrate that. Neither can you demonstrate that the universe is contingent. Neither can you demonstrate that a chain of contingent things must be terminated in something which is not contingent. There could be an infinite chain of contingent things. Neither can you demonstrate that if such a terminus exists, that it's a mind. Neither can you demonstrate that if such a terminus exists and it's a mind, that it's the particular deity you like from your favorite religious book. This is a non-argument. Come up with something better.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. So if one contingent thing is dependent, if you put a billion contingent things, they're still dependent. Like, it doesn't change the fact that if
Right.
you have the entire universe in its totality, I don't know what kind of fallacy accusation you're making, but it doesn't make any sense.
It's called the argument
you're-
it's called the argument at bullshit fallacy.
Yeah. So can you prove that the universe is not contingent?
First of all,
No,
I
but
don't
we're not
have
making
to
the claim.
prove that. I didn't say.
Yes, you
I didn't.
have to.
No, hang on.
Either
Listen
it is or
carefully.
it's not.
Listen carefully. This is the same argument. This is the same mistake you made at the beginning of the call. It's not on me to prove that the universe isn't contingent, because that's not my claim. I'm not claiming the universe isn't contingent. I'm saying it may be and it may not be. You're the one making a positive claim that you are
It's a
so far unable to demonstrate. Now, yes, it's a dichotomy, but my refusal to accept your wing of it doesn't commit me. I'm granting that your wing may be right, but it may also
this is
not be
actually
right. But it also may not
The
be
amount
right.
of the stretch you have to make to kind of absolve yourself from actually
It's not a stretch.
but
This is called the application of reason to an
providing
argument.
evidence for your claim. No, this is
I haven't made a claim.
dishonesty.
Only one of us is making claims
You're
here.
making
and
a
it's
claim.
you.
You're
What's
making
my
a claim.
claim?
This is
What's my claim?
Your claim that universe is my claim universe is contingent is false.
I haven't claimed that.
No.
You
Yes.
need
just
to get
haven't-
you need to
you
get
just
better
haven't
at this.
proven it to be
You need to
true.
get better at
reject-
this. My
Are you
claim,
not
my
listening to
my
yourself?
claim is not that your claim is false. My claim is that you have not demonstrated your claim and therefore can't rely on it as a premise in an argument. Deductive reasoning only works. Deductive reasoning is only sound if the premises are true, and you are asserting premises and assuming they're true without doing the hard work of demonstrating they're true. So my position is not your premises are false, it's your premises are unwarranted. Do you understand the
did
difference?
demonstrate it.
You didn't demonstrate it.
I did demonstrate it.
You did.
It's more
With a
likely
fallacy.
that it's
More likely
It's more
isn't a
likely the
demonstration. That's
universe is-
that's just your favorite sounds that you like coming out of your face. That's not a demonstration. It's an appeal.
Grippy,
yeah.
do you
Then
understand that?
if that's your position, then good luck with everything in life, I guess.
Grippy, that's the same position you took with the number of blades of grass in front of my house. You didn't make a claim about whether they're even or odd. You just said you don't accept my claim that they're even because I have not provided sufficient. Hold on, let me finish. Because I have not provided sufficient evidence. Now, it's true that it's either even or not even. That's a true dichotomy, but that doesn't mean you have to hold to either position.
Correct.
And neither John nor I hold that the universe is contingent. We're not saying it's contingent nor that it's not contingent. We're saying we don't know. You're making a claim. The onus is on you to demonstrate it. It is not up to us to prove that it's not contingent.
Because you're being dishonest about when I inquire about how you know the blades of grass is even, you wouldn't answer that question.
I
being
literally
dishonest.
answered it.
That's irrelevant.
I literally answered. I
irrelevant.
literally answered it, and it's irrelevant.
It is very relevant. Like the method.
Hold on.
Only
Don't
reason
talk-
I believe
don't
in
talk
God
over.
is because of the method.
Hold on. You're
Okay, go ahead.
talking. Yeah. All right.
Can I just clarify
So-
before you clarify, Sean? Did you just say the only reason I believe in God is because I've met him? Did you just say that?
No, you're hearing things now.
I thought you said because I've met him. Forgive me if I misheard.
No,
Okay?
no. I was gonna say the only reason I believe in God is because of evidence and the method of how I arrive at that evidence.
Sorry, I thought you said
Method is
I met him.
important.
Carry on,
You
Sean.
can't just say
Carry on, Sean.
you can't
All
just say the blades of grass is even and
Sean's
just run
Sean's-
away from that claim.
Okay. So all right. So Grippy, I have not counted the blades of. I'll tell you the truth. I've never counted them. I have no way to know if they're even. Yet I am still making the claim that they are even. So you can either accept that they're even, accept my claim is true. You can accept my claim as false, which would mean you're claiming that it's odd and you can't possibly know that. Or you can accept neither, and which means you're just not convinced by my claim, but you're not convinced it's false either. You just have no idea whether it's even or odd. Similarly, you have not provided sufficient evidence that the universe is contingent. So neither John nor I are accepting your claim, but we're not accepting that it's not contingent either. Do you understand that's how logic works? A logical an argument being fallacious does not mean it's necessarily false. It just means it hasn't been proven to be true.
Okay. So when it comes to the blades of grass on your front lawn, is it logically possible for you to ascertain, or is it an unknowable truth?
It's logically possible for me to ascertain, but I have not done it.
Okay. So there is a truth about how many blades of grass you have in your
yes, there is a truth, and whether you accept the claim is a separate and apart discussion.
Yeah. So what method? What method did you use?
John,
okay, you're running away.
It's not running.
You're very scary.
It's not running away.
You're running away.
You're focusing on nonsense because Sean could have used another.
The one who gave that example.
Could have used another example to illustrate the same point that would have probably confused you the same way.
I've heard the gumball example. I've heard the analogy with gumballs.
My strong suspicion is that you failed to engage with the gumball example as catastrophically as you have failed to engage with this one. This is a galactic missing of the point by you. To ask about what method you used to come up with your claim about the blades of grass is to completely miss the point of the analogy. The point of the analogy is nothing more than to illustrate the fact that if you make a claim, somebody else not accepting your claim doesn't commit them to the belief that your claim must be false. That's it. It's a utility argument. Do you understand this principle, yes or no?
No, I disagree with whatever you're saying, but let me.
So I'm going to take that to be a no then. So you do not understand that.
Do you want to engage further or no?
Well,
what did John just explain?
I don't think you're capable of it.
Because I don't think you're listening. You're waiting for your chance to talk. Steelman, what John just said.
It's just gibberish. He's saying gibberish.
So you didn't understand it. Just say that. We won't even make fun of you. If you're like, hey, I don't quite understand that, we will explain it in another way. We're not going to give you shit about it. Just be honest and say, I didn't quite get what you're saying.
You're trying to run away from the burden of proof of why you believe the number of gumballs in the gumball machine is even.
So that's another way of saying, I didn't understand the argument you were making. Please, could you explain it again? Isn't it? That's just you declaring publicly that you are not tracking. This is nothing more than you saying, I don't understand basic logic.
Okay, let's engage. Let's not get into meta. So, do you believe the proposition about God is unknowable, logically?
Not necessarily.
Depends on which God.
Okay. Yeah, so now we are going to jump around on the definition of God.
Well, funnily enough, your personal God is not the only one ever proposed. So I don't think I'm going to answer your question.
Okay, so you
give me the
definition of God. I need to believe.
I'm going to answer your question. So you asked the question.
This is comical, honestly.
Yeah, I'm delighted that you're amused. So you asked the question: do we think that the existence of God is unknowable logically? That was your exact words. Logically unknowable. No. I do not think the existence of God is logically unknowable, because if God does exist, then God would be capable of providing evidence such that we would know it. So obviously it's not logically unknowable, is it? It's a silly question.
God has provided evidence.
Well, he clearly hasn't, has he? Because I don't believe in him. So if he tried to provide evidence, he failed, didn't he? Is he just a bit of an amateur when it comes to providing evidence? Is he learning on the job?
No, it's for me, it's painfully obvious that God exists. The evidence is painfully obvious.
Right.
But for you, you haven't laid down what's your criteria for anything to be true. If I ask you certain questions about, like, the past, for instance, like Genghis Khan exists, Like,
Yes.
what is your position on that, and why do you believe he
It
existed?
would be probably because there's a weight of historical evidence leaning in that direction. So here's the
testimony.
thing.
So testimony.
So testimony
Hold on. So
alone
is it
doesn't do
testimony?
it. Testimony alone
didn't say testimony.
doesn't do it. I said there's a weight of
okay, so how do you know?
I said there's a weight of historical evidence. We have a field called history where we evaluate sources and we
Right.
ascribe weighting to sources probabilistically based on how reliable they are and how voluminous they are. Now, I'm going to flip your own question back to you. Does your God know what it would take to convince me that he exists?
Of course he does. Yeah.
Has he
He's
provided?
all-knowable,
Has
but
he
he's not
provided?
forcing you.
Has he provided that evidence?
Yes, the evidence
He
is
has.
out there, but
So,
you
hang
as
on.
a free agent, you
So-
are rejecting the evidence.
So I asked you if your God knows what it would take to convince me to the point that I was convinced. And you said yes. Then I asked, has he done that? And you said yes. Now, you seem to like logical arguments. If those two conditions are true, it would follow deductively that I would be a believer. Because God is all-powerful, he would not be incorrect about what would convince me. And if he then provided it, I would necessarily be convinced. And yet, I find myself unconvinced. So you now have to undo one of the premises you agreed to there. Either he doesn't actually know what would convince me, he's just guessing, or he has not yet provided it. Which one is it?
So why are you conveniently
Which one
refusing
is
to
it?
admit that you have a
Which
free
one
will?
is it?
Which one is it? You are going to answer
Yeah,
this question.
but
Which
that's
one?
an incomplete.
I don't think he was
that's
listening.
That's
Can
an
you?
incomplete criteria.
Okay, repeat back
Do you
to me.
believe- you believe you
Repeat
have
back
a
to
free
me.
will?
Repeat back to me the
Well,
question
you
I
haven't-
asked you.
Why did you?
Repeat
Why did
back
you
to-
ignore that you have free will?
No more pivoting. No more pivoting. Pivoting is what people do when they're losing in an argument and they can't make their claim. They realize it's going wrong, so they move to another area. We're not pivoting to free will. I'm asking you to repeat back to me the question I asked you. Are you capable of doing that, or shall I
You're
repeat it?
dishonest.
Shall I
Yeah,
repeat
you're a
it?
dishonest human
I'll
being.
repeat it. I'll repeat it. So you said that God would know what evidence it would take to convince me of his existence, and you said he has provided it. I've demonstrated that that can't be true because by modus tollens, I'm not a believer. You probably don't know what that is. It's an inference rule, meaning that if you say, if this and that, we would see the other, and then you don't see the other, you can assume that something is wrong in the premises, right? So we can infer that something is wrong with your premises. So I'm asking you which one of your two claims, that he knows what it would take to convince me and that he has provided it, which one of those is incorrect?
Yeah, you're missing the third option where you have the ability to reject evidence.
No, because if I rejected the evidence, it would mean that God was wrong in the first arm about what would convince me. So I'm going to take that to be your position, that you're now claiming that God was wrong, because I asked you, does God know what evidence would convince me?
You made a claim. How does that follow?
It follows because I asked you, what does God know what evidence would convince me? Not what evidence would be rejected by me. What evidence would be so compelling that it wouldn't be rejected by me? And you said, yes, he does know. And you said he's provided it. But that's clearly not true because I'm not a believer. So you're now accusing the God you believe in of not being all-knowing. I think that could be a dangerous position for you.
It doesn't follow.
It follows exactly. It actually follows deductively from your own words.
You rejected the evidence. I'm claiming that you rejected the evidence.
Does God know? Does God know that the evidence that he was planning on giving me would be rejected by me?
Yes, he knew that.
Right. Is he capable of providing evidence that wouldn't be rejected by me?
But he's not forcing you to believe.
Is he capable?
Yes or no?
Is he capable of providing evidence that wouldn't be rejected by me?
Yeah, he's capable of doing everything.
Has he done that?
Yeah.
Has he done that?
Yeah, but this is getting to free
Has
will.
he
You're
done
rejecting
that?
his evidence.
This is a yes or a no. Has he?
Yes, he's allowed.
He has. Right. So now you've made your situation even worse now. You've now said that God knows exactly what evidence wouldn't be rejected by me, and he's provided it. And yet I'm still not a believer. Your God is becoming
still rejecting it.
more inept all the time. So I am now explicitly rejecting the evidence you claim your God has given me that he knew I wouldn't reject. Your God's going to be pretty pissed with you for talking him down like this.
Yeah, you're disregarding free will completely. But
free will is irrelevant. Free will is irrelevant here.
It's very relevant.
Because I asked you if God knew. I asked you if God knew what evidence wouldn't be rejected by my free will, and you said yes. And then I asked you, has he presented it? And you said yes. Can you see how this is going great? It's not going great.
There's a hidden assumption that he is forcing you to believe or disbelieve.
No, nothing
I don't
forcing.
know where you got that from.
Nothing forcing.
Yes.
And by the way, in what other context do we abrogate somebody's free will by giving them information?
What do you mean?
In what other context do we damage somebody's free will by the provision of information? You're suggesting that if God gave me undeniable evidence of his existence, that would impact my free will in some way. How? It would just be the provision of information. By your logic, we must stop educating children immediately because we're destroying their free will. This is an asinine argument. Are you making this argument with a straight face?
But he's allowed information to exist where every proposition is dichotomous. You can either accept it or reject it. Either something is true or false.
Is there a third option? Can you neither accept nor reject? In other words, can you neither believe it's true nor believe it's false?
Yeah,
so that's a third option, not indifferent.
Yeah, so you're indifferent. Like you just don't care if God exists.
No, it's
the same as disbelief.
Not having a position to something's truth or its falsity is not being indifferent or not caring. That's like just same thing with the blades of grass. You can accept that it's even, you can accept that it's odd, you can accept neither because you don't know, right? That's three positions, right?
Yeah, indifferent would be the same as disbelief.
Right? Right, yeah. So for any given proposition, you can accept it as true, you can accept it as false, or you can accept neither, correct?
Yeah, you can be like, I don't care if God exists. Even if he did exist, I don't care.
I actually do care if God exists, and I'm neither convinced that no gods exist, nor am I convinced that God's exist.
What is your conviction based on?
My conviction for...
Are you looking for... You haven't thought this through, maybe. Like, what is your evidence or truth standard based on? Like, why do you... So going back to your criteria for evidence, like, how do you know anything is true out there?
A sound or cogent argument based on...
Oh, my God.
Based on argument based on evidence.
And is this evidence needs to be certain, or is it based on probability?
No, it could be. I'm not 100% certain about anything, but anyway. So we're
okay. Good. So going back to the universe, is it more likely the universe is contingent, or is it less likely the universe is contingent?
I have no idea. If you claim it's contingent, what's your evidence for that?
Oh God, this is where you're lying now.
Is it more likely the blades of grass in front of my house are even or odd?
Is it more like, depends on your method. If you tell me that some unicorn, invisible unicorn...
No, that's actually math. That's 50,
hold on.
Jesus.
Yeah. Let me respond. Is it more likely that it's even or odd? Depends on your method. So if you tell me that there was I didn't use the method. I didn't count. Human being.
He flipped a coin. And you said, he flipped a coin.
Yeah, then I would say your method is unreliable because you're relying on like a chance.
Okay, I can demonstrate for you right now. I can demonstrate for you. No, because this is a total waste of time. This is a total waste of time. No. This is a waste of time because you're focusing on the specifics of an example. I can give you another example that does the same job but doesn't have those specifics, which is why this is a complete waste of time. Right? If I tell you I'm thinking of a number, the number is either even or odd. Do you think it's even? Do you believe it's even?
Yeah, there's a 50-50 chance of...
Do you believe it's even?
I would say I don't know.
You don't know. That means you don't hold the belief. I don't know is a subset of I don't hold the belief. It just means that the reason for you not holding the belief is because you don't know. So that demonstrates the point, because you saying you don't know, you saying that you don't think it's, if I said, do you believe it's even? And you said, I don't believe it's even because I don't know, that doesn't commit you to thinking it's odd. That's the purpose of the example. That's why you asking Sean about what method he used to count the grass is completely asinine and is a galactic missing of the point. Anyway, dude, we've put a poll to the room about the conversation on the TikTok side, and 18 people have voted for us to end it. and only one to carry it on. And I suspect that might have been for the pain of it. So I think we'll probably pull this to a close here. You're very welcome to come
good job.
You're very welcome to come back and make an argument again. But I would suggest you retool if you're going to do that, because the ones you presented today haven't been very good. They've been fairly bad. So go away and have a think about it. And next time you come back, don't make an argument which is going to get you in trouble with God for calling him not knowing. That would be my
good job running away. Good job
advice.
Running away.
Yeah, good job running away is what people say when they lose an argument. Funnily enough. Okay, well that was him. Okay, if you want to get your ratings in for that call, you can. Remember, don't call people a troll for making poor arguments. You call someone a troll if you think that they really weren't here to actually make an argument. To be fair to him, he was making arguments. He was here, I think, to make the arguments that he believes are good arguments. They just weren't very good. So rate that accordingly, and I'll lock that off in a moment. But I don't think he's a troll. Okay, let's see where we are at with that. We will lock that off. And what did we get there? That is final verdict. I think he's not quite in the troll category. That's good. Okay, I'm pleased to see that, because he wasn't a troll, I don't think. Okay, well, that was Grippy Toes. And as promised, we are now going to bring in Zay next on the TikTok side. There we go. Hey, Zay.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Can I just check? Can I just check what age you are?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Okay. Thank you, and welcome up.
I think being agnostic makes more sense.
Well, I would agree, and I am agnostic, but I'm also an atheist. Do you understand how those two things can both be true?
No.
So agnostic doesn't mean... Agnostic is not a middle position between atheism and theism. Think about it like this, right? Everyone who exists is either a fireman or not a fireman. There's no middle state between being a fireman and not being one. You either are one, it could be part-time, it could be a volunteer once a year, or it could be a full-time job. You're either a fireman or you're not a fireman. And similarly, you're either a theist or you're not a theist. A theist is someone who has a belief in a god, one or more. So everyone who isn't a theist is a non-theist, and we have a word for that, which is atheist. Now, there's no middle position between being a theist and not being one. You either believe a god exists, or you don't believe a god exists. What agnostic means is that whichever one of those two positions you're in, you're not claiming to know it as a fact. So you can be an agnostic theist, which means you believe a god exists, but you're not claiming to know it from gnosis, knowledge. You're not claiming it as knowledge. Or you could be an agnostic atheist, like Sean and I are, where you're saying, I don't have a belief in a god, but I'm not claiming to know that no gods exist. This is just my belief position. So that's why agnostic atheism is, in my view, a fairly sensible position to take with respect to any god that could possibly exist. Now, with respect to certain specific gods, I would imagine you agree with me. We could be a bit more confident. I mean, do you think that Thor exists, the god of thunder?
Possibly, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, yeah. I mean, fair enough. If you wish to remain open-minded about Thor, that's fair enough. I think we can be reasonably confident that Thor doesn't exist. How about, I'm trying to think, are there any gods in human history that have ever been talked about that you feel confident enough to say you don't think, you're not persuaded that they exist? Remember, that's not to say you're being certain they don't exist. Because even with Thor, if you're saying you don't know, if I said to you, do you believe Thor exists? Do you have a belief that Thor exists?
No.
You don't. So you are an atheist with regard to Thor. Now you can say I'm agnostic about it, which means I don't believe Thor exists, but I don't claim to know it as a fact. That's a really reasonable position to hold. Does that make sense?
Might be a god.
There might be. Yeah.
That god didn't ask to pray or
yeah
praise for him.
There might be. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know for a fact that there isn't, right? That's why we should stay open-minded about it. But the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it. And so far, there isn't any.
Yeah, but there must be something that created the universe.
Why?
How come it came from nothing?
Well, we don't think it did.
It could be the universe always existed.
How come?
Well, because if you believe there's a God, who created the God?
I think there's a higher power, not like
Okay.
Not,
who created the higher power?
I don't know.
Right.
But who created the universe too?
But here's the thing. The moment you start explaining the universe in terms of something else because the universe can't have always existed, you make two mistakes. The first is that we don't know that the universe hasn't always existed. There are people in the field of cosmology who think it's quite possible that the universe has always existed, and there are a number of eternal universe models that work perfectly well. So we don't know that the universe hasn't always existed. And secondly, if the universe was created by something, you would have to ask all the same questions about that thing that created the universe. And say, well, where did that thing come from? That can't have always existed either. Because if our rule is things can't have always existed, then whatever you're proposing to explain the universe must be according to that rule also. So that thing can't have always existed. And you just end up with an infinite chain of things creating other things, which might be just a description of what the universe is. An infinite chain of things, changing the form or bringing about other things. We don't know that it was a higher being or an intelligence or a mind or anything like that. You can remain open to it, but the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it. And right now, there isn't any.
Can the universe end? It's expanding. Can it end?
There are a couple of different models about this. So some people think that that the rate of expansion of the universe is actually increasing. Did you know that it's expanding quicker and quicker? But the rate of that acceleration is decreasing. So that means that the rate at which the expansion is speeding up is decreasing. It's speeding up more slowly, if that makes sense. And if that trend continues, you might reach a point where it stops expanding, and you might reach a point where it starts to collapse, and it all collapses back in on itself because gravity pulls everything towards everything else. And so some people think that the universe expands, and then eventually it pulls back together and collapses, and just keeps on doing that infinitely, in and out. And that may have always been the case. That's one idea. There are some other models as well. We don't really know. But none of these ideas lead you to a mind of a god. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Even there's something called heat death that they predict the entropy continues to increase of the universe, and then everything just kind of dissipates, right? But that's still not nothing in the philosophical term of nothingness. There would just be like empty space at that point. But these are all just models. Cosmologists don't know. They don't know if the universe is eternal or finite. If it is finite, they don't know the cause. And I think John did a really good job laying out that positing a God does not solve the problem. It's appealing to a mystery by, it's trying to solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery.
Yeah, because however tricky the universe is to explain, explaining a magical mind that created it is even harder to explain. So, yeah, I hope that clarifies things for you a bit, Zay.
It's like a chain. So must have been something that caused the first chain to exist.
We don't know that. There could just be an infinite chain of events going back infinitely with no first event.
How did the chain first begin?
It didn't.
It didn't.
That's what infinity literally means, that it didn't begin. Something which begins, by definition, isn't infinite. Infinite means it didn't begin. There was never a time when it wasn't there. And there's no reason to think that there ever was. There's no evidence that there was ever a point that the universe didn't exist. What would it even mean? What does nothing even mean? You could make the argument that nothing doesn't exist. Because what would be the difference between nothing existing and nothing not existing? It'd be the same thing, right? So you could say that nothing can't even exist. So, I beg your pardon?
Is there a proof that the universe is infinite?
No, there isn't a proof. But the fact that there isn't a proof of it doesn't mean that we're justified in thinking that it's finite. We just don't know. And that there's no problem with it being infinite. In principle, there's no problem with it, which is why some of the cosmological models assume an infinite universe. Some of them don't, and some of them do. Anyway,
it's okay to say I don't know.
I don't know is a valid stop on the way. It's a good place to be sometimes. And about these ideas about cosmology and ultimate origins, to be honest, I don't know is the most responsible place to park your mind. Park your mind in I don't know and await new information. That's where the smart money is. Anyway, Zay, we're going to move it on. We've got a few others in the queue. So thank you so much for calling in to speak to us. I hope that was clarifying for you. Good that you're thinking about this stuff at 19. Keep on going. It's good stuff.
I was just going to say that. I appreciate that he's actually thinking about these deep questions.
Yeah, that's good.
I hope he calls back.
Good stuff, Zay. Okay, we're going to have a quick check-in on the bingo, and then we're going to bring in Bria next on the TikTok side. Very quick check-in on the bingo. What have we got? We had a couple of calls. Let's see what we had. A kit called Crying About the Meta. This is a new addition to the bingo. I do respond to what you guys suggest. I thought Crying About the Meta is an excellent addition. So Kif called that one correctly for Grippy. And Pasta Fairy called Free Will. Absolutely right for Grippy. And Pasta Fairy also called Philbro Babble. I think there was a bit of Philbro Babble going on there with Grippy. I think that's probably fair. And Izza called Nothing Comes From Nothing with Zay, which is absolutely right. Solid calls, folks. Solid calls. We now have our contenders. Pasta Fairy currently in the lead to win today's bingo medal, but the night is young, as is the day, depending on where you are in the world. Okay, as promised, let's get Bria in next. Here we go. I'm getting Bria in now, if the TikTok gods allow us to. Bria, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Yeah, good, thank you. Welcome in.
Okay, so you guys don't ask for age, so is this just like an all age group one?
It's over 18. I tend to I asked the last caller's age because they sounded young. So if someone sounds young, I ask the age, but some people sound obviously over 18 and there's no point asking. So I'm going to assume that you are over 18, are you not?
No, I am. I was just curious like what kind of live you were. I haven't seen your live yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is over 18. We don't speak to minors, but I generally exercise a little discretion. Sometimes people call in and they're obviously over 60, and it seems a little bit silly to ask them if they're over 18. So I'm not suggesting that you are such a person, but that's the principle that we employ. We just kind of wing it. So anyway, welcome in. What would you like to say about atheism making more sense? We think it really, really does.
Well, for atheism, is it when you say that it makes more sense, are you saying that it just makes more sense because it's easier to follow, or do you inherently believe there's no God?
Neither of those. It's not that it's easier to follow, and it's not that I believe there is no God. I mean, I do think there probably is no God, but that's not what atheism is. Atheism isn't thinking there's no God, as our previous conversation showed. It's just not being convinced that by the arguments that there is one. So I'm open-minded. There may be a God, but at the moment I lack a belief in such a thing because I haven't seen any evidence for one. So my non-belief, my lack of belief, makes me an atheist. Some people like to draw the distinction between strong atheism and weak atheism, where weak atheism is saying the position I just said, saying like, there may be a God, but at the moment I lack belief in one. And strong atheism being the active assertion, the number of gods is zero, right? There are zero gods. That's not a claim I'm making because I can't obviously prove or evidence that. So my position's a little more subtle. I'm just saying the time to believe that there's a God is when there's evidence for one, and all the evidence we see is always fallacious. They're always fallacious arguments, as were aptly demonstrated by our caller earlier. They're always poor arguments, or they're appeals to personal experience, or they're misunderstandings of science, or misappropriation of scientific terms and concepts. It's never solid. It's never good evidence. So what's your view?
Well, friend, it seems like you kind of have your not necessarily made up, but I have a question. If me and you had developed a relationship in real life and money wasn't a thing, and you were someone that you were going to willingly to travel with me, and I told you that every place in the Bible was a true place and it was a place that we could visit, would you be willing to go with me?
Every place, including the Garden of Eden,
Hell.
including hell,
No,
Sheol.
things that obviously are not cut off to humans right now.
Oh, so some of the places in the Bible. Would I be willing to go with you on a tour to visit some of the places in the Bible? Sure, sounds wonderful. When do we go? And what does that have to do with any of the stories being true? Because most of the places mentioned in Spider-Man exist too. And most of the places mentioned in Harry Potter exist too. Doesn't mean the stories are true.
Well, yes, but you can find the author who wrote the book of Harry Potter because she's going to die. But again, Jesus has been dead for thousands of years and nobody still hasn't found his body. But again, what I'm going to, though, is that you're a man that
rotted in the ground.
That if you could believe it, then you could. My thing is that if you can see it, you can believe it. Is what I'm getting at?
Not necessarily. I can't see black holes, but I have rational reason to believe black holes exist. So we're not saying it has to be something we can physically see, but if you have convincing evidence that God exists, we would love to hear it.
But more to the point, seeing locations where some of the stories are said to have taken place doesn't provide a justification for accepting the truth of the stories.
That the Bible, what was written, though, was accurate.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because there's a story called Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, right? Which talks about Abraham Lincoln hunting vampires.
Isn't a story, though. It's testimonies.
The Bible is still a story. It's still a story. It's still a collection of writings assembled over quite a few centuries by a few different people, attesting to certain events and claiming they happened. It's a story. Now, the question is, how historical is the story? An example would be, if you add up all the lineages in the Bible, going back from the fall of the temple in AD 70, adding up all the ages of all the people mentioned in the lineages, you get to the first humans being about 5,000 to 6,000 years before that. Agree?
I'm sorry, I was reading a comment. You said, do I agree
focus up here. Don't worry about the comments. If you add up all the ages of the people in the Bible, because it gives many of their ages, right? This one begat that one and lived for this many years, and begat that one and lived this many years. We can approximate that from a particular point in history we know, in around AD 70, if you add up all the ages going back through the stories in the Bible, you get back to the first humans having been around on the earth 5,000 to 6,000 years before that. That's what the Bible says. You just have to take it at value, right? Take it for what it says. Do you think that's true?
That's not what it says, so
it is. If you add up all the ages of all the people in the Bible, this is why young Earth creationists insist.
And if you multiply it, it would be the number today, which is around almost 8 billion.
This is why young Earth creationists insist that the first humans were 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, because they have done the exact thing I just suggested. They take the stories in the Bible, they add up the ages mentioned of the people. And I know, but
you're making something up, saying that there was 6,000 years before that, and like there was people before Adam and Eve. And
I'm just asking you a question at the moment. I'm asking you whether you accept the Bible's claim that prior to 6,000 years before, approximately AD 70, there were no humans.
Well, yeah, I believe in dinosaurs.
Right. So you think the Bible's got this wrong, don't you? That's what I'm reading from this.
No, the dinosaurs were on the ark.
The dinosaurs were on the ark. Okay. Fantastic. So
she is a young Earth creationist.
Yeah. So you do agree with me then that the Bible has it right that the first humans arrived on Earth about 5,000 to 6,000 years before AD 70. In fact, it might be even 5,000 years. No, it's about 5,000 years before AD 70. Yeah. So your suggestion is that the Bible is a book of history, and there were no humans on the Earth beyond, let's be generous and say 10,000 years ago. Agree? Is that
Did
your
you
position?
ever see Beetlejuice? Did
No,
you
no,
ever see Beetlejuice?
please, don't swerve
Do you
away.
remember when they left the
No,
book?
don't
Remember
swerve
when they
away.
had a book?
No.
It's
I want
literally
you
the
to.
real life version. God left us a book. It is the book
Bria,
of life.
Bria.
It's literally the real life.
Calm down. I've asked you a question. I'd love it. I'd be delighted if you could answer it. I'm just trying to clarify your position so we can engage with you based on a position you actually hold and not on a position that I'm erroneously thinking you hold.
You're trying to force me to make a position on
I'm
a
not,
claim
no,
I'm not trying to make a claim on.
I'm not forcing you to do anything. This is why I'm asking you questions. I'm asking you, is the Bible correct that there were no humans prior to about 10,000 years ago? Because that's what the Bible implies.
Okay, yes. Can we move on? Yes.
Yes, okay. So this is how we know that the Bible isn't a book of history, because we know that human beings have been around in their current form for hundreds of thousands of years, not 10,000 years.
No, that's not true. You're making a claim that isn't true.
It is true. It's a claim.
Humans have not been around for hundreds and thousands of years. There's no way in hell.
They have, and we know this from multiple different fields of science, from paleogenetics to anthropology to this has absolutely nothing to do with Darwin. We know this from paleogenetics. We know this from the fossil record. We know this from all sorts of things. Multiple different lines of evidence.
Fossils aren't that old. Fossils are not that old. They're only 1,000 couple years old.
Nonsense. All converging on
some of them were still found
this
with
idea.
live tissue on them.
What this is...
I'll send you the documents for them.
No, I don't need your creationist propaganda. This is called... There's a word for this, Bria. I'm really sorry to say this. This is
propaganda.
called...
You think we went to the moon, don't you?
Oh, dear. Tinfoil hats, guys. Tinfoil hats. You think we went to the moon? Let's see how many wackadoodle conspiracy theories we can fit in here. This is called being scientifically and historically illiterate,
the flag
sadly.
was moving in space. There's no air in space.
I know. There's no air in space. Nobody's ever answered these issues before. Let's see what other conspiracy theories. Who shot JFK? Was it Ronald McDonald? Was it Ronald McDonald? Let's see.
We haven't been to the moon because he can't re-land a rocket.
The power lines are controlling our minds, and the birds are watching us. What else?
The birds aren't watching us. God's watching us. What the hell?
Bria, at this point, no one can take you seriously
does not make
because
any sense.
at this point
on iPhone technology that was
that's right. And I guess the world is flat as well. I'm sure the Earth is flat in your world.
You believe
also.
We had thousands of miles of satellite?
Yes, it's a flat earther. Okay, so this is someone who's someone who's fully drunk the Kool-Aid, and this is what happens, folks, when minds are so corrupted by religion that they totally lose their ability to think rationally, to engage with evidence. And it's sad to hear human beings whose intellects are so completely shriveled up by their indoctrination and brainwashing that they're completely incapable of engaging with even basic evidence. It's shocking because there are 7-year-old children who are more scientifically literate than our guest here, and it's just unfortunate. It makes me sad to hear people like this because it's kind of a wasted life. Imagine going through life thinking we never went to the moon, thinking the Earth is flat, thinking all of human history, all of the history of the world, and the rich seam of history that we have of the development of life, this tapestry of biological diversity that we've seen playing out on our beautiful planet over billions of years, is just a made-up story that people in white coats designed to keep you away from Jesus. This is a level of scientific illiteracy and historical illiteracy that's shocking to see in a normal adult human. It's just sad to see it. I really think it's sad. So, Bria, I don't know why you are so lacking in information, but I would strongly suggest that you make yourself a little more. Yeah, I'm not dumb. I don't believe the government.
You only believe men.
This is just.
Men are violent, evil. You only believe in men. Of course, you're dumb.
I believe in men. Yes, as opposed to pixies and unicorns and space magical imaginary friends who give you the way.
That we went on a plane and went to the space. That's the dumbest thing ever.
We didn't go to space on a plane.
In a rocket.
In a rocket. Yes, that's right. Yeah, there are 5-year-olds who understand this stuff.
You pay taxes for something that doesn't exist.
So this is an inflection point in the conversation. So I'm wondering now whether what's going to be more entertaining for the audience. To keep this going, because it is quite amusing.
I can prove to you God's real, but you won't go with me. You said it yourself. It
Okay,
won't go
so
with me.
Lily said, crashing
give,
for Christ.
yeah, give us your best proof, Bria, before we depart for saner shores. Give us your proof that God is real. Give us the bestest one you've got. We'll all get our
The best thing
tinfoil
that
hats
God is
ready.
real?
Tinfoil hats ready, everyone. Let's hear Bria's proof. Okay, go for it. Hit us. This better be good.
Because I'm talking to you right now.
Go for it. Give us the proof, and then we're going to call up Dr. Dig, who's got some expert knowledge in this area. But we'd like to hear your proof that God is real. You've offered it. Make good on your offer. Go for it. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, like I said, every place in the Bible you can visit, of course, obviously the ones that God cut off from us. Again, Charles Darwin, he proved his work was a flukes, and he couldn't prove anything. So any scientists honestly can't back their claims because they have no foundation. And honestly, you want to live in a country that doesn't have God, but quite frankly, that's the only reason why this country is great.
Okay, so your proof for God that you offered were some of the places in the Bible exist, scientists work for the government, and hooray USA, go Trump. That's basically the argument.
I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about my founding fathers.
Your founding fathers,
the country,
right?
Not Trump. Trump is not the founding fathers.
Okay, so go founding fathers is evidence of Jesus having created the universe. Fantastic. Okay, well, before we let you go, we have brought up Dr. Dig, who's got some scientific expertise in this area.
Good, I like to debunk him because he's full of shit.
Might want to engage with you. Dr. Dig, what would you like to say to our scientifically literate friend?
The institutions are just full of crap. So.
Lovely. Okay, you can be quiet now and listen. Hey, Dr. Dig.
Yes. What did you waste your money on? Tell me.
I didn't pay for my degrees. I was fully sponsored. I went to a top 10 program for my thing, actually. They pay you to get your degree.
Let's get to the evidence.
So the first humanoid, like Homo relative that we found, the first fossil, is 2.5 million years old. It's Australopithecus africanus. So it wasn't like 6,000 years. That's the first one. And then all the way up to when we have other fossils. The first Homo sapien fossil was found to be about 315,000 years old in Morocco. There are other ones that are between 260,000 years old. And then there are other ones in Africa that are like 230,000 years old. So, but do you think fossils are fake, or like that we don't find them and then we just make up like facts about them?
Bria, you can unmute yourself now to answer the question.
No, dinosaur bones are not fake, but when they dated them, it's absolutely fake. They're not that old. That's what makes it fake.
So,
and these monkeys, that's just a bunch of crap. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So let's break.
So, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
So
I hope
you
know that most science textbooks have only been around for the past 100 years. So all the bullshit you can put in that book is pretty much anything. Like,
the printing press is the printing press is a relatively new invention. So I'll give you that.
It's just like the media. This can be controlled. You can put whatever you want in those books. Like,
oh dear.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you think that dinosaurs were real? You said they were on the ark, right?
Yes, because the word dinosaur didn't come into like the dictionary until like the 1930s or 40s. So like they were probably calling them dragons was the original word for dinosaur, because nobody was calling them dinosaur back then. They were probably calling them dragons.
So you think there were dragons on the ark?
No, that's what they would call them because the word dinosaur wasn't a thing. So that's what the historical word is for dinosaur. It's dragon.
T-Rexes in a little compartment on a boat. Love it. Feeding on what exactly? It's just glorious.
You obviously don't remember that God had a role in this, and obviously God had control.
Of
So
course.
obviously no one
God
didn't
magic.
have to worry about those stupid
Yeah,
little things.
because God magic explained everything. I'm going to have to just interject a little bit because we
There's
put a poll out.
Rainbows in the sky. You just
lovely.
want to take the magic out of the world.
Of course. Rainbows are wonderful. So I suspect that whatever evidences you present here, Dr. Dig, are going to fall on unwilling ears because this is somebody who's yes, that's delightful. Pre-committed to a view of the world which is profoundly disconnected from reality. So your calm provision of information here sadly wasted. I have put the vote out to both rooms, and there's a fairly decisive.
Sounds like you brought up a child. She sounds like a child.
Delightful. She's got multiple PhDs and has forgotten more about science than you will ever learn. Okay, well, so on that basis, because you're not capable of learning anything, which is you have aptly demonstrated here today. So, Dr. Dig, thanks for coming up and providing some interesting information, which this caller was completely incapable of assimilating. And it's another crash out. To be fair, this one's now crashing out for Jesus, and it's going to go in the crash outs of the year category. So, Bria, thank you for being another crash out. We appreciate it. Your science is lousy. The government never went to the moon. Yes, it was.
No, no other country has gone.
No other country has ever gone, apart from the ones that have. Wonderful.
No, they haven't.
There we go. So we're going to say bye-bye to Bria. Off she goes back to La La Land. Get your votes in now for Bria. Dr. Dig,
she didn't teach me a thing is the most ironic, unself-aware, true thing anyone has ever said.
Indeed. I did. Indeed.
I mean, that there were actually dragons and because by the way, I don't remember the word dragon in the Bible. So little bit confused on that point. But
hi there. Just hold fire for a moment, Nez. We're just going to tie things up here, and then we'll get onto your call. Yeah, absolutely. It's all ridiculous. This is somebody whose brain is completely addled. It's to me remarkable that she manages to actually survive in the world at all. But it's a wake up call, people. We have people like that amongst us, and they vote. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I hope she doesn't have children for the sake of the children. And if she does, I hope that they manage to rise up beyond the horrific indoctrination and programming and delusion that she's going to impart onto them. So, yeah, Dr. Dig, thanks for coming up. As always, we appreciate you. Thanks. Take it easy.
Of course. Bye.
Okay, Nez, welcome in. I thought I'd bring you up just so you knew that you were in. Scolat, there we go. Welcome up. What would you like to say?
Do you believe that our experiences are like subjective?
All experiences?
Our experience, not all, maybe.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite. Do I believe that what is subjective?
Our experience of reality is subjective.
Oh, our experience.
Our experience is, but reality itself is not.
Yeah, our experience definitionally, the moment you put the word our experience, that does mean it's subjective, doesn't it? Because how could an experience be objective? So yes, our experiences are subjective, yes.
Okay, if it's subjective, then objective claim in a way.
Well, sorry, repeat that again and just wake up a little bit if you can, because we're all falling asleep. Ask your question again, please.
If it's our reality of sorry, my brain got mad. Wait. If our reality, our experience of reality is subjective, then how can you say that your experience of reality is objective? Like what you know in the world,
we're not saying our
made.
Yeah. To correct you, we're not saying any of our experiences are objective. We can subjectively experience things that objectively exist in reality. Those are two completely different things. There are our subjective experience where we map reality in our minds. That's the map. and then the place is the thing that is objective.
Okay, based on what though?
What do you mean based on what? Just definitionally. Like, do you think this pen actually exists in reality, or is this going down some crazy solipsism rabbit hole? Does this pen exist in reality? And it actually, the pen objectively exists in reality. We agree on that?
Yeah, it exists.
Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, so your concept of the pen is your subjective experience. That's the map. You are mapping reality, not necessarily perfectly, but your mind is mapping reality. And then the pen itself actually objectively exists in reality. So what are you confused about?
No, I'm talking about that. If we agree that our experience of reality is kind of subjective, then how can you actually make out? You said that we see a pen in a different way, right?
I want to steel man your question. So we are both agreeing that we have subjective experience of reality, and reality itself objectively exists. You're asking how we can determine what's objective or subjective. Is that your question?
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay. Using logic and reason. Now, there's a well-known paradox, if you can call it a paradox, but problem in philosophy where so it asks how do we know we can trust logic? And the only way to test logic is using logic itself. It's just a paradox. So we just axiomatically accept that logic works. And so we use logic. And if you're going to ask me how I trust logic, I'll say I have to accept it axiomatically because I can only test logic with logic. Do you understand? Do you agree that logic works? It just
doesn't make sense to me, because if your experience is subjective, then why would they be a logic, any kind of logic? What do you make,
John?
Yeah, look, this is a little bit dull. We'll wrap this up, but basically, we don't know for an absolute fact that there is an objective physical reality that exists. We can never know that, because if it was untrue, then our perceptions would still be the same. It could be the case that there isn't an objective physical reality, but for some reason our minds still perceive that there is one. So we operate on the assumption that there probably is, because if we don't do that, we suffer from pain and starvation and death. So we just keep on going on the assumption that there's a physical objective reality, and if there isn't one, we won't get to know about it. So it's a kind of utility approach to this. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's all completely unfalsifiable, because any evidence that you could provide to disprove the presence of an objective reality would itself have to be part of objective reality. So this is a waste of time. This conversation is a waste of time. It's not particularly interesting.
Before I go, I gotta ask one more. You said something about that there's a possibility this is not an objective reality, right?
Then I said physical reality, that our minds may not be perceiving the real physical reality. That may be true. We can't disprove that. It's unfalsifiable. It's like solipsism, the idea that you are the only mind and every other person, every other agent is a figment of your imagination, can never be disproven, because any offered proof or disproof would be completely consistent with that itself being a figment of your imagination. These are the sorts of questions that teenagers kind of talk about when they start getting into, hey, that cool philosophy shit stuff. But it's not very interesting, and it doesn't have anything to do with atheism at all. Atheism is the idea that God beliefs have not met their burden of evidence, and therefore we're justified in not accepting them. That's it. And that's what we're kind of talking about. All of this stuff about subjective, objective, reality stuff, it's not that interesting, dude.
Okay.
But thanks for coming up anyway.
Thanks.
Okay. There you go. Okay, moving on. We will get in DMC. I'm bringing DMC in right now. as in rum. Hey,
Hi,
DMC.
can you give me 1 sec? I just want to put my AirPods in. Give me half a sec, all right?
Yeah, sure. Please do. Always better with headphones. Always better with headphones.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah. So we'll do this call and then we'll check in on the bingo, folks. There's quite a few calls. I think our conversation a couple ago provided a generous supply of opportunities to call the bingo. So we've got quite a few on there. But we'll speak to DMC first. Welcome in with your headphones. What would you like to say?
Yeah, okay. So firstly, I do definitely understand the atheistic argument. You know, I'm a theist myself, but it's not like I think you guys are irrational, like some people earlier in the call. That's A. B, the reason why I would say I'm a theist is because ultimately it does answer the most fundamental questions, and it answers the questions that I believe need to be answered.
Like what?
i.e., how did the universe come into being? How did I come into being? And what force, and what's the, not originating force, what's the force currently that allows everything to kind of work in place, right?
But it doesn't answer those questions. It just pretends to. It claims to answer them by providing interesting stories and then pretending the questions have been answered. In science, when we answer a question, when we talk about answering something and explaining something, what we normally mean is that we come up with facts that explain other facts. We're able to precisely describe the relationship between the first set of facts and the second set of facts. We're normally able to generalize it to laws and principles, and we're able to make predictions based on the assumptions that the first set of facts are true. So we say, if you propose an explanation for something, we say, well, if this explanation is true, we would expect to find this other thing that we hadn't necessarily found. And then we go looking for it and we find it. And that shores up the ground, right, of our explanation. This is the standard that we hold scientific explanations to. And if they fail to meet that standard, we generally don't accept them. They're classed as just like interesting ideas, right? But they're not explanations. The idea of a God doesn't actually explain anything. It takes questions for which we may not have an answer at this point. For example, why does anything exist? And it pretends to have answered them by just inserting a character into the space where an actual explanation should live, and then claiming the job's been done. But nothing's been done. We haven't grown in our understanding of anything, and it's completely unfalsifiable as well. And that's always a red flag. If an explanation is unfalsifiable, it has very little value.
Right. So what I would say to that is that let's just imagine something. Imagine you had a computer program that was sentient. Now, not sentient with which we could kind of communicate with. It's sentient in its own way that it can communicate to another computer program. Do you believe that will be able to understand the nature of humans? Do you believe it will be possible for a computer code written by human in its nature to understand what the idea of humans and how humans exist?
Depends what you mean by understand. Sorry, go, Sean.
Also, it depends on whether it's been programmed to understand us or whether it hasn't. Also, if it hasn't been programmed to understand us, it would not be rational for it to believe we exist because it doesn't understand us.
Right, but it was programmed enough to understand that something kind of created it, because they could see, wow, we have this element, we have that element to it, and let's say it's advanced enough that it can kind of self-replicate itself or kind of create another version of itself within the computer coding world. But by nature, within its nature, it would be impossible to understand the full human experience.
It's really simple. If it has rational justification that we exist, then it could provide that rational justification, and it would be rational to believe it. And we're asking you for that. So, in John, and I want to just to, because you're saying like it explains things, and that was your argument. So, like if John and I are roommates and we come home and the window's broken, and John says, "I don't know how the window broke," and I say, "It was gremlins." Are we in a situation where I explained what broke the window and John has not?
Okay, I get that, but the question is more if someone at all broke the window.
Hold on.
Not who broke the window. I'm saying you can reject every theistic...
Please answer the question.
Sure.
Please answer the question. So we come home, the window's broken. John says, I don't know how it broke. And I say, gremlins broke it. Are we in a situation where I explained it and John has not?
Are gremlins, I don't know what gremlins are. They like goblins?
Yeah, it's like, call them goblins. It's maybe I'm aging myself with that reference. Let's say goblins broke the window. I claim it was goblins. Are we in a situation where I provided an explanation and John has not?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Goblins broke it.
All right. So if John doesn't, if I provide an explanation, if John says I don't know, I win by default, and that means goblins actually broke the window?
No, but the question that atheists are dealing with,
Right.
whether someone broke or something broke the window, not who broke the window.
Okay, so you're not
be
actually
agnostic
saying
as to which religion is the right one. That I respect. That's a respectable position. But to be agnostic as to whether someone at all broke the window is a separate question.
You're missing the point. Is it rational to believe my claim that goblins broke the window if John doesn't know what broke the window and isn't convinced of it, what broke the window? If I have an explanation, goblins did it. Does that mean I win by default? Is it rational to believe goblins broke the window?
Oh, I understand what you mean. Are you saying is it rational that an entity like goblins exists to break windows? No, I don't think so.
My claim that, right. So just having an explanation is meaningless if your explanation is not substantiated. So it's not enough, like you saying you don't have an explanation, i.e. you're saying I don't know, isn't an argument. You have the burden of proof for your own claim. So if you're saying, for example,
I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So what is your evidence that God exists?
Because
so let's just
ultimately, do you guys believe that there was a defining a point of creation to the Big Bang? I guess that's the wrong way for it. Do you believe that the universe had a beginning?
Nope.
No, not necessarily. It may or may not have had a beginning. The Big Bang does not posit that it had a beginning. Cosmologists are still working on that problem. So I'm agnostic as to whether the universe had a beginning. You claim it,
in a world that I did have a beginning. All right, let's start with this because I understand.
You have to prove that first.
No, let's not. Let's go. Let's just theorize here a bit. In a world that the universe did have a beginning, do you think that something created?
You want to skip over like a super important part?
I'm asking you to delve into the.
You want to explore the conditional. If in a world in which the universe had a beginning, we would currently be able to say absolutely nothing about what process caused that beginning. We wouldn't be able to infer from the universe having a beginning that it was created by any kind of mind, any kind of intelligence. It could just be a natural process in the same way that ice crystals forming. They have a beginning, but nobody makes them, nobody creates them. They just happen. It's a part of nature that under certain circumstances, ice crystals form. It could be the case that if the universe has a beginning, and currently there is no reason to think it does, that if the universe had a beginning, that the cause of that beginning would just be another part of nature that we currently don't have access to or understand. It could be that there are many universes, there are models where there's an almost infinite, or in fact practically infinite number of universes being created like bubbles by some other principle that exists on some other level where universes are created. We have absolutely no idea. This is why the God hypothesis is so silly. It's to look at something where we really have absolutely no idea whether the problem you're trying to solve is even a problem. And then if you grant as a hypothetical that it is a problem, as we're doing right now, you can say absolutely nothing about the properties of that cause. Nothing. You can't say that it was a mind. You can't say there was any intentionality.
Do you think that, sure, I understand what you're saying, but do you think that something that created, the entire physical dimension, it created the idea of materialism as we know it?
Caused.
Right.
Created is a loaded
it's
term.
More implicated. Yeah, I agree. So something that caused the, physics, and materialism into being is bound by that. If it's created, if it's caused by itself and it predated space or anything like that, it's very hard to grasp the idea of what nothing is, but nothing,
I have no idea.
nothing isn't blackness in a vacuum. Nothing
This is just
nothing.
this is just bong
So-
rip philosophy. Honestly, this is just like, hey, imagine this. This sounds cool, and imagine that. That none of this is is evidence for a god. This is literally just like.
Of course it is, because
course it's
because you have to realistically look at the things in front of you.
How have you
can't
excluded?
choose- you
How
can't
have you
choose when not to
excluded?
make a decision about something?
No, there's an infinite number of competing hypotheses. This is, remember, we're lending you the grant for the universe had a beginning. We haven't given it to you. We want that shit back. This is a loan, right? Because you haven't earned, and no one has the right to assert that this is a thing we even know.
No, but,
right?
but I want it to be that if it ever gets proven that the universe has a beginning, you'll grant my arguments. That's my aim right now.
So if
Because
the
it could be
universe
done
has
in
a
the next 5
beginning,
years. It really, listen, from what I've researched, it seems that it does. Now, I'm not as well educated as you guys.
That's not
I understand
true.
that you brought PhDs on here, but the consensus that I always seem to read everywhere
that's not
is
true.
the universe is
The
expanding.
the most recent consensus of cosmologists holds that there is the consensus view is not that the universe once didn't exist. That's if one wants a consensus. But look, as I said, I'm prepared to grant you that there was a point the universe didn't exist for the sake of the argument, and it came into existence. What work have you done, or could you do, to eliminate the infinite number of other candidate hypotheses as to what that cause would be?
Other that someone calls it something calls it to be.
Be careful with someone. Don't let the mask slip. Be careful with someone.
Yeah.
We have absolutely
listen,
no idea.
If you listen, if you want the version of what I'm talking about, like of God, to be some kind of spark that's not bound by the rules of physics, I'd be happy with that.
I just want you
because
to.
atheists
I want one
don't really
thing.
understand what it means to be atheist. I think Einstein.
I don't understand
the way
what it's like to
Einstein's
be
view-
myself.
No. Okay, I'm being a bit crude here. I understand that.
Okay.
Don't take me too seriously. with
So
everything
I only
say.
want one thing about the. So let's say we grant there's a beginning. What is your argument that there's a cause to the universe that had a beginning? What is your argument that cause had to be something or someone with a mind? What's the argument for that?
Because but you grant but you grant that it could have that there's a possibility.
I grant that I can't rule out that it had a beginning. I don't grant that it did. But for the sake of argument, let's say it had a beginning. What is your argument that the cause of the universe is something or someone with a mind?
A conscious agent who likes foreskins. Come on, they're not serious.
I mean, okay. So now we're moving on to a separate conversation.
Let's stick where Sean was. Stick with Sean's question. What's the evidence that this cause is a personal agent of any kind and not just another principle in science? Because a natural thing.
He would have had to engineer the whole thing.
Don't say he. No. That is assuming. No. Wait.
Would have had to engineer it.
No, that's assuming that which you're trying to. That's assuming that which you're trying to prove.
Because how did they come out to being?
No. You don't get
the complexity.
Stop. DMC. Shh, calm down for a second. Just take a breather. You don't get to say it would have to have engineered it, because that is to assume that which you're trying to prove, right? You can't assume that. It could be the case that there is a currently misunderstood or not understood, principle in reality by which universes get produced. Just in the same way that people used to assume that thunder and lightning could only possibly have been produced by an agent who had to design them and put them there for a reason, as some kind of display of anger, for example. And no other candidate explanations were entertained because it was completely obvious that thunder and lightning must be the expression of anger of some kind of deity in the sky. That was it. It was just assumed there was no other possibility. That's what you're doing right now. You're looking at the universe and you're making an argument from personal incredulity, which is to say, I personally, knowing absolutely nothing about cosmology, can't personally figure out how to think about a way that universes could be produced which isn't the effect of a conscious mind. That's just a lack of imagination and knowledge on your part. Respectfully. You need to remain open to the other candidate hypotheses, and if you're going to hold that this is evidence for a God, you need to explain why you have been able to discard the other hypotheses. It could be aliens, it could be a simulation, it could be a natural process. That I could sit and come up with 100 different ideas.
You atheists, but you guys love talking about that there could be, fairies and goblins in existence, but that doesn't make sense, right? That there's definitely you can't kind of have a rationalistic view of how things work, but then go to any hypotheses, right? It has to make sense.
Actually, it doesn't have to make sense.
Which means
relativity doesn't make sense. Quantum mechanics doesn't make sense. Making sense
makes sense.
No, making sense is.
You just don't understand it. Everything has to make sense.
No. Actually, making sense is a terrible criterion by which to judge a candid explanation for something, because there are lots of things that operate in the world and are true models of how reality operates, but they don't really make sense, which is why Niels Bohr said anyone who understands quantum mechanics doesn't understand quantum mechanics, because it's very counterintuitive. It doesn't really make sense. Now, the math works. As a model, it works. In that sense, it's fantastically successful. But I promise you, special relativity.
But maths is not the
doesn't make
way
sense.
Of ascertaining whether. But okay, how do you ascertain anything?
That's a wild pivot. Let's stay where we are. Let's stay where we are.
It's very necessary, because like you're dressing a lot of stuff up in this whole realm of questioning everything. Like, oh, this doesn't make sense, and this doesn't make sense, and we don't. Nothing really makes sense. That's what you're saying.
Hang on,
but
that's what you're saying.
Atheist.
You're saying this. You're saying things don't make sense. I'm saying the time to believe something is when there's evidence for it, and the only evidence you provided so far is your own ability to entertain other candidate explanations for something which hasn't been demonstrated to even happen yet, which is the beginning of the universe. Which is why this is a catastrophically weak argument.
Okay, so let me ask you it this way, right? I'm not going to be able to do a very good job with the scientific language, because I was never educated properly. But the basic idea of what I'm trying to say is that you understand that if let's say you're holding a pen, right? The pen is held by the hand. I'm sure you've heard this argument before. The hand is held by the arm. The arm is held by, I guess you are held by the earth. The earth is held within the gravitational, pull of the sun. The sun is held within the galaxy. That means there's a progression over here of something being held by something that is it's not in time, but right now there's something that's holding everything in place. Right? Do you understand what I'm trying to say over here?
This is just a variation on the contingency argument. But yeah.
No, it just makes it that even if the universe didn't have it's not dependent on what happened before the Big Bang necessarily. It's relevant right now, rather than what happened in time billions of years ago. The question is, what right now, which originating force is in play right now that allows the entire universe to be held in place?
Demonstrate that such a force is required.
Because ultimately, you do understand that me holding the pen requires something to hold my hand, and something to hold me, and something to hold the earth.
There are two possibilities. There are two possibilities.
Why is there nothing beyond the
other than an imaginary friend? There are two possibilities. One is that there's an infinite chain of things being explained by other things, or to use your language or the metaphor, things being held by other things. The other thing that's possible is that there's some circularity in that arrangement, because there can be things which are contingent on other things, which are contingent on other things, which are contingent on other things, and come back to the first thing again. So you can't assume that the topology of this arrangement is completely uniform, that just one thing, another thing, another thing. Neither can you assume that you require a terminus, because that terminus, if you're proposing that at the end of this chain of things being held by other things is a thing that doesn't require holding by anything. That position is implied by your belief. And what I'm saying is, if such a terminus exists, you can't demonstrate it's a mind, you can't demonstrate it's an agent, we come back to exactly the same problem again. It could just be that such a terminus exists and it's just a brute fact of reality. And that's just it. And you're completely happy with a brute fact of reality, you just name it a god. That's the only difference. This is not evidence for a god. These are not good arguments, my friend.
I mean, to me, they are. They just make. I don't know. Like, there's an element of me that walks, around and just.
How long ago did you believe in a god before you heard that particular argument?
What argument?
Well, the one you just gave. That one's relatively new. I've heard it. I'm not impressed by it, but that's okay. But it's not really why you believe, because you've been a believer for much, much longer than you've heard that particular argument, right?
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just kind of the whole thing just makes more sense to me. I agree. Like I say, I understand the atheistic argument. I do. Like
it isn't really an atheistic argument. DMC isn't an argument. It's just saying you haven't made one. The atheistic argument is just.
It's still likely. That means you can't prove something beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it's still the most likely option to me.
No, hang on. Try and take this on if you can, because it will enhance your understanding of this subject area. There isn't an atheistic argument being made here. This is a response to the arguments that other people are making and going,
I get you.
You haven't made one.
You just reject a proposition that's presented to you by me. You're not proactively making an argument. But to me, it's still the most likely. It just, to me, based on, if you use like Occam's razor, if you will, there's just so many things within my life, the nature of consciousness, all these things are just, to me, lead me to the idea of a creator.
Are you a Christian? DMC, are you a Christian?
No, I'm not. I'm Jewish.
You're Jewish. Oh, okay, all right, that's fine. So my guess would be that if you're Jewish, then your God belief is part of the culture that you've inherited, and you probably have a strong emotional tie to the culture that comes along with that, your sense of identity that it gives you, belonging to a particular group of people. And
not
particular,
only that, I actually feel connected to it.
Okay, no, that's right. Absolutely. Yeah, that you're validating what I'm saying. That you're kind of part of a tribe. You're connected to the beliefs. It's a very fundamental part of who you are. And so the reason Sean asked you how long you've been a believer before making these kind of arguments is to tease out the difference between arguments which really make you become a believer and arguments which are used to justify the belief that you hold for other reasons. And everything you've offered us today isn't the reason why you believe. Everything you've offered us today are kind of intellectual scaffolding for the things that you believe. But they're not the real reason. The real reason is more to do with belonging, emotional need, a sense of comfort, a sense of purpose, a sense of knowing your heritage and where you come from and being part of the tribe. And those things are really powerful. But all of these arguments that you're making, the reason why they're not landing is that they're not the reasons you believe. The reasons you believe are something else, because nobody becomes a believer because of these arguments. When I say nobody, some people do, but not many. And that's why they're failing.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think like there's a reason why it's so prevalent. Like the vast majority of the world still believes in God. And you just look at...
They believe in contradictory gods, right?
True, but that doesn't. Like I actually hate this argument. Like I think Ricky Gervais. I heard Ricky Gervais say it. It just drives me mad. I think it's just a pathetic. I'm sure you'll agree it's a pathetic argument.
I don't.
That I only believe in one less God than you.
It's not a dumb argument, because think about it. You said the majority of the world believes in a God. You are proving in saying that billions of Muslims can be wrong, right? Billions of Muslims have their beliefs for exactly the same kind of reasons you do. And yet they're wrong in your worldview.
They're not wrong about the fact that there is a God. Like, they're just wrong about the correct way of worshiping him.
But that's still the same thing. It's like
imagine someone had the argument. Who built this house? So one person said it was this contractor, another person said it was this contractor, another person this. And a fifth guy says, I don't think anyone created the house at all. Yeah. And then he said, what are you talking about? He says, I only believe in one less person that created the house than you.
That's the way I view
the argument.
Right, but you're smuggling your conclusion into the argument. We are debating whether there is a who or it's a what. And your analogy, you've already established it's a house, and we know houses are created.
No, but all of the people arguing who built the house agree on that consensus. Hold on. So the fact they disagree on who built it is irrelevant.
DMC, you're talking over me. Okay,
sorry, my bad.
No, I know you. I get in the heat of passion too. All right, so we're having a debate about whether there is a who, or if it's just a what, or if something was built in the first place. Maybe the universe always existed. All right, so that's the current debate. You're saying this is analogous to something that we know for a fact is built, and there's 5 people arguing over who did it, and you're arguing over that it wasn't built, you are smuggling in your conclusion into the analogy itself. So of course, John and I are going to find that disanalogous, right?
No, because actually, I'm going to use your point against you, because all of the people that believe in a God are unified in the sense that someone created the universe, right?
Yeah. Are you familiar?
You're now trying to fragment us into, because I only believe in one less God than you. No, because it's all one argument against you.
DMC,
it's the same as the house for the contractors.
DMC. What is an argumentum ad populum fallacy? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. I told you I wasn't educated, so I'm trying my best here.
No, it's okay. I'm not trying to get a gotcha on you. So argumentum ad populum is an appeal to popularity. It's saying more people believe it, therefore it's true or likely true, and that is a fallacious argument. The fact that more people believe in a God than don't believe isn't it okay? So we all agree that's not really an argument for the position.
I agree. I don't think it's a proactive argument.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
DMC,
I'm just saying that particular point of I believe in one God less than you just gets on my nerve, and it's just dumb. It just doesn't make sense.
I would before we draw a line, which we're about to do, I would say have a think about that, and have a think about whether you might be actually missing out on some of the wisdom in that argument, because I understand it irritates you, but you might be missing out on some value in there. There is actually something to be gained from contemplating that and thinking about the fact that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of gods across human history that people are instantly ready to just dismiss with a wave of the hand. No, don't believe that. No, I don't believe that. And the problem is that there's a double standard of evidence, because I understand what you're saying about, yes, it's just differences in how we define the God and how we worship it, but it's more profound than that. It's a willingness to dismiss the revealed knowledge of huge groups of people who have exactly the same level of evidence for the specifics of their claim that you have for the specifics of your claim. And so there's a double standard.
I would disagree with that categorically. I would disagree with that.
But that is
I don't
exactly...
think everyone's God is as relevant and makes as sense as others.
But
I think the monotheistic gods make much more sense inherently.
It's still the case. It's still the case that the same standards of evidence that you hold for your God are being, and for the specifics of whatever you believe about your God, are being dismissed when others make them about their gods. You dismiss them, and then you change the standards of evidence when it comes to your personal beliefs, and that's
because I think once you accept the premise that God exists, that God does exist, once you accept that premise that there is a God, then there are definitely good arguments and more relevant arguments for one version of that to be more correct than the other. I'm sure you can agree with that. I'm sure you can agree that
some God concepts are more obviously silly than others, but they all suffer from the same problem that we've demonstrated today, which is that all the arguments offered for them fail. So I did put a vote out to the room.
You can kind of reject them all.
Just for a second. I know. Sorry. That's all right. I did put a vote out to the room to say, should we keep on going? Are we enjoying this? Do we want more of this, or is it time to move on? And the room has asked us to draw things to a close. So
no worries. It was nice talking, gentlemen.
You too, DMC. Thanks for coming up to talk. We appreciate you offering your arguments. We appreciate it.
No worries.
Take it easy. Keep well. Thanks. Bye. Okay. There we go. We're going to get, looks like Aus, O-U-S. We're going to get Aus in just a moment. I just need to read a couple of super chats and check in on the bingo. Aus, are you okay to wait for a moment? Hopefully you are. Maybe just put us a yes or something in the chat so we know you can hear this and you know we've got you. I'll get you in just a moment, but need to read a few messages and just kind of keep things up to date so they don't get stale. So what have we got? We have a few messages. We have Jeremy, Buzz is in the house. Oh shit, alive on my morning off. Well, very, very pleased to be to have you with us on your morning off. And hopefully the slightly later start time is working for people. David Burke says, John, there is objective morality. Where do you think all the traffic laws come from? Geez, first Crapolonians 99-10241. Keep up, love you. Thank you, David. I love that. Yep, those traffic laws are definitely objective. And John O'Neill says, anything that scientists can do to weaken the hold of religion should be done and may in the end be our greatest contribution to civilization. Weinberg. Weinberg makes the best quotes. I think that wasn't it Weinberg who said there will always be good people doing good things and bad people doing bad things. But to get good people to do bad things, you need religion. I'm pretty sure that was Weinberg too. Good quote. Thanks, John. And Buzz says, you know, the first time I called in, it was to explore Grippy's Ibn Sina's argument. It was the same one, I remember. It was the things being other things. I left the call 99% sure it doesn't fly. I'm at 100% against the most compelling deist argument. Thanks, Grippy. Good work. Grippy pushed you that final 1%. I'm thrilled about that. Brilliant work. And Buzz said, we never found the body of Jimmy Hoffa either. Right? Yeah, not having found somebody's body is not proof of magic. It's proof of not having a body.
2,000 years ago, let's say he was thrown in with a mass grave. We dig up, we find all the bones. Which one is Jesus?
Yeah, like, we found a finger.
Yeah.
It's such a silly argument. Really, it's a silly argument. Tim Davidson said, I have a ring that is titanium, meteorite, and dino bone. All three of its ingredients are older than your universe. I love that. Anyone who's arguing that the entire universe started 5,000 or 6,000 years ago is making a fool of themselves. It's not necessary to be that illiterate nowadays. When you've got a device in your pocket that has all the knowledge of mankind on it, you do not have an excuse to be that illiterate about stuff, to be that scientifically ill-informed. There's really no excuse for it. That's 2,000 or 3,000 years after the Egyptians invented ceramic glazing. This is stupidity. It's the only word for it. It's stupidity. Don't be so silly. Stop. Silly. Base to Shara, great to see you, said, oh my God, Bria, an actual Kent Hovind fan, right? There still are. I didn't think he had any of those. I didn't hear, was Bria actually quoting Hovind? I didn't hear that. I mean, it just sounded like a Hovind cutout to me, but I used to listen to Kent Hovind. I don't know why. It was like a painful pleasure. I would download this back in the days, he had like it was like a podcast thing. It was just audio only.
Yeah.
And it was grim listening to it, but I used to make myself listen to it. It was hilarious when he went to prison, though. That did make me chuckle quite a lot. Chris Dover said, Call a Bria, I've personally been to the Babylonian ruins and Nineveh, and I still don't believe the Bible. Yeah, another silly idea. Some of the places in the story exist, therefore magic is real. I'll just read a couple more messages, and then we will get Aus. Is it Aus or OUS? I feel terrible not knowing. In. Just two more, and then we'll get Aus in. Bria equals the reason JC changed the middle name to fucking... Yeah, that's the reason. Thanks, Buzz. And finally, also from Buzz, Earth1710 wants to call in. Well, Earth, you're very welcome to call in. It's easy. You just paste the link and you'll be right in. There's no one in the YouTube queue at all at the moment. So if you put the link in your browser, you'll be in seconds, and we would love to speak to you. Okay, I will get back to the rest of the messages later, but for now, let's bring in. I'm going to say Aus, because that's what it looks like, but I might be saying this wrong. How do we say your name, friend?
Os.
Os. Okay, forgive me for saying it wrong. Welcome in, Os. Good to see you. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Yeah.
What would you like to say?
Well, I'm just like following up the live, it's pretty interesting, So I was trying to follow what you guys were saying, just trying to learn, how
Sure.
things are going religiously,
Yeah. What's
Hopefully,
what's your view on this then?
Well, to me, everyone has his own opinion, like religious-wise. Like we have Muslims, we have the Jews, the Christians, and others. So probably for me, I am a Muslim,
Right.
But like I don't consider religious that much, because everyone have his own faith to decide. Like humanity comes first to me,
Good.
Yeah, I mean that's a good thing, but Islam does say that people who don't accept Islam are going to be tortured in hell, and the flesh is going to be burnt off their body and then put back on their bones so it can be burnt off again and again and again. Is that something that you agree with?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's right, But then it depends on the kind of sins you committed. Like I would say, because if you are not a Muslim, does not mean you're going to hellfire automatically, because even a Muslim can go to hell. What I think.
I mean, it does say that non-believers will be tortured in hell. In the Quran does say that. So is the Quran correct about that, or is the Quran got that wrong?
Yeah, the Quran is right about that. Like every non-believer will be punished.
Right.
Like,
and do you think that does that make sense to you? Is that ethical, do you think?
Yeah, because like whatever the Quran said, like it's something we should look up to as a Muslim.
Something you should look up to. So do I deserve to be tortured in hell then?
Well, I can't say that because, like I'm not God, like I cannot say whatever will happen in the year after, because like even me, I don't know, I can be tortured in the year after because I may commit sins, which I don't know.
I'm not asking you what you think will happen. I'm asking you if you think, because the Quran says that that people who don't accept Allah as God and Muhammad as his final prophet will be tortured in hell and their flesh will be burned off their bones and all of that stuff. That's what the Quran says. Do you agree with the Quran that I deserve to be tortured?
According to what the Quran said, if anyone is not a Muslim, will be tortured in the year after.
Welcome in, Ems.
That's it.
Hey, hi, what's up?
Hey, good to see you, friend. Okay, well, also we have our good friend Ems here who might have some views on this.
Yeah, what is your thought about that? Like, like you thinking like you will be tortured in the year after.
It sounds fun.
Yeah, sounds fun. Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty depraved, Aus. I think it's horrific that anyone would be tortured for.
That's what I'm saying exactly here. Like, what the Quran said. Yeah, it's there, but like you cannot just be tortured like in year after without Allah created things like whereby if we committed sins, you will be punished with that sin, because if it is not allowed in Islam and you do it, like that's a sin. Even in Christianity, I think it's there,
But what is worse, killing someone or not believing in Allah?
Sorry?
What is worse, killing someone or not believing in Allah?
No, you can't kill someone for not believing in it. That's what I said.
He asked you what's worse. Aus, he asked you a question. What's worse, killing someone or not believing?
I will not take any of them. But you cannot force someone to believe in something.
That is not what I said, ya Habibi. Again, listen. So, what is a worse crime? What deserves more punishment? Unjustly killing someone or not believing in Allah?
He's teacupped at the moment. You need to come back, Aus.
Maybe he's looking it up. I'm not sure.
Looking it up to find out the right answer. There we go.
I'm not looking it up. I'm just talking directly.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the answer?
Quran, if you kill someone, let me come. If you kill someone, you have a punishment to that, and also if you don't believe in Islam, there is a punishment to that too. It's a different punishment.
I asked what is worse.
Which one is what? Killing someone or believing in Islam?
Or not believing in Islam.
Well, my knowledge is not up to that, but what I know is that if you kill someone, there is a big punishment to that.
How long have you been a Muslim?
Like, I was born as a Muslim. I'm just 24 years old. I was born as a Muslim.
And how many times have you read the Quran?
Sorry?
How many times have you read the Quran?
I have read the Quran since I was young. I'm still learning it. I have not completed it. Sorry?
But you have read it.
Yeah, I have read some part of it, but I have
you
not
haven't read the whole thing.
Sorry?
You have not read the whole thing.
Yeah, I have not. But I'm still learning it, trying to know the whole Islam.
Have you read the part that says?
Sorry?
Have you read the part that says that God does not forgive to have somebody associate somebody with Him, or slash quote unquote not believe in him, but forgives what is below that to whoever he wants. So
Yeah,
what is
that's
below
right.
that would include murder, theft, being gay, rape, etc.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
So
I
what
got
is the
that
worst?
point.
So what is the worst thing? The
The
worst
worst
thing
thing here,
is associating partners with God or not believing in him. And what is below that is murder, rape, whatever.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have their own punishments.
That
The,
is
the
not what I
one
said.
which is worse, yeah, probably I can say,
John, could you
if you don't
rephrase what
believe
I
in
said? Maybe he's
Allah,
not
if
understanding.
you don't believe in Allah,
Yeah.
probably that's the worst one.
Yeah,
So you agree?
I think you're missing the point that Ems is trying to make here. Is he's showing that the Quran lists not believing as being worse than all of the other things. It's saying that the crime of simply not being convinced of your religious claims is being framed as being worse than murder, worse than killing people, worse than hurting kids. That's nuts.
By the way, there's a video of a guy, an imam, who said that who was saying that if a Muslim every single day goes out, kidnaps a little child, rapes them, and kills them, he is better. And yet he prays. He is better to God than a person who does not pray.
Wow. That's horrific.
As a Muslim, you must play your 5 daily prayers. That's a must. That's compulsory. Like, no matter what you do, no matter what you are in, but you have to pray that 5 daily prayers.
God's feelings get so hurt when people don't tell him enough how wonderful he is.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I know. It's hard being that fragile, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Like, no human being is perfect. Like, we all are committed to commit sins, you know. The only thing we need just to do the right thing and be guided on the right path.
Yeah, if my family don't tell me 5 times a day that I'm wonderful, I set them on fire also.
I didn't get you?
Yeah, I just make them do it.
Us.
Yeah.
What is your educational background?
I was a student, you know, like I am graduated from high school, then continue at tertiary. Now I'm doing tertiary.
What are you studying?
I'm studying accounting.
Accounting.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you believe in a book that is obviously wrong?
You mean what I'm studying is wrong?
No, the Quran. What you're studying is
Quran.
very valid.
Sorry?
Yes, the Quran, yes.
You mean whether the Quran said what I'm doing right now is wrong?
No.
I don't understand the question.
I'm saying that why do you believe in a book that is obviously wrong?
Come on, I don't believe in any book which is wrong.
You
Come
do.
on.
Which
Alice,
one is that?
I don't think you're connecting the dots here, Alice. We're saying that the book you believe in, your holy book, is not right. It makes
which is the Quran.
Which is the Quran. It makes factually incorrect claims about cosmology, about biology. It's full of mistakes. Because it's full of mistakes.
Come on, like, don't you know that some part of the Bible is written from the Quran?
How?
The Quran was written after the Bible, dude. The Bible was not written from the Quran.
The Quran was the first one written before the Bible.
Oh dear. Okay, Ems, I think there's maybe a bit of a lost cause.
I'm done too. So.
Yeah, it's hard to see that fruitful conversation is going to come from this exchange. Outside, you sound like a lovely guy. You sound like a lovely guy, but I think we're a bit far off the reservation at the moment. If you're
we just learning, you know, like it's normal, you know, it's normal to get ideas from each other, regardless of the religion. What matters mostly is the humanity itself. Like, which is why I come up to share some thoughts with you guys. You know, I was just scrolling by, then I saw the live. I decided to join in. Yeah,
fair enough.
But
all right. Well,
religious-wise does not matter much. What matters the humanity itself. Like, I really appreciate the welcoming from you guys.
Sure, Aus. Thank you for coming in to talk to us.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, friend. Take it easy. Thanks.
All right.
Keep well. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess you have to pick your battles. that one.
At least he was cute. So.
He was a nice guy. Yeah, he was a nice guy, and there's hope for him yet. He's young. maybe the accountancy will give him a penchant for being connected to reality. We can hope.
I will be dropping though.
Cheers, Ems. Good to see you, friend. Thanks for coming up. What a legend. What a legend. Ems is just like, it's like a superhero who just prowls the corridors of the internet atheist space, turning up when he's needed, like the Dark Knight. He's absolutely amazing. WMs,
Well,
as they say.
In this analogy, I'm the police chief who shined the bat into the sky. I actually called him.
Oh, did you page Ems? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that you had.
Yeah.
But Ems is like seemingly like just available and just comes in all the time. It's brilliant. Ems, we love you, dude. You're the best.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant. Okay, so we will get on with bringing in Newell, and then we've got a few others. If you're in the TikTok queue, there are a couple in at the moment. Be patient. I hope you can feel that we're trying to move through the calls in a steady way now. We're not getting too bogged down. We're not going to let things get boring for people. So that's the intention anyway. So we're going to bring in Newell right now. And after that, we've got Sam after we've spoken to Newell. So, hey, Newell, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon.
You need to turn that music off, please. That's the one.
Sorry.
That's the one.
Okay, hopefully better.
Thank you very much. Welcome in.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
I think this is my second time coming up here.
Yes.
That's man from Ghana, Africa.
From Ghana, of course. We spoke before when you weren't in Ghana. I remember you now. I remember you now. Yeah. How are you doing, Newell? Nice to speak to you again.
I'm doing great. It's been fun. The journey I am on, I'm enjoying it. I told you last time I was a JW for about 15 years of my life.
Yeah.
Before I decided to become a JW, I had tried Adventism. I nearly tried Islam. I was in a lot of other Protestant churches before I finally settled on becoming a JW. And I made that decision mostly because of their view concerning hell. You know, JWs reject the idea of God burning people in hellfire. So I caught on that.
Yeah.
And I learned a few things and then I became a part. I did not experience any of those religious hurt or anything when I was in. If I'm being honest, I totally enjoyed my time there.
Mm-hmm.
I was an elder for a lot of years.
Oh, you were an elder in the JWs.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I was an elder for about 5 years.
Right. Wow.
And then I also pioneered. That is the full-time pioneer. I was a pioneer for about 3 years too. That is preaching at least 70 hours a month.
Goodness.
Yes,
Newell, I don't know if can you get any closer to your microphone, because you sound quite far away. It's a little bit hard to make you out. If you can get a little bit closer, that'd be good.
Okay, sorry.
That's better.
My butt's okay.
That's better.
So, 3 years ago, I started questioning because of social media. You know, JWs are not really encouraged to be open-minded.
Sure.
And I see myself as a smart person. So to not be told something that is obvious, I was bad hurt, if I could say it like that.
Yeah.
Especially regarding science.
Yeah.
I was very excited when the initial doctor who came up mentioned the first humanoid fossil that was discovered and dated, and it is those things that allowed me to deconstruct from the Bible. And it is important that the work you do, because it is not just about Christianity, but it is about the Bible. I always keep on telling people it is not just Christianity, because you can deconstruct Christianity and still believe in the Bible God.
Yeah, I mean, you can. It gets harder, doesn't it? Because believing in the Bible God doesn't really survive a collision with reality of any magnitude. But yeah, and then people go through different stages, right? So sometimes people start very fundamentalist. They believe everything is very literal. and then they're still in it, but they think this is a bit metaphorical and this is poetic, and they move along the spectrum. And I think eventually, if you're going in that direction, eventually you inevitably move on and leave the Bible God behind. Yeah, that's what happened to you.
That is true.
Yeah,
it's very common.
That is it.
Yeah, it's very common to go from Christian God, the path I went, to some kind of vanilla non-Christian creator of the universe, to eventually atheism. That is a very, very common path.
Yeah, but I wanted to pick your brain on something. I've realized recently that a lot of theists are resorting to weird philosophical arguments.
Yeah.
And I find that very interesting because when I was a Christian, everything I held my belief to was in the Bible. And if you ask me anything, I would quote the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm beginning to think that they have now come to accept that the Bible is not true. The Bible is not from any God. So they are catching on straws outside the Bible to explain their belief in God. Yeah. And I find that very fascinating. And the question you asked the previous person who came up was very telling. Like, before this argument you just presented, what was that thing that got you to believe in God? That question was very telling because he was giving an argument that was recent. Meanwhile, he has held a God belief for as long as he has lived.
Nobody becomes religious because
interesting.
Nobody becomes religious because they heard a contingency argument. That's just not a thing. People, and you're right. What you're describing is a relatively recent shift in the culture, where religious people are and believers are leaning into these sort of technical philosophical arguments. And I think internet culture has promoted a lot of that. You know, you've got people who are very successful on the believer side at bringing up like they're normally young guys who learn a little bit of philosophy and learn a few terms, and now they feel they're equipped to go out there and, you know, own all the libs. And this is what we see. We see them coming in here trying to do it. The arguments are crap, but they are slightly different in tone from what they used to be. I mean, I remember watching the Atheist Experience back in the day, 15 years ago or even more, and they were different types of arguments. You didn't get these young guys coming in with the same sorts of arguments. So I agree with you. It's definitely a thing. There's a bit of a shift in the air.
Yeah. But I wanted to ask, why do you think, even though most believers have no evidence, they know I've been a believer before, when I really wanted to make a decision that I am done with all this, at that moment, I knew what I held on to all my life was wrong. And I've been lied to. And I accepted defeat at that moment. And then I made the shift. Because at that moment, I knew every argument I had was not good enough. So deep down, I settled on myself and decided that no, this is the right thing. This is wrong because I have no evidence for this. But why do some believers still hold on to it, even though they know deep down it is wrong?
Because it's very frightening to let go of something which has been the center of your life, possibly for your whole life. And it's the one consistent thing that's always been there. For some people, it's the core of their social group. It's the security of the group they belong to. It's family. There are so many things that keep people in religious systems, even once some part of their mind has started to feel the rub, feel the dissonance, I know, you know, that feeling of like, this doesn't add up. And you go, shh. You pat it down in your mind. It comes back up. This doesn't work. This is not logical. I know it's wrong. I'm on the internet defending the killing of kids. Something's not right here. It takes a lot of bravery to do it, which is part of the reason why I admire people who have taken that leap of intellectual courage and integrity and authenticity so much. I never had to do it, but Sean's done it. You've done it. Many other people in this community have done it, and I'm full of admiration because it takes courage. And there's a part of me that feels sorry for the believers who are still stuck in it.
Yes. The feeling is quite weird because you are like, in the reality, even if you believe in miracles and those things, and you firmly believe, as a JW, our conclusion was that there are no miracles happening now, but the ones in the Bible are true. That is the JW stand. And so even as a Christian, I didn't believe in miracles that were done by other Christians.
Mm-hmm.
And we use the Bible to justify that, because 1 Corinthians 13 says there was a time prophecy and those things were going to cease. So the only thing that was going to remain was love. So in the doctrine I believed in, your miracles are not true. Fine, if the miracles are not true, then where are they from? Then I have to justify the existence of another being who is powerful. And that secular thinking, it's quite mind-blowing when you come to realize that all this is false, and when you are asked to prove what you believe, you can't. The pain you go through with not being able to prove what you believe, I don't understand why someone will keep on holding on to it, because if I believe in the Bible and I know in reality snakes don't talk,
as we say,
talk in reality.
Snakes don't talk. That's coming to the merch store, by the way. Big news on the merch store, people. It's going to be online, I think, within a week. We're very, very close.
Wow.
And snakes don't talk are featuring in the merch store. Just to let you know. Neil, you're right. It's hard. It's hard work, buddy. Yeah.
It's really hard work to hold on to these things, and even though it is still hard when you let go, but I honestly think it is harder holding on to something you know deep down it is not true. And people should just give themselves a break. There is no need defending any God who doesn't think it is right for him to speak to everyone, for us to all understand what you think you understand that nobody knows. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Preach, brother.
So I want to say thank you. Thank you again for the work you do.
Thanks,
Some of
Neil.
us really appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming up, and nice to see you again. I apologize for not recognizing your name when I first saw it. Now, of course, I do remember our previous conversation. So great to see you again, and lovely to hear your voice and your thoughts as ever. So thanks, man. Keep well, Neil. Take care. Okay. Brilliant. Super nice guy. I remember him from last time. We haven't spoken for quite a few months, but great to see Neil back again, calling us from Ghana. Okay, let's get in. As promised, we're going to bring in Sam, and after that we have Kid. So far, I don't think we've had a single caller on the YouTube side. YouTube people, come and join us. There's like 400 and something of you listening. Some of you must think there's a God worth defending, or maybe not. Maybe really just not the case. Sam, how are you?
Doing all right. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you really, really well. Welcome in. You sound like you are at least 18, so I think I probably don't have to ask you to confirm that. So welcome up. What would you like to say, Sam?
I am 63, just so you know.
Just so over the line then, just over the line.
A little bit, you know. So the question that I had, and just... I am a theist, so I do believe in God, and it's interesting listening to everyone talk about how that may be foolish and all that, and so, you know, I may be one of the foolish ones, I don't know. But anyway, the question that I wanted to bring up regarding atheism is your view on consciousness, and the reason that is what, like a few years ago, I thought about atheism. I thought about religions. I've believed in a religion basically all my life, but I understand science. I don't believe Earth is only 5,000 years old. I do believe in all the scientific stuff that. I mean, I have a master's degree in computer science. I've gone through physics and chemistry and biology and all that. But it's the question of consciousness that is something that seems to be not only not provable in science, right? Each of us believe we have consciousness. We feel love and pain and all that stuff. So we believe, and I've heard the arguments of I may be the only conscious person in the whole universe, and everything else might be a simulation.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know what your viewpoint was on consciousness and whether there could be more than just one person with consciousness, which obviously we do believe all humans do have consciousness. All animals may have consciousness. All bugs may have consciousness.
Yeah.
Like, we can't discount that fact. So when we're looking at consciousness, we can't limit how what can and cannot have consciousness. Like, I've even thought about, is it
Why not?
possible for an electron to have consciousness? I don't know.
So
Right?
I know for a fact I'm conscious. That's the old, almost cliche saying, I think, therefore I am. The very Descartes, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So I know that I'm conscious, and I know that neurologists have mapped out which parts of the brain are responsible for which aspects of conscious experience. So, for example, we can look up what part of the brain does math. And so I consciously experience doing math in my head, and we know which parts of the brain do that. I can reasonably infer that other thinking agents who act and behave as if they have the same conscious experience that I have, for example, John and you, etc. I can't prove 100%, but I don't believe I can prove 100% anything except that I exist, and that I can only prove that to myself. So I do think there's reasonable inference there. So if we all agree that we are having conscious experience, that's great, and I think that that's reasonable. There's no evidence whatsoever that this pen is conscious, right? So basically, we can reasonably infer that consciousness is a product of the brain as a substrate. Now, we can't fully explain every aspect of it, but in the same way, I think you said you're a computer scientist or something like that, but like software programs that are running are operating from the substrate of the computer's circuits and hard drive and all the components of the computer.
Right.
Our brains appear to be a substrate for consciousness. Now, could there be something more than that? Maybe, but the time to believe that there is only when there is sufficient evidence to believe that there's something more than that. Like, I've heard our brains are receiving like this, the dualism is our brains processing the universal consciousness that comes in. That's a cool story, but what's the evidence for that? That's what I get to.
Yeah, and I think that it's a personal experience, and I'm an Indian, so I have some of the Indian philosophies in my background. I was born in Tanzania because my grandparents moved to Africa like 100 years ago. So I grew up there, so I have that background. My parents were Muslim, so I'm a Muslim. So I did a lot of studying. I did a lot of reading. I don't believe that you have to believe in Allah. I think the 2 callers ago, it was someone that was confused on you have to believe in Allah more, otherwise you're going to hell. I do not believe in a hell. I've read the Quran. I've read the Bible. I've read the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching. So I've tried to study up. I don't believe being an atheist is a bad thing and you're going to hell. I do not believe any of that. I think that as long as you're a good person, I do believe in a God, but I do believe that God is merciful and all that. And I don't think that my interpretation, all these religions, it's the interpretation that makes a difference. That's why there are so many different sects of Islam and so many different sects of Christianity, etc. And it's the interpretation is where I think people get stuck on. And my interpretation of the Quran, and I've read that, as I said, and the Bible, my interpretation is that you need to do the right things, and that's basically the fundamental law that everyone should follow, whether you're an atheist or a theist or anything. Go ahead.
Sam, I think we would all agree that we would want people to do the right thing. Of course, there's some disagreement amongst people about what the right thing actually means. And some of the worst ideas about what the right thing is can be found in the religious texts. So there's a tension there. But I appreciate I appreciate the fact that you've read widely and exposed yourself to different religious thinking, and that you seem to have a softer and more gentle interpretation of these texts now. Whether your interpretation holds up under strict scrutiny of the intention in the text is a discussion for another day and for someone else to have. But I think that, I think I'm pleased for religious moderates. As much as Sam Harris has said in the past that religious moderates offend faith and reason equally, and by that he means people who pick and choose which bits of a religious book they like they're not all the way into the reason camp because they're still holding to dogma, but they're not all the way into the dogma camp because they're not holding to dogma fully. And so I understand what he means by that. But I also think that, people within a given religion are the people to help reform it and help move it along towards a gentler interpretation. So I'm pleased that you don't think that we all deserve to be burned in hell for our lack of agreement on certain topics. And I do appreciate you you ringing in, coming up to speak to us.
But so I started off with consciousness, and the reason that I brought that up is I feel that there is consciousness that goes beyond humans, that goes beyond galaxies, that goes beyond universes. And I understand it's a personal experience. It's like trying to explain color to someone who has never seen color. It's impossible to do, right?
So what's the evidence for that, though?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say is evidence like that is really, really hard to explain. It's just something that each of us individually can feel, but also, like, for example, my great-grandfather when he was 40, he would go into meditation. As I said, my ancestors were Indians, so there's a lot of meditation in our culture. And through meditation, he was able to achieve certain levels where he could do things that are not scientifically explainable. One of the things that he did was when he was 40, he said, I have been given 30 years to live. And I'll give you one guess as to when he died, which was 70. But when he was 70, he said, I am given 15 more years to live, but I will not take them because things are going to happen that I will not be able to bear. And he said, I'm declining the 15 years. After that, he got sick and he died. And then soon after, his youngest son died. So there were things that were going to happen. So having had that in my own family and having had certain experiences myself, that's what gives me the faith that I have in God. And it's something that, as I said, I don't force it on anybody.
Sure.
But when you've had your own experiences like that, that's when you can get fully convinced because you've actually experienced something that most people do not.
Sam, as we wind things up, I would just say be mindful about attributing too much significance to personal experience, but for two reasons. One is that we have a tendency to just quietly forget in our own minds and not attribute significance to the personal experiences that don't support the beliefs we hold. So there's a sort of selection bias there, a sort of confirmation bias that all humans have. And then we also are too quick to, and you sound like you may not be too guilty of this, but many believers are too quick to write off the personal experiences of other people who hold religious views that are in contradiction to their own. Those personal experiences don't count, but mine do because they affirm the things that I believe. So those are the things we need to be a bit careful of.
Yeah.
But Sam, we're gonna move it on if you don't mind, because we just have a few in the queue, and I just want to keep it moving along for people. But I do appreciate you coming up to talk to us, Sam.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right,
have a great day.
And you take it easy. Thanks. Okay, let's get onto the YouTube side. We had Earth was threatening to come in. and has now actually come in, which is great. And we're very pleased that Earth is coming in. So hopefully the tech is going to behave itself. Earth, are you there? Can you hear us? It'd be really disappointing after all of this. We can't actually communicate. Are you there, Earth?
Earth to Earth, do you hear us?
And if we're not hearing you, then what you might need to do is refresh your browser or go out and come back in with the same link again. Quite often it just works secondhand on the second time when it's renegotiated. I'll see if I can refresh your mic on here. Let's try that. Are you there, Earth? Sounds like possibly not. Okay. Well, that's a shame because we want to speak to you, Earth. We want to speak to you, but that is not working. Let me have a look at your audio equipment. No microphone selected. Let's see if we can do that. See, you're calling. Let's try get your mic refreshed. Right. No, we can't get any audio from you at the moment. So, Earth, if you're listening to this, please rejoin again. I'm going to drop the call here. Put the same link in again, and quite often, most of the time, it works the second time. It renegotiates the audio connection, and it should work to get you in. So do come back, Earth. We want to speak to you. And while we're waiting for Earth to come back, we'll bring in Ben from the TikTok side. There we go. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Just a quick question, are you an atheist? Or...
Yes. That's why I say this. Atheism makes more sense.
Yeah, but I've seen below Cohen, so I wasn't sure about that. So.
Why would I not be an atheist because I have the name Cohen?
Cohen, because Cohen is a holy thing, right?
I beg your pardon?
It is a holy thing.
It's a holy thing. Well, I don't believe in holy things.
Okay, that's okay. So, quick question for you: what is the reason that you feel that you do not feel that there is God or something? Have you ever did a seance, for instance?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's no evidence for any of this stuff. These are all just made up stories. And when it's okay to believe in magic when you're a kid, but when you become an adult, we should stop believing in magic.
I'm talking about seance. When
seances?
Seances, when the cup is actually moving on the board.
When people move, you mean like Victorian parlor tricks of like ringing bells and moving tables around and stuff? Come on, dude. First of all, that's got nothing to do with God.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about seance. Seance with a cup that actually moves
like a Ouija board, like spirit magic.
Exactly.
So first of all, it could be the case. Hang on. It could be the case that all of that stuff is true and real, and there's still no God. There's no connection between spirit magic and God. But it just turns out that all of that stuff isn't real. It's all nonsense.
So let me tell you something. You know that it doesn't work on, Friday evening and Saturday, the Ouija board, for instance.
It doesn't work on Friday evenings, Saturdays, Saturday evenings, Sundays, Mondays, Monday evenings, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays either. I've checked. It doesn't work anytime, dude. It's magic. It's silly nonsense. They're children's games, my friend. It's the idiomotor effect. Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
The idiomotor effect is when people are moving the glass.
I wouldn't offer you to do it because it is not allowed. But
not allowed by who?
It is not allowed, by the Jewish religion, for instance. You cannot ask for the death. But it is all over the internet, and you can see, it works. I can assure you. I've tried it once.
It doesn't work, dude. Ouija boards don't work, my friend. Come on, look, dude. You sound like you're not 14. Ouija boards don't work. It's made up nonsense. It's twaddle. This stuff was disproved centuries ago. We had an enlightenment.
Quick question: Do you celebrate Passover?
No, it's horrible. Passover is a ritual in which the collateral damage of war is celebrated, where the death of innocent children are tokenized and celebrated. What an absolutely horrible nonsense. And also, the Israelites were never enslaved to the Egyptians. That's now being demonstrated to be a false story by the archaeological record. So, no, I do not celebrate Passover, no.
So you're saying that you celebrate something that never happened?
Yes, that is a celebration of something that didn't happen. And it's also a celebration if it had happened, or even if we're just commemorating the story, it's celebrating the misery of innocent people who had plagues and punishments inflicted on them because of the actions of another man. It's disgusting.
Right.
Ben, you do know that John is not religiously Jewish at all, correct?
No. I'm just saying. Do you celebrate the July 4th?
I don't celebrate July 4th either because I'm in the United Kingdom.
Okay, your Independence Day. Sorry. Do you celebrate it?
I don't have an Independence Day. The United Kingdom doesn't have an Independence Day.
You guys do have a 4th of July, though. That's a fact.
You do not have 4th of July or something. No celebration all year, right? That's what you're saying?
I celebrate my son's birthday. Does that count?
So you celebrate for something that actually happened because,
yes.
It is your son is actually,
because he exists, yeah.
I don't know, 7, 8 or something. So you celebrate.
Yeah, because he's not a made-up story.
Exactly. So do you think that, the Passover is made-up story?
Yes, the Passover is a made-up story, yes. And it's a horrible story too.
Do you read Hebrew?
No, I don't.
You do not
funnily enough, I did when I was a lot younger. I did read a bit of Hebrew when I was a bit younger, but I don't.
Because I care about what's going on with you especially, and the point is that if you actually know Hebrew, I could show you a lot of things, right? Like let's say in Genesis and so forth, that you wouldn't believe. Like
you're going to show me things in Genesis that I can't believe, but only if I read Hebrew.
Code in the context, but it is easy. Code in the text itself. Code in the text itself when you jump between letters.
Oh, the number codes, dude! This is like a time warp, and we've woken up in 1985. Number codes in the Bible have also been disproved. You can find number codes in Moby Dick. You can find them in a decent cookbook too.
Let me finish with your permission, my friend. So you know what is that Torah, right?
Yes, I know what the Torah is, yes.
So Bereshit is actually the first word, right? Bereshit is the first word in Genesis, right?
Right.
So it ends with the letter Taf, right?
I'm not impressed by Bible codes and number codes.
What I'm trying to tell you that is actually reiterated in all 5 books.
I don't care.
So show me in the book that you actually just mentioned right now, and you claim that it's actually, you can see the code also there that it actually happened in 5 books in the same order: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and so on and so forth. And you can see the Torah actually written with, like, you can actually count 49 letters. The 50, right? It is Vav.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
I know that you think that your Bible codes are special, but people have demonstrated prophecies and coded messages in Moby Dick, War and Peace, Harry Potter. Researchers have found assassinations, political events, celebrity deaths, and moon landings, all in non-religious texts using the same techniques that Bible code proponents use. This stuff was debunked 20, 30, 40 years ago. This is not good. This is just silly, my friend.
I should have show you like one-on-one, and open the book for you and show you one on one. By the way, this word, how many years actually exists? This word. I'm talking about the current instance.
Sorry, what are you asking? How many what, sorry?
The current instance of the word.
Of the world?
The current instance, world, yes. The current instance. How many years do you think it is?
How many years?
Yes, how many years?
I mean, about a good few billion.
Sure. So what I can tell you is according to, your religion, my religion.
Don't say my religion, because I don't have a religion. I have an ethnic background. I'm an ethnic Jew, which means that I come from an ethnic Jewish background, but I don't have a religion. I've explicitly disavowed all religion.
Sorry. I didn't try to offend anyone.
No, I'm not offended. So just clarifying.
Okay, absolutely. I appreciate that. So 5,000, right? 786 years. But, as you know, right, if you read, deeply in, the Hebrew, books, you can see that God actually create and destroy words. Create and destroy. So the recent instance is 5,000, right? 786 years. But before there were a lot of, other instances that were actually destroyed.
And the evidence of this is what?
That you got, right? All the bones that you find from dinosaurs, right? 100 million years ago.
The fossil record for dinosaurs doesn't show that there were other worlds created and destroyed. It just shows that there were life forms on this Earth that existed and then died out at points in history. In fact, the fossil record comprehensively debunks Genesis, as does the rest of science, and that's the reason why we can say confidently that it's a load of nonsense.
You're almost right, but you miss one thing. The oldest tree on Earth. How older? The oldest tree on Earth that's found.
I think the oldest tree on Earth is a few thousand years old, if I remember rightly. There is a.
It is about five something.
Yeah.
Did you ask yourself all of a sudden why is not 6? Why is not 7? Why is 5? Why?
No, that's a silly argument because it's got to be some number, hasn't it? Is your argument that the oldest tree on Earth being dated to a few thousand years old proves that's the hang on, I haven't finished my question yet. Is your argument that the presence of the oldest tree on Earth being a few thousand years old demonstrates that that's the age of the Earth itself?
No.
I
didn't say that.
Okay, so why do we care about the oldest tree?
I'm talking about John. I'm talking about
numerology.
I'm talking about the recent instance of the word.
There is only one instant. We don't have any reason to think that there's been any other instances of the world.
But it is written explicitly, John. You cannot actually disregard everything.
I can disregard stuff when it goes against knowledge that is hard won by the efforts of people being led by reason and evidence.
That was my first question, John. What actually makes you believe that there weren't other instances, as it is actually written explicitly that God actually create and destroy.
Yeah, but the Bible is also written. The Bible also writes explicitly in Leviticus that rabbits chew the cud and rock badgers chew the cud. It's another mistake. I don't care what it says in the Bible. I care what's true.
Rabbits what?
It says in the Bible that rabbits chew the cud. It's just false. It says that rock badgers chew the cud. It's false. It says that insects have 4 legs. It's false. The Bible is full of false things. So why should I care what it says in the Bible?
Why would you say that? Are you positive that they are talking about the same insect that's written in the Bible versus the reality today?
There are no insects with 4 legs. The Bible just makes an anatomical mistake about insects. amongst many other mistakes it makes. This is the point I'm making. Hang on, Ben. For us to care what it says in the Bible, we need to first hang on, Ben. For us to care what it says in the Bible, we would need to first establish a reason for caring what it says in the Bible. And when I look at the Bible, I see the writings of pre-scientific, superstitious people thousands of years ago who didn't know where the sun goes at night. The smartest person in the world would have known less about reality than your average 7 or 8-year-old knows now. This is not a source of knowledge and understanding about reality. It's a source of myth, of cultural understanding of the time, of history in terms of traditions and the things that people believed and thought, and the way that mythology was woven into the history. That's what we can learn from it. It's a piece of literature. It's not a science book.
It is not history book. It is not a science book. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. It's just kind of a law book, if you will.
A law book.
So a law book. For instance, right, in the second or third chapter, right, Noah, right, it says toward the end of the chapter of Noah, right, it says there are 7 rules that all the other people, but the Jewish, because we have 613, as you know, John, must actually do. And one of them, it is, for instance, right, do not actually take an organ from a live animal, right, and it is actually a sin. The meaning is that you have to kill the animal before you use it, right?
Ben, let's focus up. Let's focus up because we're meandering all over the place. Before we draw this to a close, what is the point you're actually trying to make? Yes, the Torah contains laws. Some of them might be sensible. Some of them are bloody idiotic. Some of them involve having to kill gay people. Some of them are about,
It doesn't say that.
It does absolutely says that.
It says that, whoever actually do what you just said.
Yeah.
It doesn't say gay people to kill. There is no any evidence like this at all.
It does. It says you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And then
I'm telling you.
And then in Leviticus 20, it says, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. That is a law to kill gay men for loving who they want to love. Disgusting. So I don't care what the laws are. You can unmute yourself now. I muted you so I could make the point there because we were over talking a bit. Why should I care what these laws are in this book? It gets the science wrong, so don't care about the science. It gets the laws morally wrong, so don't care about the laws.
I think there is no conflict between the science and the Old Testament, my friend.
There is no what, sorry?
There is no conflict.
There is no conflict between science and the Old Testament, apart from the fact that it says the entire world was made in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago, and that the plants were made before the sun.
And the what?
And that plants were made before the sun.
But John, that's actually the thing that there is a difference, and I go a little bit deep here. There is a difference in the way that it's actually written, because what it says there, right? There are several descriptions, and it doesn't say there that actually God created the sun. I don't know what is the translation that you're looking at, but not in Hebrew. It doesn't say that.
It gives us a sequence for the events of creation, and it's ridiculous. It's completely silly. It says nothing about. I looked for the Bible about where it talks about accretion discs. Couldn't find the passage anywhere. These are just the ramblings of Bronze Age goat herders who didn't know anything about anything. Why should we take any of this stuff seriously? It's time to throw these books away and engage with reality like grown-ups.
Absolutely. I agree with you. If you were right, I would be the first one to do what we just said. But let me do one thing. With your permission.
Last point, because we're going to draw this to a close, Ben, because we're all over the place.
I don't want to waste your time, but I care about you a lot. The point is, do you have an email that I can write you down, drop you an email, and show you some things also in Hebrew that you can actually see what I'm referring to? Is that okay with you? You have an email that I can actually
you can email me. You can email me at john@unconvincedbook.com. But the thing is, I'm not really that interested. I've been doing this for 25, 30 years. There's nothing you're going to email me that I haven't seen before.
Okay, so let me try. If you have nothing to lose, why do you care? Let me try.
You can email if you want. I get lots of email. It's not a problem.
It is a science process. Let's do it. Let's go for it. And it won't take long. It will take about 60 seconds from your time, not more than that.
Right,
but I can
email him. He gave you his address. Just email him.
So you can email me what you want, and
where is your email? Okay, I'll find it. Although
you can find it. It's linked on all my stuff. I'm not a difficult person to get in touch with. So
absolutely, I appreciate that, and thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated.
All right, Ben.
Thank you.
All right, litraot. Bye bye. Okay, there we go. That was Ben. All right, Earth is back. So let's try and get Earth in. Hopefully, second time it works. Let's see if it does. Earth, are you there? Seems like not the second time either. We would love to speak to you, Earth, but your microphone isn't working. So you're going to need to get that sorted out. And once you do, then we can have a conversation. At the moment, there's no microphone connected. There's no audio device connected to this call. And with that being the case, there's nothing I can do to speak to you. So keep on trying, and we'll be very, very happy to get you up once you get your tech side sorted out. Okay, let's get in. It looks like Kimu Sin on the TikTok. Hello there. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I hope I didn't massacre your name too badly, but welcome in.
It's fine. So on atheism, so I'd like to talk about morality.
Sure.
So could you say atheism makes more sense?
Yeah.
Just want to, I guess, ask for your opinion on this, on morality as a whole. So,
sure.
Do you believe that murdering, or should I say, killing innocent people is objectively wrong?
No. I don't think there's such a thing as things being objectively wrong. I think every time we define something as wrong, this is a conversation we have at least 3 times a week. Every time you call something wrong, what you're really doing is you're expressing the fact that you don't think it's how people ought to behave to each other. It's a little bit more than just your own personal dislike. It's that you think that we ought to behave to each other in a certain way. There's a way that you would like to see people behave, and that you think things would be better if people behaved that way, and that you're expressing your opinion about a moral obligation that you think people should have. That's what it means. And it's definitionally subjective. You're saying that when you say it's wrong, you're saying you want people to not do it, and you think that it would be better if people didn't do it. That's what that means.
Important to add, a God existing wouldn't even solve that problem, because you'd still start with your own personal value judgment that you prefer to defer your morality to that God's, and that God having a stance on the issue is just giving his subjective opinion as well. Like if a God declared "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Ashley is a great song, it would still be an opinion because it's a stance of a mind. Something that is otherwise subjective doesn't magically become objective just because a deity, whether it's Thor, Yahweh, Shiva, or whoever, expresses the opinion.
Okay, that's an interesting point. I just want to go back to your point, John. I'm not sure if that's your name, but
yeah, John and Sean. How you doing?
Okay. So I kind of forgot what you say. I think you were saying that it's more of like personal like or dislike, right? Like you cannot say that you or you ought to do something. And basically, there's
I wasn't
nothing
saying that you
can.
can't say that you ought to do something. I was saying that when we say that you ought to do something, we're just we're expressing a view. We're expressing what we think about that, which is the same thing that a religious person does when they claim that morality is vested in a god. They are also expressing the view that you ought to do what God wants, and that is in itself just as subjective as the view I'm expressing.
Okay. So just a thought experiment, okay? Let's say, I don't know, every human on Earth finds it okay to torture innocent babies. I don't know, just extreme example, just to basically stress test that idea.
Yeah.
If everyone approves that, except you, do you think that it's like you'd be like, oh, because everyone else
no? So you're confusing objectivity with unanimity. You're confusing consensus with reality. It could be the case that everyone in the world thinks that torturing children for fun is right. I would still think it was wrong because I've got a principle, which is that I think causing pain is undesirable. I don't want pain, and I don't want my fellow sentient beings to have pain. And that's enough of a basis for me to judge any action and say, if it's going to lead to pain, I don't like it. And that's what I call wrong. So I don't have to, right and wrong doesn't have to follow majority opinion. It isn't about that. There was a time when most people in the world accepted slavery. It didn't make it right.
Yeah.
It was still wrong even then. And that's why these arguments to defend the Bible God don't work, because the Bible God commands all of these terrible things, gives all of these terrible commands, and people justify it by saying, but that was the norm back then. That's what everyone did back then. That doesn't make it right. It just means everyone back then had crappy morals with respect to that particular thing. And we know better now. We know better now because we've been able to have better morals.
We can actually pose that question to you. So as humanists, we can never accept, just definitionally, unnecessary suffering being imposed on somebody else. But my question to you, if God, because you talked about torturing babies, if God said torturing babies is good, or it was in God's nature, however the semantics work out, but if it was God's position that torturing babies is moral, would you consider it moral?
But I don't think that God would have that.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Hypothetically, you said if that's part of God's nature.
Yep. Because you're just defining good as whatever's in God's. No, I didn't ask you if it's a possibility. If God, so you're basically just defining good as whatever is in God's nature. As long as an action fits that description, by your definition, it is by definition good. So if it's in his nature to torture babies, then that would by definition be good. Now you said it's impossible. Is there some sort of logical contradiction here?
If that's the question, then yes. But the thing is that would never be possible because
what would make it impossible?
By how you define. Sorry?
What would make it, is it impossible because torturing babies is bad?
Yes, because I think God is all loving and that's not.
Yeah. So torturing babies is bad. God would never do what's bad. Therefore, God would never condone torturing babies. So what you did is you've conceded that it's bad independent of whatever God says. So you're not defining good as whatever God says. It's bad unto itself. Therefore, God would not say that torturing babies is bad. That's the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, are you saying that morality can be objective without God?
No. What I'm giving you I did a backdoor at the Euthyphro dilemma on you. So basically, the Euthyphro dilemma addresses divine command theory that God is the perfect arbiter of good. So the question is it good because God says so, or does God say so because it's good? If it's good because God says so, that would include anything, any atrocity, torturing babies, whatever. If God says so, it becomes good. But what your position was in that case, when I posed that to you, is God says so because it's good. And if that's the case, that means it's good independent of God's stance, which means there's some other criteria for establishing good that isn't God's nature.
Okay, let's say I'm willing to concede that. Let's put God aside, and I just want to know from atheist, a perspective. Do you believe in my question is? Do you believe in objective morality?
So
Independent of God.
The important distinction here is there's not an atheist position on morality. There's the philosophy of ethics, and atheism doesn't have a moral stance. And also, there are some atheists like John and myself who believe that morality is subjective. There are others like Ian, who's well known on TikTok, Sam Harris, Tom Jump, and many others who hold that morality is objective, and they have secular arguments for it. That's a philosophical position, not a theological one.
So people like Sam Harris, I think they're more like realist atheists, right? Like they still believe in objective.
Yeah, they still believe in objective morality,
and objective moralities based on I guess the overall well-beings of humanity or the human race, and they derive moralities.
Well, we do too. We do too. We just think on technical merit, it's subjective, but it's important. Yeah, it's important to note that what you're right now, you're kind of addressing John and I's personal philosophical stance on morality. It's not a theological position. There's not an atheist position on morality. There's not even a theist position on morality. Technically, I have spoken with at least one Christian that I can remember that in his view also morality is subjective. So it's not a theological debate, it's a philosophical one.
But let me just color in a bit of the detail in this for you in a way that might possibly help you, right? Because this is not to say that there's no framework by which acts can be considered to be right or wrong in an objective way. The way I think about this, and Sean does, is that if you have a particular principle or goal that you're trying to achieve, that principle or goal is a subjective choice. That's your kind of starting point. Now, I don't know what kind of, if you believe in a God, may I ask what God do you believe in?
That's why I'm not necessarily a religious person, though.
Okay.
But I do, yeah. But that's why I wanted to that's why at the beginning I asked for your thought on morality, because for me it seems counterintuitive.
Well, I want to flesh this out for you. So say somebody believes in a God, say it's the Christian God, and they believe that God is the author of all that is moral. And they believe subjectively that the moral thing to do then is to behave in accordance with this God. That's a subjective choice they make. And then after that subjective preference has been established, every action they look at can be objectively measured against that standard of doing God's will, right? God says slavery is good, therefore slavery is fine. God says, parents stoning their kids to death is good, parents stoning their kids to death is fine. And that's how they work, right? God says gay people bad, gay people must be bad. Everything is defined as being good because it fits in with what they have subjectively chosen as their measuring stick for goodness. That's how we all work. It's subjective from the beginning, but it's objective afterwards. So for me, I work exactly the same way. I have a subjective preference, which is I think that it's desirable to minimize suffering. As a general principle, I just think minimizing suffering is a thing to aim for. I think that suffering of people and creatures is not a good thing. It's not something I want. So I subjectively choose that as my standard. And then I get to be really, really super objective after that about whether any given action is right or wrong. So I'll say cutting the feet off babies is objectively wrong with respect to my stated goal of minimizing suffering. So can you see how the ethical framework I'm spelling out here is both objective and subjective? It's objective in that any given action can be seen to be objectively either in line or not in line with my subjectively chosen outcome that I'm aiming for.
I see. So you decide to be subjective, and then you're, I guess, and then you go objective after that.
Yeah, you don't decide to be subjective. You just are. Everyone is. Everyone has a preference. So somebody's preference might be pleasing God, and that's their subjective preference that they like, that they want. is every bit as subjective as mine. This notion that religious people have some objective ethics is to completely ignore the fact that they've subjectively chosen to follow that particular framework for objective ethics.
So if you just are, then that means that there's no other choices, right? That means there's the only way to be.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's the only way to be, because you could change your mind. You could wake up one morning whereas previously the most important thing in your life was avoiding suffering, you could wake up one morning and think, okay, now I want to cause suffering. And at that point, you'd have an inversion in your framework of what was objectively right. At that point, cutting the feet off babies would seem ethical, because you'd be like, okay, well, this is in line with what I think that's right. What I think a well-lived life is one where you cause as much pain to people as you possibly can. And then it would become ethical in that worldview, objectively, to do all of those horrific things, right? That's kind of what religion often does, because it frames obedience to God as the most important thing, and then you get ISIS. That's what they're doing. Those people who are flying planes into buildings and putting heads on stakes are just trying to do what they think is right, which is pleasing God. And they look in the book, and the book says, kill the infidels, and the book says certain things, and they follow what it does, and to them, they're just being ethical.
Yeah. Not sure if that's the best way to go about life, because it seems like we can flip opinion sort of like randomly, and we can be right all the time. But I feel like we're still using some objectivities here to evaluate, or like to look back and see what is wrong and what is.
I've granted
bad,
that,
right?
we are. We're using.
When we look back in history, we know slavery is bad, but when we say it's bad, like by what standard, right? So
by the standard of not wanting to cause people suffering, by the standard of recognizing that when you take autonomy away from people, that causes suffering. And so it's very simple. If your starting point is don't cause suffering, the rest works itself out automatically. You automatically get to don't have slavery, don't be racist, treat children kindly, don't have, don't commit sexual assault. All of these things follow from one simple axiom: don't create suffering, don't do things that make people suffer. It's pretty simple.
Isn't that an argument for there's only one way to be, I guess, like how do you say it? Because we are basing everything on human suffering and the overall well-being of humanity. Then at some point we're gonna converge to some shared or agreed upon share of values, right? So moral values. So I think without God you can even I think the argument here is you can have objective morality just based on like the fact that you want to minimize pains and suffering and maximize.
But that's still a subjective value judgment. Caring. There's no objective ought to care about well-being. There's also no objective ought to care to give a flip what any God has to say about morality, and I genuinely don't.
Okay.
So it starts with a personal value. So I do value the well-being of others. I don't value dictates from deity X, and I don't care which deity it is. I just don't value, and even if these deities existed, I'm still going to evaluate behaviors based on how the effect they have on others. That's just my value. Now, others may believe in God X, whether it's Yahweh or whoever, and they value, ISIS is an example, that God's dictates over the well-being of others, and that's what they prioritize, and those are divine command theorists. But they're still starting with their personal value. Now, once you have that value in place, you can objectively evaluate whether an action is a sin. You can objectively evaluate whether an action causes unnecessary harm, etc. So in both cases, you start with a subjective basis, and then you can have objective measures of whether behaviors meet or go against achieving your subjective goal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. So it's like if you have like two religions and let's say A and says one thing, B says the opposite thing, then there's no resolution to that, right? Because
well, yeah, I mean that's correct. Yeah, if there is no resolution in that case because they both are divine command theorists, and they either believe in different gods or they disagree about what that God wants. But the main point is that even if that God exists, it's still a subjective preference that we should defer to that God. That's still a personal value, one that I don't hold, but others do, and so it all comes down to what we value. Now, most of us have a biological capacity to feel empathy, and we have to live in shared societies. So most of us have, at least to some extent, humanism, meaning caring about the well-being of others and seeing how actions affect the well-being of others as part of our overall calculus. Like, for example, lying is a sin in the Bible, right? But if you ask any Christian in 1930s Germany, if an SS guy knocks on your door and asks if you have any Jews here, the only moral thing to do would be to disobey the dictate, to lie, right? So that is sort of humanism, and I'm sure they can go, well, this one Bible verse, God said it's okay to lie to save a person, but they're going to fit that in their narrative because I think whether they admit it or not, most Christians are also affected by humanism and they'll interpret their Bible through it. But that's a separate conversation. Either way, divine command theory and humanism are subjective bases from which to move our moral compass.
Yeah. I think we'll probably draw things to a bit of a close there, I think. Because I think we've hammered this one for a while, haven't we?
Yeah. I just realized that because it's, as long as it's mind dependent, and I think it's always subjective. I think it's not like you have a
bingo
rock that exists, then even without a mind, the rock objectively exists, right? So
that's exactly right.
You got it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thanks. Just coming up here and asking some curious and asking some questions. Yeah.
Thank you for asking the right questions and being open to listening to the answers. We appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks, man. Keep well.
All right, thanks, guys.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Good stuff. Nice guest. We had some good ones today. Okay, I'm going to read some super chats before we get too behind on those. And then we'll get the next guest in when we have one. At the moment, the call queues are empty. So if you want to come up and speak to us, you know what to do. Just do the things. And then we would love to have you. Okay, Tim said, God wanted pork rinds, but forbade swine. That's why he needed foreskins. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess so, Tim. And David said, this is about Grippy. Grippy lacks a grip on reality or logic. This guy is one dumb MF. Yes, Grippy wasn't the sharpest tool in the box, unfortunately. There we are. And Rodblow, nice to see, said, my take, if most of humanity didn't aim its desires and intentions for an afterlife, evolution could grant the longevity and potential that inspires us right there. That's interesting. If most of humanity didn't aim its desires and intentions for an after... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, let's focus on the one life we know we have, right? What a waste of a life to spend the few decades that you have fixating on the infinite number of decades you're probably not going to have when you finish having the few that you do have. Seems a bit silly to me. And David said, Grippy, I never thought I could get such joy out of listening to such stupid people. Oops. I just don't understand how God did such a monumentally crappy job of making humans. I know what you mean, David. We're not all, let's say, gifted in that area. Yeah, Grippy was not bringing it in a particularly good way, but maybe God was having an off day that day. And Buzz says, I really want to play mini clip 8-ball while I listen, but I like being in the chat stirring up shit too much. Decisions hard, but live day equals good day. Well, thanks, Buzz. We love having you around, so thank you for that. And Buzz again says, Islam is Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy Part 3. I've been told off for saying Goat Herders by Niddy. I apologize if I caused any offense saying that. It just seemed to me, a book written by people in a time where nobody really knew anything about much, really. isn't a source of knowledge about how things operate. I see Earth has come back in again. I would really love to get Earth up. I'm looking on the audio settings. It still looks like there may not be a sound device set there. So we will... I'll try Earth in a minute. I'll read a couple more messages and then we'll try Earth again for the third time. But I fear things may not work out well. Let's see what happens. Buzz said, I read it in 3 languages. It's BS in all of them. Yeah, I guess the Bible, because for those who don't know, Buzz was at seminary, I believe, and studying to do that stuff. So I agree. It doesn't start making sense when you switch language. Bria was pretty special. David says, Bria, thank you, John. I forget there are imbeciles out there. Important to remember. I don't like calling people names, and I'm not going to do it here. Bria's performance will speak for itself. Let's leave it at that. And then Tim said, for Ems to say, this is CNN, please. Yeah, everyone loves Ems' voice, and we can understand why, because it's absolutely legendary. Buzz also said, accountant can't account for his own BS. Well, yes, I felt a bit sorry for him. I think he was just a bit out of his depth. And when he said that the Quran was written before the Bible, that was a turning point in the conversation for me. It was like, okay, at that point, it kind of, you don't want to be being cruel to someone. He was sweet enough. He was just very, very, very ill-informed. And Miko sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thanks, Miko. I really appreciate that. That's really, really super kind. Much, much appreciated. A couple more and we'll get Earth in, or we'll try. Hotep said, it's a cosmic fairy tale for adults, catastrophic fantasy with magical physics violations, impossible biology, eternal moral absurdity, and social collapse wrapped in mythic flair. I love this. Zombie brains versus science. Good super chat. I love that a lot. That's absolutely right. Nails it. That's exactly what it is. I call it wizard stuff. You're arguing for wizard stuff. Stop. All very silly. Last one. Buzz said, if he doesn't believe in hell, he's not a Muslim. Yeah, fair enough. I think that's probably right. The Quran is fairly specific about the consequences for non-belief for people like Sean and me. We're heading for the flames. Sounds really, really fun. Okay, let's try for the next time to try to get Earth in, but I don't see an audio device connected, so I'm not sure it's going to work. Earth, are you there? I think possibly not again, for the same reason as previously. It looks to me, Earth, a little bit like, I'm not sure what device you're using to connect, whether you're connecting on a computer that doesn't have a microphone attached or something like that. But yeah, the basics to have a conversation on here are that you need to have the devices capable of making that happen. I'll just see. Yeah, there are no microphones available in the equipment list for your connection, which tells me you don't have a microphone attached, which tells me we won't be able to hear you, which tells me this isn't going to work. So sadly, we did want to speak to you, and we still do want to speak to you, Earth, but figure out the tech and come back up, and we'll be able to do that.
By
then.
the way, these cheap plug-in earbuds like I'm using here, like I think this was like $11 or something like that. It's got a microphone here, earbud there. I mean, you don't even need a fancy setup. Just
it's simple stuff. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to bring in Jumbo on the TikTok side. Welcome in, Jumbo.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Excellent.
I don't want to keep you very long, but I want to address some things that are not very clear to me.
Sure.
So, how do you explain fine-tuning argument if God doesn't exist?
I think the fine-tuning argument is silly, because the fine-tuning argument is essentially a probability argument, wherein it says that things like the natural the physical constants and various natural laws about the universe are such that if they were different, the universe would be different. Like if the gravitational constants were different, planets might not be able to form in the same way. Or if the strong nuclear force was different, matter might not be able to form in the same way. But the problem with probability arguments is that you need to know what the possibility space is. You need to know how many different ways there are of the universe being configured. What different values could those things have? And everyone making a fine-tuning argument has no clue. what the answer to that question is. So they are asserting things like the chances of this being exactly how it is are a billion, bazillion, quadrillion to 1. They have absolutely no clue. It could be the case that it's a brute fact of nature that these physical constants just are what they are. In the same way that you might say it's a brute fact of nature that a God exists. That it's just a fact of reality is that there's a magical mind that likes creating universes and enjoys the smell of roasting flesh and the occasional foreskin. That might be your position. That would be asserted as a brute fact. I'm entitled to say, until you can show that the physical constants and all of these things that comprise the fine-tuning arguments could be different, you haven't got an argument.
And I got one more question. So, how do you explain why is there something rather than nothing?
Well,
I don't know.
I think there being something is probably a necessary condition of reality. I don't think it's possible for there to be nothing, and there's no way to think that there could be, and there's no way to try to come up with a reason for there being something, because whatever reason you come up with, let's say you come up with there's a God and that's your explanation, you haven't answered anything. You've just relocated your question from the thing you're trying to explain, which is physical reality, to the God. I can then say, well, why is there a God rather than no God? Then you'd have to make up another God to have made that God. And it's just silly. It's a silly question. And it's also a question which just may not be answerable. So I answer it, as Sean said, by saying, I don't know. I don't know why there's something rather than nothing. I'm not convinced that nothing is even a possibility.
It could just be that there is no why. It could be a brute fact. I don't know.
That's right. Yeah. I just think that God is a catastrophically bad candidate explanation for any of the questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your time.
Sure. Thank you for your time too. Appreciate you calling in, Jumbo. Thanks. Okay, we will say goodbye to Jumbo. Well, that was at least succinct and to the point, wasn't it? We came in, asked a question, we gave an answer, and he left. I like that. Nice clean edges.
That was interesting. Usually there's follow-up or counterpoints, or he just wanted reason one, wanted the reason for this other thing.
Absolutely.
Hey, I got answers.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get Theosophical Wanderings in next. We'll just read a couple more super chats just again so they don't fall off the end of the stack and not get read, because then I feel like a terrible person. People have taken the time to send them, of course. Relax with Russell, ASMR. Loving that. I love me a bit of ASMR. I don't like the ones where they're doing like weird role plays and stuff, but I like the sort of crinkly noises and the binaural microphones recording sounds in interesting ways. I do like that stuff. Have done for years. Says, so you just pick and choose and adopt what you like and ignore what you don't like and try to sound deep. Yawn. Boring caller has no interest in truth. I'm trying to remember who that was for. I can't now quite remember. But yeah, a lot of picking and choosing going on, Russell. A lot of picking and choosing going on. And the Knights Who Say Ni said, if you don't pay your exorcist, are you repossessed? Bum bum. Bum bum. Joke of the day. Goes to the Knights Who Say Ni. Very, very good. And Zoxan says, your videos caused me to believe that I should support you in some small ways. I had no control over this super chat. Sorry. Well, thank you for being inevitably carried along by your will, or by reality rather, to make that gesture. I appreciate it very, very much indeed. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, we'll just check the queue here. Okay, we'll get Theosophical Wanderings in. We have 11 calls on the bingo. So we're just going to quickly hit that, and then we'll get Theosophical in. Thank you for waiting, Theosophical, because we've got some business to do here. Let's have a look what we've got. We're killing it on the bingo today, people. This is very impressive. Anonymous Pie called Crash Out for Bria. She really did crash out. That's going on the Crash Outs of the Year list. There's the Crash Out. I'm definitely going to do a compilation at the end of the year of the best Crash Outs of the year. I'm actually looking forward to it. That's coming in December. And Buzz also called Crash Out, but just afterwards. And Upshot, good to see you, Upshot, called No Morality Without God for Bria. Bria was wild. She was one of the wildest we've had on for a while. And Upshot also called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist for Bria. To be honest, Bria was such a hot mess that I think you could call anything for her and I'd just agree to it because it was so hard to keep track of the complete nonsense that was coming from her. Upshot also called Look at the Trees. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Buried in amongst the whack job conspiracy theories and tinfoil hat modelling was some sort of design argument as well. Ash Wild called Personal Experience of God for Nez. That is fair and valid. I think that is absolutely right. And Ash also called How Do You Account for Logic for Nez, which is absolutely right as well. We're going to do this, folks. This is looking really good. Buzz called Fine Tuned Universe for DMC, which is good. Ash called You Send Yourself to Hell for us. I suppose he didn't explicitly say it. He just said the Quran punishes non-belief. So the You Send Yourself to Hell is a response that theists give when you say this text says I go to hell for non-belief, and they say you're sending yourself there. So I'm not going to allow this for that one because he didn't explicitly say that. He just said the Quran says it. So we'll hold back on that one because someone may yet say it today and we wouldn't want it wasted, would we? And Ashwild said, read it in context for Ben. That is fair. We did get that. And finally, the last one is C said, I'll pray for you for Ben. Did Ben say I'll pray for you? I don't remember him.
Recall that.
I don't recall Ben saying that. I remember him saying, I'll email you, which is sort of similar in a funny kind of way, a slightly different modality of comms. I'm going to hold back on I'll pray for you because quite often the believers throw that in as a little grenade as they're on the way out the door. I'll pray for you, and in it comes. So we'll hold it back. So that means, people, we have Jesus fulfilled prophecy, I'll pray for you, and you send yourself to hell to go to get a full board today. That's very, very exciting. And of course, as you know, we now have an award at the end of the show for the most calls on the bingo. So I can't quite see who's leading, but we'll find out later. It's going to be very, very exciting. Okay, as promised, we'll get Theosophical Wanderings in, who we have spoken to before. Theosophical Wanderings. Welcome in.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, welcome back.
Good. Hold on one second. I'm actually on the road. Wink, wink. So I got like a few minutes here. I just wanted to say a couple things really fast.
Can I just check on the road doesn't mean driving?
Well, now that you said it.
Yeah, if you're driving, can you call us back when you're not driving? Because we can't speak to you if you are. So
well,
we
would
would
have to let the cat out of the bag. We could have been fine.
Yeah, but we would have
Bluetooth.
we would have heard it. No, we can't live and drive, dude. So sorry. Please call us back when you reach wherever you're going. We'd love to talk to you, but we can't speak to you while you're driving. If something happened, I would never forgive myself, and it would be bad. So can't do that. So sorry, but we'd love to talk to you. So get wherever you're going and call us back. Okay. Let's see. We've got INFJ Writer, who we have also spoken to before. We'll bring them in right now.
Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, okay.
Good. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a slightly different angle on this. As you know, I probably generally have the same opinion of you about religion.
Yep.
Right, that it's a lot of nonsense and all that, and it's harmful. Right?
Yeah.
But my fear is that you're kind of, I don't know exactly your stance on this, but just let me put this to you, that there's a danger in throwing out religion. It's like a conflation between that and spirituality. Because I don't think the scientific worldview is enough, basically. And I think the concept of God is not, or the proper concept of God, right, is not, a supernatural entity that created us. But it's like part of the higher consciousness of the mind. It's in us, our God, I feel. What I believe is God. Does that make any sense?
Not an enormous amount, if I'm honest. I mean, the thing is, look, we're not throwing out anything. We're just saying we think our beliefs should be evidence-based. And then anything that isn't evidence-based shouldn't be accepted until there's evidence for it. That's just a sensible position to take on anything, on everything globally. You know, if somebody said, you know, your partner's cheating on you, you would want evidence for it. If somebody said you should invest in this fund or this thing or buy these shares, you'd want some evidence as to why. We go through our lives with the understanding that smart people apportion beliefs to evidence, and if you want your actions to be good, you base your actions on sound thinking. And this whole arena is taken to be sort of immune to the application of sound thinking. And so I'm just making the claim that it shouldn't be. There's no reason why it should be. And when you apply sound thinking to this stuff, it crumbles to dust. So I guess it just depends on whether one is bothered about one's beliefs being true or not. I mean, I am.
But don't you think there's some things that can't be evidenced but are still true?
Such as
yes,
what?
but there are certainly things that are true that we don't have evidence for. That's why we keep learning new things as we go. But the time to believe those things is only after the evidence presents itself.
Right. I mean, for example, let me give you an example. There might be a type of creature that swims at great depth in the ocean that has 3 eyes. Right? It's got 2 at the front and 1 at the back. Now, that might be true. I don't believe that that's true right now because there's no reason to believe it. It may, however, still be true. So its truth is a completely separate issue from whether it's justified to believe that it's true. And that, so when you say, you know, there might be things that are true but there's no evidence, yes, there might be. The 3-eyed fish might exist. It could be the case. But the time to believe it, as Sean says, is when someone catches one or we see one. And then we go, oh, okay. And then you've got the justification for believing it. Until then.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a different point. Like, you know, when people have deep, they'll call it like a spiritual experience or an awakening, right? And it doesn't have to be religious. It doesn't, like, I'm not religious. I don't, but I believe there's something in us, like the higher mind, that sort of craves the need, right? Which is a real need, but religions sort of do take it in, and then it gets sort of stuck as that's religious. So when you chuck out religious, you're chucking out that real spiritual higher mind kind of thing. Yeah, that's what
I don't know what you mean by higher mind. What makes that aspect of their mind higher versus lower?
Well, because you're on a higher plane. It's like if you're an awakened person, you're operating at a higher level, and you.
I don't think so. I think when you're relying on intuition and like woo-wee feelings. In my opinion, you're operating on a lower level. You're giving into your intuitions instead of using reason. Now, that's a subjective value judgment of how we should go about thinking about things. But something to keep in mind, we have hundreds of people who are watching us right now who have got along fine, even better without religion after they lost their religion. Can't we extend the same credit to the rest of humanity? I mean, we're not better than they are. If we can get along without religion and function well, maybe even function better than we were with religion, why couldn't the rest of humanity?
Well, firstly, got to say, do you know what intuition is? Because a lot of people don't.
I mean, on a deeper psychology level, no, but it's basically people having a feeling about things, about the truth of things, based on a gut feeling, and there's some things that play into intuition. But why does it matter? What are you getting at here?
It matters vastly because intuition it's not unreal, and it's not about feelings. It's not about emotions. It's described as a feeling because you get a sensation. It's basically you being able
unreliable.
No, it's you being able to see more of reality than a person that just relies on direct sense.
No, that's not what intuition is. Intuition is not you being able to see more of reality. Intuition is a feeling you have about what reality is, and sometimes intuitions are right, and sometimes intuitions are wrong. If you define intuition as seeing more of reality, that would be defining all intuitions as always being correct, and that's not the case. It's just not true.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong, because MBTI explains that. See, I'm an intuitive dominant. So I understand how the mind works in terms of sensing and intuition. Like what intuition does, right? It takes sensory information, it processes it in the subconscious, and it's pattern recognition, and it looks for truths that aren't available through direct sensory experience. So it's not seeing something that's not real.
That might be true, but people have intuitions that turn out to be false all the time. People say, I had a very strong intuition that this person wasn't trustworthy, and it turns out they were trustworthy. I had a very strong intuition that this was going to go wrong, and it went right. You cannot simply define intuition into correctness by saying that it tracks reality. It doesn't.
I'm afraid it does. If you're like me, if you're intuitive dominant, it's often right.
You're making a ridiculous claim right now, which is that everything that everyone has ever experienced intuitively must be correct. That's the implication of the claim you're making. It follows from what you're saying.
I'm saying it's more likely to be right than if someone who just relies on direct sensory experience, because I see the stupidity of people who just sense high sensing because they don't have much intuition. You're better off using intuition than discounting it because it's not perfect.
Okay, hold on. You're saying intuition versus sensory. So person A sees physically somebody following them. They even cross the street and start going the other direction, turn down some alleyways, uses logic and reason and their sensory perception, sees a person following them. Person B has not seen a person following them. They're not using their sensory perception, and they just have an intuition that somebody's following them. Which is more reliable?
Well, in that example, obviously sensing would be the key thing, but I'm talking about things that are not like that are direct sensory experiences like you're talking about. So it doesn't work.
How do you know how have you tested the reliability of intuition? Because I can name a ton of things that are unintuitive to me that are facts of reality. For example, time dilation. It makes absolutely no sense to me that the faster something travels relative to something else, the more time speeds up for them. Even though from their standpoint, relative to themselves, time travels at a normal pace. That makes no freaking sense to me. It's very unintuitive, but it's a true fact of reality. There are things in quantum mechanics that just boggle my mind and are wildly unintuitive. Intuition is not a reliable pathway to truth. I mean, I know you referred yourself as like a super intuition guy, but I want to know how you tested that.
Is that why Einstein said intuition is more important than knowledge?
I don't know. I don't know whether he said that. I don't know whether he said that or not. But if he did, it might not be one of the smartest of his sayings, because the thing is, intuition can provide the spark. You could have, like, if you're a research scientist and you might have very good instincts, and so you might intuit that a particular direction of travel is good for you to take your attention to look into something, and intuition often leads to valuable insights. But the thing is, intuition often doesn't as well. And the fact that there are people who use intuition to come to mutually exclusive positions on things shows without any doubt that it's not always true, because someone can intuit one thing and another person can intuit the opposite thing, and they cannot both be right. So this is a slightly silly point, isn't it?
No, I think.
By the way, I looked it up. It's imagination, not intuition.
Imagination.
Well, it's a similar thing, but I think one of the problems you're making here, which is a common error, right, is that you're saying you have to choose between sensing and intuition, and you don't. You use both. But what you're doing is you're saying sensing is better than intuition, so I'll discard intuition.
I'm not saying that at all. No. Don't get carried away. I'm not saying there's no role for intuition. I think intuition in certain instances, it can be extremely valuable, but you shouldn't overprice it. And you certainly shouldn't insist that intuitions are always tracking reality, because you defined intuition as perceiving what's true, and they are not. Intuitions are very often wrong, which is why people can intuit incorrectly. And it's very dangerous to define intuition as being tracking reality, because one of the consequences of doing that is that you have too much confidence in your own intuitions and are not sufficiently open to the possibility that your intuitions may not in fact be correct.
Well, I think intuition is a useful placeholder for where investigation isn't an option. So, for example, you're a woman in a bar, a man is talking to you, you get the creeps from this person. That's your intuition. You should probably listen to that, because you don't have time to find out his identity, do a background check, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that is a snap decision where you don't have proper investigation. But anytime you can actually put proper investigation into a thing, you should never say, I've intuited this thing to be true, so I'm not going to investigate further. It's not a replacement, nor is it a better way of thinking.
Well, kind of disagree, but I'll just add something to that. Intuition on its own is limited, but when you use it with logic, you can track your intuitions and sort of build up an understanding. That's how That's how I do it. I use intuition and logic. It's an INFJ thing, NITI loop, right? So that I have an intuition, right? And then I'm observing reality and using logic to see if my intuition is correct. So
then you're using logic. Then logic is the determining factor. What if you intuit? Let me ask you this: what if you intuit X, but your logic says not X? Which do you go with?
It doesn't work like that.
Well, what doesn't work like that? So your intuition is always right 100% of the time. Every time you apply logic to your intuition, it's right 100% of the time.
I can't give you a percentage, but it is.
So it's less than 100, right?
I'll tell you why it can be wrong, right? Yeah, nothing's perfect.
Yeah. So you said it doesn't happen, it worked like that, but apparently it does, because some of the times your intuition is shown to be wrong by logic. So if your intuition says X and your logic says not X, which do you go with?
I'm not sure about that, but you're not letting me speak. I can't answer that because I'd have to think about it more, right? But
okay, yeah, think about it and get back to this.
How it works is, right, an intuition can be wrong if you haven't got enough information to build up the intuition. So what happens is, say I'm trying, because I do it with typing people, right? So I'm building up in my mind an understanding of the signs that a person is a different type, right, in the MBTI system. So what I do is I'll observe a thing that somebody does of a certain type, and then I'll look at other people doing the same thing. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say confirmation bias, but that's just one form of bias, right? So I build up, and then I keep sort of adding to my accuracy based on the number of observations that correlate. So it gets better over time. So if in the early stages of doing that, I could get it wrong, but over time I build up. So I get to a place where I've got an understanding that you could never get just through sensing.
Well, if you're building up needing more and more sufficient information, it sounds like you applying logic in a quick manner, and then just like feeling it as intuition. But yeah.
This is a slightly silly discussion, because essentially what you're describing is also known as a heuristic. A heuristic is a kind of mental shortcut where you sense something quickly. Your brain is constantly taking in information. And it's a type of processing to kind of help your mind build up an image or a picture or an understanding of what's going on. And there are different types of heuristics. And intuition is a type of heuristic where you get a sense of something intuitively. You get a sense of something, and then the rational thing to do is to then test that sense against reality by looking for evidence which either confirms or refutes it. That's just normal human reasoning. Nobody here is arguing that there's no role for intuition. The position is that you shouldn't overstate it, and you shouldn't have too much confidence in it, because you run the risk of having too much confidence in a system that actually can fail sometimes.
Well, intuition works slowly, actually, in your subconscious. So I don't know. When I type people, right, and I've got evidence of myself that I've typed people very quickly at times on this app, right? Now, I don't know exactly how I've done that, because it's partly subconscious, and that will sound like woo-woo and pseudo, and you'll probably just reject it. But I know we've gone away from the original point. Probably
we have, yeah. In closing, your argument was that we should be careful not to argue too strenuously against gods, because in so doing, we might deprive people of a sort of spiritual aspect to their lives that people might like. Okay. Well,
no, it's not quite that. What I'm trying to say is that I think there's something in you mustn't conflate when people have a sense of God. What I'm saying is that it could be that they're tapping into something like a communal spiritual connection to people. You could say just feeling empathy for people is a kind of spiritual thing. Yeah, you can break it down into the brain and just say it's chemicals and all that, and nerves firing. But what I'm saying is, it's an important thing that we shouldn't dismiss. But it probably is explainable by science in theory, right? If we could do it, but
yeah, nobody's dismissing kindness or empathy or compassion or being connected to other people. All of those things are possible without dressing them in religious language.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is that. But when you say to a lot of people you don't believe in God, you're an atheist. Do you just believe in a scientific worldview? Because I think there's a danger in that you just, like my brother has that view. He's the complete opposite of me, and he says. So he thinks kindness is just because we as groups early on in evolution, sort of the ones that had kindness were the ones that survived, and the ones that were cruel didn't. So he's basically saying the only reason he's kind is because it's like he's wired to be kind. It's not that he chooses to be kind.
That might be true, but it doesn't matter. What's important is what's important to you. So I don't care if my inclination towards kindness is as a result of billions of years of genetic shaping of hominids such that Homo erectus arrives with an instinct towards compassion and cooperation. That can be true. I don't particularly care about that. I just care about the fact that I want to help other people. I don't like seeing other people suffer. So the history of it is a kind of separate subject. I think it's easy to get lost in the weeds here, and hold on to outdated religious concepts for fear of taking away things that people need, or valuable ways of looking at the world, or all of this stuff. We're not closing off any avenues of kindness here. We're not closing off any avenues of awe and reverence at the majesty of the universe. That feeling of religious awe that many believers have. It's possible to have something like that just looking into the night sky. It's possible to have something like that just contemplating the scale of geological time, or contemplating, just the beauty and the majesty of how things work. I have that feeling quite often. I just don't wrap it in kind of, silly language. I take it for what it is. And it's the same with an instinct towards kindness or altruism or cooperation. We can have all of those things without needing to talk about them in religious ways. So, dude, we're going to move it on from there. Thank you for coming up to speak to us. Nice to talk again. All right. Take care. Okay, there we are. It seems that Theosophical Wanderings has now reached, let's hope, his destination. Let's see if that is the case. Are you where you're going?
I am not traversing. I'm pulled over.
Okay. Not pulled over, not traversing, pulled over is acceptable behavior. Thank you. I apologize for that. We just can't take a risk. So
That's all good.
Welcome in. Let's do some wandering. What have you got?
Yeah, let's wander it up. What's up? I wanted to just say a couple remarks on some of the things that's been discussed. The first thing is kind of like, study after study kind of shows that people don't change their minds. You were talking about evidence. People don't change their minds based on fact. Like, this is just kind of a general assessment of human beings. So when you mention we'll believe in this if there's just some evidence for it, I would say that even if we present you evidence, that's not necessarily the case that you'll just kind of change your mind on it. That goes in both directions.
I'm not willing to broad brush everybody, particularly myself, on the statement people don't change their mind based on facts. In fact, I can come up with countless examples now, granted, I think what you're alluding to is that people tend to, without making an overarching statement, tend to be more emotionally motivated versus factual. But there are exceptions to that with people in their thinking, like you can train up your own epistemology and your et cetera. But furthermore, even people who are the most irrational and emotion based in how they draw their conclusions can, if they look at a spider on the wall, I see spider, that's a fact. They're going to believe the fact that they perceived a spider through their eyes is a fact. And they're going to believe that there's a spider on the wall. So you can also come up with individual examples of how the most unreasonable and emotionally driven people, when it comes to their beliefs, can change their mind based on specific facts. If you tell them your spouse is cheating on you and they refuse to believe it, but then you take them to the mall and they see their spouse making out with somebody, they're going to change their mind. So it's hard to make too broad of statements like that. So John and I are looking for facts and evidence and, sound reasoning, and we try to be sound in our reasoning, try to remove personal bias, et cetera. And we recognize that even we are imperfect in that regard.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying this is what studies show. And you're right. This is what people tend to do. And there are situations where I'm sure you're familiar. People are presented with evidence and it's not enough. Flat earthers, They have all the
100%.
evidence. Yeah, they have all the evidence they need. So what I'm saying is just to kind of like, just to bracket the conversation, like people just don't change their minds overnight. There's also the issue that you guys have different priors on this. Like let's say I present an argument, it's pretty well thought out. You're not just going to accept that. You're going to pick at it. You're going to try to find a way to dismantle it. And it's most likely because you're motivated by your priors. You're like, this whole God thing seems so unlikely and ridiculous to you. That's going to motivate your interpretation of the evidence. It's going to make it harder for you to see it. Whereas maybe someone else, it might be so obvious to them. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's kind of what's going on in the background, when people are presented with evidence. It's not this black and white thing. Here it is. I'll accept it. Not necessarily,
So you're basically making commentary on our propensity to be irrational, or to have bias, or what have you, which is sort of, and I know you're not engaging in meta, but sort of it's an assessment of potentially John and I's epistemology and how it can be flawed. That's all fine and good, but the only way to test this is if you have an argument for God, we'll go over our reasoning. And I am open-minded. I am not emotionally driven to not believe in a God. I think the Christian God's a monster, but I wish there was like a good God in some kind of afterlife or what have you. I actually want that. I think life is too short. So I'm not motivated to I must not believe in a God. And I don't believe John is either.
Yeah, and the other thing to add is that we all have motivated reasoning, which plays a part in the way we perceive evidence. So when evidence is offered to us, we like to think that we're perfectly rational agents and that we are systematically weighing the evidence up in a completely rational way. We're not, because we do have priors and we do have biases and we do have emotional inclinations towards or away from things. But the fact is, these things all operate on a level, a lot of the time, outside of our control. And so it's part of the process. So when somebody offers me evidence of a God, if I'm inclining away from that evidence because of my priors, that's still not voluntary on my part. It's still just my mind trying to engage with that evidence in the best way it can. And my mind is processing the evidence in terms of its logical salience and also in terms of what emotional reactions it produces in me. And that's just part of being human. But it's still not under my control. And that's why you get people who are often the last to see, for example, when they're in a bad relationship. Everyone else around them can see it. They have access to exactly the same evidence as everyone else. And in fact, in many cases, even more evidence because they see all the private stuff too. Everyone else can see they shouldn't be in that situation. It's a bad relationship. It's damaging. They're not being treated well, whatever it might be. And they can't see it. It's not because they are willfully choosing not to. It's just because their own emotional mental systems are clouding their actual perception of the evidence. And so they genuinely think that it is different to how it is because that's what their brains are feeding them. That's the output of the processing their own minds doing. So it still sits comfortably within the idea that you can't choose the belief because it's just one of the reasons. It's one of the vectors, as I say, one of the things that acts on your mind to establish whether you're going to go, yes, I believe this, or no, I don't.
Right. And that all kind of, what you're saying is kind of like, it's sort of what I'm getting at. It's like that could be very well be happening here, where it's like, maybe, when someone presents the evidence, there's so many other things going on in the background, you're not going to see it. You might, like, for example, if you have like an emotional evisceration, you said the Christian God is a monster. That's going to totally cloud any willingness or openness to like entertaining evidence. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's if you have if that's sort of like your prior.
But if that's the case,
totally going to influence. Yeah.
But if that's the case, I still shouldn't be held morally accountable for it, because if that's the case, I can't help it. Right? If that's
I'm not saying you're morally accountable. I'm just saying if I present evidence, that all that stuff is at play in the background. But the evidence might be good, but you might not be able to process it because of all this other stuff.
That's possible. That's possible. It counts in all directions, of course, right?
For sure.
But the reason we have these conversations is because, in the case of Christianity, There's no allowances made for any of this. It's just if you believe, you're saved, and if you don't believe, you're not saved. There's no room in there for understanding that some people are just unable to believe, that maybe some people do have priors which just leave them incapable of being persuaded by that. And if you, whatever the reasons are, if you're incapable of being persuaded, you're incapable of being persuaded. There's nothing you can do. So
I think you guys are arguing for different things. I think you guys are arguing for different things. John is arguing for not being morally culpable for your belief state, and theological wanderings. If I said that right, theosophical wanderings. You're arguing that there is a resistance among, like, not on purpose necessarily, but there's the cognitive acceptance of it, that there's priors that make us more resistant to believing in your God, right?
Yeah, or just processing evidence in general, like an opposing view. There's already a narrative that you've sort of rehearsed. Like, there's a worldview you have. There's all these. It's complicated, so it's not as simple as show me the evidence and I'll believe. It's a slow drip if there's any change at all. You know,
I mean,
people
we can
just
address
don't.
that.
Yeah,
We can address that, but do you agree with John that we're not morally culpable for, like, what we're convinced is true? I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, the one thing I would disagree, he said, like, Christianity doesn't leave room for that. I would disagree with that, because Jesus himself says, to whomever much has been given, much will be required. Like, you have a different starting point than I do, or some other religious people do. If you're not convinced now, there could be a lot of factors, like you mentioned, that are outside of your control. I think God, like, knows all that, and he's not going to judge you if you have a different starting point than someone who has is further along or whatever. So I think all that's kind of in play. I don't think it's just like, you don't believe,
that's
see you
not
later,
what the
go to
Bible
hell.
says. But that's not what the Bible says.
That's what Jesus says.
But that's not what Mark 16:16 says. That's not what John 3:18 says. That's not what Revelation 21:8 says. That's just
Jesus. Well, Jesus doesn't say, to whomever much has been given, much will be required.
He may
There's
say
different,
that.
like, hierarchies of knowledge.
He may say that, but he also says anyone who doesn't accept that Jesus is God is condemned.
Sure, I mean, you got to harmonize all this stuff.
But
there's
there's
different levels of culpability.
You can reach into the text and find the odd verse that seems to soften
if you steel man the interpretation, you can harmonize it. But if you don't want to steel man it, then it's just mush. That's just my
Hold on. If he disagrees with it, that means he doesn't want to steel man it. Could it be that John wants to have an accurate interpretation and just disagrees?
Well, you have to, if you're going to steel man the passages, like, if you want to give it the best, most charitable interpretation, would you just say it's all mush?
Well, I wouldn't want the most charitable. I'd want the most accurate. But you threw in a slight, like, dig where, if you don't want to steel man it, so you're questioning John's motivations or my motivations for interpreting. It could just mean we genuinely want the most accurate interpretation, and we simply disagree with you on the text.
Have you guys read, like, any scholarship on how these passages are, like, harmonized?
I mean, look, you're going to have a variety of different opinions, but there are people who are scholars who completely agree with me that the core foundational principle here in Christianity is that if you don't accept Christ, you don't have salvation, and if you don't have salvation, you go in the disagreeable place in some way, right? This is fairly uncontroversial.
Yeah, and well, see, I'm granting that point, but I'm saying there's also other data that talks about just levels of culpability. Not everybody is treated equally culpable. And so I'm bringing it as counterexamples or counter evidence. And I'm saying, well, what is the best way to harmonize this? And I'm saying there are ways to harmonize this and it's been done. But this is sort of like a meta conversation. I kind of wanted to get into, earlier you mentioned, I think you guys were talking about the cosmological argument.
I mean, yeah, we can get into that, but I will say, from John and I's perspective, if that's grammatically correct, but from our perspective, because you said there's different degrees of culpability, and I would agree with that, except when it comes to belief. I don't think there's ever culpability, because I don't believe belief is a choice. You're either convinced of a thing or you're not, and the fact that there's any sort of culpability is problematic.
Well, I guess I would just, you're saying that there's no culpability when it comes to like faith, like degrees of faith.
It depends on what you mean by faith. If by faith you mean belief, then correct. Belief is never a choice. Faith is sort of a backdoor way in many cases to say belief, and faith means a lot of different. It's kind of a nebulous word that can mean different things depending on how people are using it. But belief, period. If you don't believe, you can't have faith. And belief is never a choice. You're either convinced of a thing or you're not. And the idea that anybody's held culpable to any degree for either believing or not believing a thing is insane.
Yeah, I don't know if and I don't want to get on this topic too much because this is not really what I was calling. But I think we can get on the next one if you want. Yeah, I think you guys would probably. I think you guys hold people responsible for things people can't believe, like a flat earther. I think you guys hold them like epistemically responsible. Like you treat them as helpless.
I don't think they should be.
What about like MAGA supporters?
I don't think they should. I don't think anyone should be punished at all for being MAGA.
I didn't say punished, but culpable. Like they should know better.
Well, that's what culpability is, right?
That's not punishment. Punishment is what you do.
Okay, so we're referring to punishment.
Yeah, you can say you can say that you can say to somebody you could say to someone that they should know better if they're expressing beliefs which
that means they're responsible for what they believe.
I'm going to respond to you. You can say to someone that they should know better when they're expressing completely ignorant views. What that means, if you decode it, is there's really no reason for you to be this ill-informed. You should know better. And if someone's behaving in a way that's harmful to others, what this really means is if you think about the ethics in this situation, you'll realize what you're doing is unacceptable. That's what those things mean. At no point would I say of a flat earther or a MAGA or anyone like that they are morally responsible for what they find convincing.
Well, if you're saying they should know better, you're alleging that they are responsible.
No,
you're saying it's on them. They should know better.
I'm pointing out that they have access to better information, and they
which they should take
it.
responsibility for.
They ought to go and use it. I'm still granting that they didn't choose to be convinced of the things they're convinced of. Now, I might find them odious, right? It might be that someone is espousing racist views, and I find the views absolutely disgusting, and I think the person is a horrible person. But I still don't find them. I still cannot see them as being morally accountable for the fact that they found something persuasive. Maybe their parents raised them with certain views, right? And they can't be blamed for holding those views given their priors. That doesn't mean I have to like their views. I can hate their views. And I can even hold that people elsewhere in society need to be protected from them because their views are so odious and their behavior has so much capacity and potential to hurt others. But it doesn't mean I have to not...
You don't think they should know better? Like you just said, you do think they should.
I can say that they ought to know better, but that's not to
then that's
lie.
Holding them responsible.
It's not to lie about the mechanisms by which they came to be persuaded.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Also, we're addressing hell. So it would be one thing if God were like, "You're a big stupid head. You should have known I exist, but come on into heaven," or what have you. We're addressing the concept of hell for non-belief, or if you prefer semantically, withholding the divine pardon for us getting punished for our sins due to non-belief. It's belief-based salvation with the actual material consequences, not just God saying, you guys were dum-dums for not believing me, but I'm not going to punish you for that, so come along. So do you agree that any amount of punishment, that's what I mean by culpability, being morally responsible, being held morally responsible in a material way with punishment, do you believe that nobody should be punished for non-belief in God, or if you prefer, nobody should be withheld a divine pardon that he would otherwise give based on belief, since belief is not a choice?
I would say that's probably something you'd have to quibble with God. I would say that, I guess what I'm calling into question. You don't have a position? Well, I think there's nuance here. What if we could kind of retrack what we were saying? I think that the thing that you seem to think that all culpability is equal, and that's the thing I'm calling into question. Biblically, not all culpability is equal. We see examples of this in Scripture. So if you're truly
I didn't say that all culpability is equal.
Well, it's
I said
implied. It's implied. I think John said
I
that.
explicitly said there are degrees of culpability, and that's what
In Scripture.
And I know I'm saying in life there's degrees of.
No, I'm talking about in Scripture.
But what I'm referring to, we're referring, and it seems like you want to get away from it. We are referring specifically to belief-based salvation, where if you don't believe the right things, you go to Helltown. That's what we're addressing. I mean, do you want to address that and morally defend it? Or maybe you don't think it's true. Maybe belief in Christ has no bearing on whether you get into heaven. What is your actual position on that?
Well, my position is that I think there are levels of culpability. I think if someone is truly like invincibly ignorant, they're not going to be held accountable for something they could not possibly know. And I think that
nobody can. It's never a choice. It's never a choice.
But this is sort of like we're going into this again. This is not why I called to like defend this stuff, but I'm just saying that everyone holds people responsible to some degree, whether they know something or not. And for example,
it's punishment I'm referring to.
Even with punishment, if you have a white power, somebody who's like a skinhead, maybe he was raised that way, and he goes up and beats up a black person. What are you going to do?
He's punished for the behavior.
Yes, but that behavior comes from beliefs that he couldn't control.
Yes,
correct.
but that's why
for beliefs he could not
that's
control,
why
right?
that's why we locate the responsibility in the actions, not in the mind. It's very simple.
Who's responsible for those actions?
He is responsible for his actions.
He's not. Does he have control over his belief?
He may not have control over his beliefs, but he does have control over his.
You punish him,
we hold him responsible for his actions because his actions. This is very. Hang on a second. This is very simple.
Yep.
His actions have an effect on other people. His beliefs don't. So the moment your beliefs spread into actions, and it could be small, it could be words. Right? If your beliefs cause you to start saying words that discriminate against other people, that hurt other people, that victimize other people, that marginalize other people, you've crossed into the territory of accountability. But before that point, when it's just your internal state of your mind, even if that is ultimately what's going to cause the other actions, we still don't judge the mind. We cannot hold someone accountable for what they find convincing because they can't help what they find convincing. And this is why we can be very comfortable in saying the moment a racist starts being racist, we're judging their behavior. We're judging the words they're saying, the impact that their actions have on other people. But other people aren't going to be directly impacted by the contents of that person's mind up until the point they start speaking and doing. And that's where the responsibility lies. It's in the actions, not in the internal mental state of the people. And that's why the doctrine in Christianity is wrong, because it doesn't attach a condemnation to hell to any actions. It attaches it to your internal mental state. And that is morally stupid. It's morally incoherent to do that because your internal mental state doesn't hurt anyone, cannot hurt anyone, and it's a stupid idea because you can't do anything about it. Now we can move on to the other topic if you wanted to.
Sure. I'll if I could just respond briefly to that. I think, whatever someone does it's an influence of their beliefs. If he can't control his beliefs, what makes you think he can control his actions? If he believes black people are inferior, that's no fault of his own. He's just acting on that belief. So why would you hold his actions? Why would you punish him for actions?
Because we're not punishing him for retribution. We're punishing him to
I didn't say
to protect others. But that's the reason. The reasoning is because we punish and to deter and to protect others. And someone's internal mental state isn't hurting others. The moment they start acting, I'm not going to say this a third time, the moment they start acting in a way that hurts others, there's a moral accountability there.
Right. I think your actions are influenced by your beliefs.
They are indeed. They are indeed.
Irrelevant to our point. So you have racist A and racist B. Racist A beats up a person of a different race. Person B does not. Racist B does not. We punish racist A. We don't punish racist B.
Right, but racist A attacks people because of what he believes about them.
Correct, but why are we punishing one instead of the other?
Because he's carrying out his beliefs, which he has no faults in owning.
Okay, so we're punishing because one is an action. We punish actions. We don't punish beliefs.
Yeah, well, let's not go
Well,
around the
sure,
roundabout
sure.
again, because we're going to bore
Sure.
everyone to death. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
You wanted to talk about cosmology. We've got a few minutes, and then we'll move on. So, what did you want to say about that?
Yeah, there was. I think you guys mentioned you were kind of granting, for the sake of argument, there was a cause, and I think earlier I can't remember who the user was.
Yeah,
And
we weren't granting it for
We're
anything
not-
more than just to show that his argument didn't work.
Okay.
We don't grant that there was a first cause. It could be that the universe is eternal.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe we could start at the beginning of the Kalam. I mean, you guys are familiar with it's just two premises
Yeah.
and a conclusion, and then
Yeah.
there's like a stage two.
Yeah.
So, do you guys what issue do you take? Sure.
Real quick for the audience, because some people might not know the Kalam. Everything that begins, premise one, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Premise two, the universe had a cause. Or excuse me, the universe began to exist. Yeah. Sorry, misspoke. Conclusion: the universe had a cause, and so yeah, that's the Kalam cosmological argument. And then our problem with it is, well, two things. One. The second premise, I believe it is, we don't know that the universe began to exist. And then two, the conclusion doesn't even contain the word God. It just says has a cause. And you would need to have an argument that the cause necessarily is a thinking agent and a God.
Okay.
The first premise is also asserted without being demonstrated.
Okay, well,
Yeah, that's true.
Any argument, any syllogism you're presented with requires additional argumentation, and that's kind of where you get clarification. So,
unless we accept the premises.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's go with premise one. You guys have any counterexamples to that?
Don't need them. I don't need to present you with a counterexample in order to not accept your general claim that everything that begins to exist must have a cause, because there may be things that begin to exist that don't have a cause. They are their own cause, for example. They just begin to exist spontaneously with no cause. We just haven't seen them yet. My inability to present you with one doesn't mean that you automatically get to claim that general rule.
And I've heard in quantum physics they have examples of things that begin to exist that don't have a cause. Although I don't know how they can know that, and that's a separate discussion. But we could, John, are you okay with accepting that one just for the sake of argument without actually granting it? So
I'll lend it, but I'll lend it out, but I want it back at the end of the conversation.
Well, I would just say that probabilistically, if you can't come up with a counterexample, that makes it more probable. And I don't know why you would reject
radioactive
that.
decay. So radioisotopes decay, and any individual particle decays without any specific cause. It's probabilistic and statistical, right? That in a particular radioisotope, you don't know for any given atom whether it's going to decay or not at time whatever. There is no discernible cause, and in fact, all the models that describe this have that indeterminacy baked into them. So there's an example of something that happens and begins to exist without a cause.
No, all that's saying is that there's no determinative cause. That doesn't mean there's no causal conditions at all.
Well, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? You don't...
No, because premise one isn't saying whatever begins to exist was determined, has a determinative cause. That's not what it's saying.
It says has a cause. But you don't know...
That could be a cause of any kind. It could be causal conditions.
But you don't know what the cause is of a particular particle decaying.
Well, like, for example, what Sean was saying about the quantum vacuum, it's the vacuum itself probabilistically brings about virtual particles.
Well, you could just say that about reality. Reality.
I thought you mentioned quantum mechanics today.
Look,
I didn't say quantum vacuum.
We're wasting time on this because I am prepared to concede this point for the purposes of the argument, but I still don't really concede it because you're making a general claim, a universal claim that you cannot demonstrate. So I'm just going to mark
there's no
that there.
counterexamples that makes it
I don't need one. I don't need one. It's like if
you're going to say it's false, you need a reason to say it's false.
No, I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying you haven't demonstrated it's true.
I've given you probabilistic. I've said if there's no counterexamples and our inductive support, our universal inductive experience supports it, that's a reason to accept it.
No, it isn't. It's even if we were to grant that it may be more likely that it's true than untrue, that doesn't get you there.
If it's more likely that it's true, that does get you there.
No, it just gets you more likely that it's true.
It doesn't. More likely.
You would have to reframe your first premise to things that begin to exist probably have a cause. Are you going to do that?
Well, I mean, we could do that.
Okay. So premise one: things that begin to exist may well have a cause. They may not,
No,
or they may
not
well.
may well, more
Yeah,
probably.
more probably. Things that begin to
Yes.
exist probably have a cause, but they may not.
Yep.
Okay, premise 2.
Okay, premise 2. So we're accepting premise 1 is more probably true. That's fine. Okay, premise 2. What reason you guys reject premise 2?
We don't know
That
if the universe began to exist.
Yeah.
We have zero evidence that there was ever a point that the universe didn't exist.
Cosmologists don't know if the universe began to exist or if this existed eternally into the past. So we certainly don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So Alan. So here's I have a bunch of. We have the Copenhagen survey. We have multiple surveys from cosmologists who
I'm familiar
say
with those.
we don't. Yeah. Say we don't know whether the universe had a beginning. And I can read off quotes directly from people like Dr. Sean Carroll, Dr. Alan Green, Brian Cox,
Yes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc., all saying we don't know if the universe had a beginning. It may have always existed.
Okay.
I'm not a cosmologist and I'm not a physicist. If they haven't figured it out, I am unqualified to make any sort of claim about the length of time the universe has been in existence.
The position is we have absolutely no idea whether the universe began to exist, and neither do you.
Okay, I would say we have reasons to think it begins to exist. We have philosophical reasons. And a lot of those surveys are basically, they're just sociological. Right now, we don't know. That's just, they're saying we
asking
don't
the
know.
experts, asking the experts in the field, asking the people who know more about this, asking the people who know more about this than anyone else in the world, if they think that the data support the conclusion that there was a time when the universe didn't exist, and a significant majority of them say no, that's just sociological.
Do they give reasons why?
They don't need to. They're just expressing their reading of the data.
Each of the data didn't ask for specifics. So it is a fact that the majority of experts in the expert field regarding science, they asked scientists a question about science and they gave their answer, which shows that there is not a consensus among cosmologists. And so if they haven't figured it out, I'm not convinced you have. And if you have, write up your paper, submit it to peer review for your fellow cosmologists to look over and check your work.
Okay. Really quick, where in the Copenhagen survey or the larger survey do they ask them, does the universe have a beginning? That's not a question they're ever asked.
Was it, what was, I'll have to look up.
If I remember, if I remember,
does
it
the
was
Big Bang prove there is a beginning? That's all they're asked.
I don't think it was proof. I don't think it was proof. I think it was, and I'm going from memory here, I don't have it in front of me, maybe you do. I think it was, does the Big Bang describe the beginning of the universe? Does the Big Bang, right? And the majority said no.
Right. That's a different question from, do you believe the universe has a beginning? Do you see that's a different question?
All right, so I looked up the specific, all the most well-known that speak publicly. Alan Green, interview with CNN. No one knows what was before the universe. One possibility is the universe always existed. When it comes to the universe, it may be that the universe didn't have a beginning. It always was. Dr. Sean Carroll famously had a debate with William Lane Craig. Yeah, and he was saying the same thing I'm saying, not only from his own opinion, but he was speaking for the scientific consensus, a guy who knows all of these cosmologists, goes to conferences, confers with these guys on a regular basis, say there's no consensus. Dr. Blitz said the same thing. There's no consensus, dude. I think, so he was asked, did the universe begin? I think that's a better question because we still don't know the answer to that question. Did the universe begin? Alan Guth, I mean, I can go on and on.
Yes.
Do you
realize that this is borderline an appeal to authority? This is like
you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. An appeal to authority fallacy is an appeal to an unqualified authority. I'll have to dig out my textbook.
No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Then my textbook is wrong.
The other thing is
no,
that
it doesn't mean
philosophical.
You are appealing.
You are appealing. You are appealing to the science done by these people in order to prop up your claims.
Right. What I want to focus on is the evidence, not public statements about what they personally, their personal conjecture.
So
my argument is about the evidence,
right.
which
The
I haven't
same
gotten
evidence,
to.
the same evidence that they are looking at, the same evidence that in many cases they came up with, and their interpretation of the evidence is going to be more significant for most people looking on than your interpretation of the work that they've done, where you have no specialist knowledge in the area. Now, with this said, I don't think that the audience, after half an hour of this discussion, want to hear us carry on relitigating a Timu Kalam argument, wherein we've redefined both our premises as being more likely to be true. I don't
Which
think
makes
anyone's
it true.
It more likely doesn't make it true. More likely
It makes it more probable, and you should accept it.
More likely doesn't build a deductive argument. It might get you towards some kind of inductive indication, but I don't even grant that in this case. So with that, I will say thank you very much for coming up, and feel free to come back again. Nice to talk to you again.
Yes, it was.
Take care.
Appreciate the pushback. Have a
Sure.
good day, guys.
Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, there we go. Theosophical Wanderings, that was. All right, we will lock that one off on the voting. I haven't really looked at the voting there, but we had a few. Bit of a spread by the look of it. Good stuff. All right. We have a few on the YouTube side. We'll take a couple of YouTube guests, and then we've got Equality is the Goal 5.0 on the TikTok side, and we've got Brian on the TikTok side as well. So we will bring in first. We've got Earth has come back again. I think Earth is having a joke because I'm looking again at Earth stuff and there's no microphone connected. So that's just not going to work. Earth, you do better. This is a waste of time. I'm not even going to try to do that because you don't have a microphone connected. So that's a total waste of time. So we'll bring in Ralph. We'll bring in Ralph right now on the YouTube side. And we did have PVG was there, but dropped down. PVG, if you want to come back in, come up. We'll bring you in after this. Let's hope this works. Ralph, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hello. Hi, how are you? We're good, thanks.
Not too bad. You've had a bit of a crazy stream so far.
Been good. Been good. We're being more focused now. We're moving through the discussions. We're not getting bogged down. We're not letting calls go on and on and on and on and on. Because that's not what people are here for, and we are here to serve. So, what have you got to say?
Well, I got two fun ones and a somewhat serious one. The fun one is just for the bingo board.
Yeah.
Jesus did fulfill one prophecy. False prophets will be killed. He certainly was.
Fair enough. That is true. Yeah, you fulfilled that one. That is absolutely right. Yep.
The something can come from nothing has actually been shown that, yes, something can come from nothing. Virtual particles have recently been pushed into existence and rapidly decayed into energy shortly thereafter. There's a couple of papers just been published on this. It's not the something that people tend to think of, but they have been shown to be able to be made real.
Yeah, I mean, they would say that whatever it was that was involved in making them real was the cause. You know, they'll just relocate the cause from a proximate cause to some other type of cause, and then they claim, well, they something caused them. That's what they'll just say. You don't know exactly what it was, or it was the conditions you set up whereby it could happen that caused it to happen. I just think these are silly word games, really. I think these arguments are not impressive.
It is. It's very silly. I don't think they'd accept that their God is a particle collider.
No, I don't think they would. But maybe they would in some kind of funny way. Who knows? But yeah, I appreciate that. Maybe. I mean, we've got they would say, you know, is the quantum field a cause? You know, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure the quantum foam or quantum field would qualify as a nothing either. So it depends what you mean by nothing.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. What else have we got?
Serious one.
Yeah.
Was a possible challenge to your "we don't choose our beliefs" point.
Go for it.
While generally I do accept, okay, we don't choose our beliefs. A belief is something that happens to you. It's the result of inputs. It's
Correct.
Unconscious.
Yeah.
I was one of these kids that like to entertain hypotheticals in their head. You know, let's pretend there's a monster under the bed. Let's pretend something's chasing me. let's pretend that mum's not here anymore. Silly things. I was only 4 or 5 years old. But in choosing to explore those thoughts, I could often convince myself that it had become true enough to the point that I'd actually start having physical reactions, burst into tears, be inconsolable, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that qualifies as a choice to entertain a belief, or is that still you
Yeah.
have thoughts and the result of those thoughts is
It,
the
it,
involuntary
it qualifies as behaving in a way that results in you becoming persuaded of something. But the moment of persuasion isn't a choice. So your actions prior to that, role playing the thing being true, let's say, right, put you in a position where you're susceptible to a suggestion, or you're susceptible to becoming convinced that that thing is true. But you wouldn't always do that. So, like, if you started role playing that you could flap your arms and fly like a bird, you'd be unsuccessful. Or if you started role playing that you are actually a giraffe, you'd be unsuccessful in coming to the belief that you really are. It's only if you're able to role play a belief where eventually your mind can, perhaps temporarily or perhaps permanently even, become persuaded. Well, in that instance, your role playing and your actions set you up for a change in your cognition, such that in that moment, you're going to become persuaded it's true, and you have no choice about that either, right? At that point, you're now persuaded it's true. Your belief has been activated by the persuasion event, and you now have no choice but to believe it's true because you're now persuaded that it is. So no, I still think it's locating the choice in the actions that you took before the formation of the belief rather than the actual belief itself.
Yep, fair enough. That makes a lot of sense.
Good stuff. Thanks for coming up.
Then, that's it.
Cheers, man.
No
Thanks,
worries.
Ralph. Thanks. Take care. Good stuff. Nice and concise. I like this. Right, let's get in PVG. And PVG's been doing a brilliant job with the timestamps, and Espresso as well. Both have been absolute champions. Hey, PVG. Are you there? Maybe he's listening on the stream, so he'll be a few seconds behind. But hopefully he'll catch up and join us. And if not, we'll head over to Brian. Let's see. Does PPG have... Yep, don't see it. That looks like it's not working, dude. For some reason, default mic. I could set your microphone is going to be your headset earpiece. There we go. Let's try that. See if that works. No. Did it drop down? No, there we are. Are you there? Because we can't quite hear you if you are. Not working, friend. That is not happening. Sadly. And weirdly, Sean, I'm seeing you twice in the video queue. That's quite strange. No. PVG, sorry, buddy. It's not working to bring you in. Try and rejoin again, and we'll try and bring you up again. But it not happening for some reason. While we wait on that, we'll get Brian in on the TikTok side.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, good. Yeah,
gotcha.
fixed it.
Thanks. Okay, we'll bring Brian in on TikTok while we do that. Brian.
Hey,
Brian, how are you?
Hanging in like a hair in a biscuit.
Good stuff.
Still waiting on my book.
Yeah, a few months now. Getting closer and closer. Yeah, it's not too far off now, I think.
Yeah. And Sean might remember this. You probably don't. I don't know. You might know what it is. But there's something that happens every year in spring, summertime at Baptist churches that lasts a week. Sean, do you remember what it is?
I didn't go to a Baptist church.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's something called Vacation Bible School.
Okay.
And it's an outreach to unchurched children, not adults, children. Anyway, my wife is volunteering this week, Monday through Friday, in Vacation Bible School.
Right.
And so she's gone every night. I'm like, God, what a waste of time. But I don't tell her that.
Sure.
But here's what's interesting, because I'm a product of the Cold War. I was raised in the 60s and 70s and a little bit of the 80s. And when I was in the military, we a lot of training was done on the Cold War and stuff. And I said, this sounds like the Bolsheviks and Soviets program they use for little kids. And I asked AI to make a comparison. And this is scary. This is scary. I'm just going to read a few paragraphs. I want you to hear this. The structural overlap is genuine. Both VBS, Vacation Bible School, and the Soviet Youth Ladder, Little Octobrists, Young Pioneers, Komsomol, are institutions for transmitting a comprehensive worldview to children outside the family unit. Both lean heavily on the same toolkit: catchy songs and chants, memorization, Bible verses, slogans, and Leninist principles. Themed identity, sometimes matching shirts and kerchiefs. They're doing that in Vacation Bible School. Group games that reward conformity and enthusiasm. Adult mentors modeling the ideal. And I could go on here.
Yeah.
These last two parts, the reason these look alike isn't influence in either direction. It's something closer to convergent evolution. Any movement that wants to survive past its current generation faces the identical problem. How do you get beliefs into the heads of 7-year-olds and make them stick?
Right. Wow.
And there are only so many solutions that work on actual children. Song, repetition, belonging, play, sense of mission. Yeah. Those are what work.
It's brainwashing, dude. Brainwashing. That's how they do it. They worked it out, and it's just rinse and repeat. Brainwashing.
And here's the last scary part, and I had to rename one of the names of a person here. So I put it this way. You've correctly spotted that VBS belongs to the genus institutional socialization of the young into a total belief system. And the Soviet and Schmittler, if you notice what I'm saying there, Schmittler, not the other one, youth programs are a famous aggressive species of that same genus. The shared form is real. And it's like, I didn't want to tell my wife she's
doing the anti-commie propaganda program.
Yes, I mean it exactly matches. I mean it's like it's just scary. So yeah, these are kids coming.
That's pretty wild.
These are local community kids, and one of the main reasons when we always knew this, because again, when I was an associate pastor and helped and did all that stuff, and 99% of the moms and dads that brought kids to VBS. Because you drop them off at like 5 o'clock or 5:30, 6 o'clock. You come back and get them at 9. So you're a mom with 3 kids, little kids. Yeah. You get to drop your kids off all week at a church. And you got the night off.
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, though, I don't think these parents really know what's going on. They are from beginning to end literally being told about a religious system, Jesus, and I'm trying to remember, did we ever say, what did you do if a kid said, well, what if I don't believe her? I don't know. I don't think they tried to use hell in it. I can't remember going back of when I went in myself when I was a Southern Baptist, or then when we hosted it. I don't think we ever told them they're going to hell. That would be too controversial.
It's grim,
but anyway, I just thought that was interesting. So my wife this whole week.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
I can't tell her anything. I can't say anything, but
You can come and tell us instead, Brian. Come and vent here.
Do you have anything like that in the UK? Where people drop off their kids and have them indoctrinated at a church?
I mean, there are churches that run specific programs, in the area, but the religion is much less a part of the kind of social fabric of the UK. It's the idea that you would meet someone and say, what church do you go to? That's just not a thing here at all. I've read that in 2 different books. I've read that a lot of countries in Europe, like Finland, Denmark, Norway, the old churches now are museums or used for something else. Even the churches, the grand cathedrals, aren't even churches anymore. Yep. Yeah. It's very different. Very, very different.
I wish my wife would let us move.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I got. I just
keep chipping away. Thanks, Brian. Always good to see you. That was really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Fascinating. Brainwashing is a thing, folks. That's it. They figured it out, and that's the technique. Hit them young, hit them hard. Thanks, buddy. Good to see you as always. Keep well, friend. Okay, we will get in Andy next on the TikToks. Bring in Andy right now. In fact, Andy, I'll bring you in next. I'm just going to read a couple of super chats again so we don't get too backed up. We will do that right now. Like this. We have Buzz said, love a good solid run of back-to-back believers. Yeah, we love that too. We like the friendly calls too, but we want to keep things moving so it doesn't get boring for anyone. And Eliel said, I will never be impressed by diet Christians acting shocked and offended at the homophobia in the Bible. Don't clutch your pearls. It's your book. Right. It says what it says. We didn't put those verses there. We didn't make it say that stuff. It says what it says. It's pretty disgusting. No One Left Behind, thank you for the super chat, says, if I am pro-abortion and you are against it, that means we have different morals. If we can differ on abortion, we can differ on anything. Yeah, and if you're getting your morals from a book, look what's in the book. And some books are better places than others to get your morals from. Buzz said, I've caught on fire for 7 total seconds, 17%, third-degree burns, 4 surgeries. Someone wishing that for me for eternity tells me everything I need to know. I didn't know that happened to you, Buzz. That sounds horrendous. Hope that you were okay. That sounds horrific. What an awful thing. Yeah, and burning is not a joke. That's horrific. Someone thought that up, right? Someone got together and thought, what can we threaten them with? What can we come up with for maximum pain and suffering? Just imagine that someone thought that up. Absolutely horrible. Horrible. Okay, so Niddy has come in and said this was about my comment about goat herders. Let me clarify. Yes, the authors lived in a time of limited information. The traditions did arise from goat herders, farmers, etc. But wow, the text we have came through later scribes, priestly circles, and educated people. This is true, of course. I concede that this is the case. I think I was more referring to not so much the texts as the background knowledge of the day. If we're going to use the Old Testament, because that caller was referring to the Torah, we're going to use the Old Testament, a book that was written literally thousands of years ago, as a source for understanding of the world. Then we have to bake in what the level of understanding of the world was at that point. That would have informed their preconceptions, that would have informed their schema, that would have informed their interpretation of reality. And it's just, it's not to say that there can't even be any wisdom baked into those texts. I'm sure there probably can be, but the baseline understanding of reality is going to leave a lot wanting. And so that's why I'm a bit dismissive of it when it comes to claims of, specifically, Genesis, claims of origins and stuff like that, when we now have so much more information and understanding and the means to interrogate reality in a much more systematic and reliable way. That's really where I'm coming from on that. Bethos said, our universe is not fine-tuned for life. Life just exists on very small parts and is very vulnerable and often miserable. Yeah, that's fair. And in great danger a lot of the time because of the background conditions. We have a limited amount of water here that we need to stay alive. The sun keeps us going, but also kills us. All of this stuff. The universe doesn't look fine-tuned for life for me. Some people have said it looks pretty fine-tuned for black holes. I could kind of get behind that. Maybe God loves black holes. Maybe that's what it is. And Real Jiffy Cone said, giving you money on my birthday, I am generous, not God. $5. Well, thank you, Jiffy, and happy birthday. Happy birthday, everyone. Please wish Jiffy Cones happy birthday. I'm really happy that it's your birthday. Have a great day, Jiffy, and thanks for all the help you do.
I can't help but wonder if that was a shout out to Xerxes on 300. I am a generous God. Anyway.
Could be.
Yeah.
Bethos said, in math and logic, I am a constructivist, so I don't accept it might be true for three eyes monsters unless it is somehow proven it could be true. Not yet proven impossible is not enough for my logic. Yeah, I mean, you've got to decide where your bar is, right? All of these people coming in and saying, well, we don't know, it's for an absolute fact it's not true, and then starting to build deductive arguments on it. That's just shoddy. That's just shoddy application of logic. My philosophy tutor would have kicked me out the class for making arguments like that. Buzz says, it's an INFJ thing is like it's a Scorpio thing. BS. Yeah, this is the Myers-Briggs thing, isn't it? It's a profile, and I just think we shouldn't be too quick to generalize from personality types as clustered by statistical groupings on personality tests to this is what is going to happen. This is what people are like. This is what I'm like. And my intuition is always right, or anything like that. I think that's dodgy and dangerous. And Buzz said, caller can't intuit that his stance is ridiculous. I think that's fair. To be fair, INFJ, if you're still listening, your intuition should have led you to believe that that particular line of argument wasn't going to be a good one, because it didn't really go where your intuition was telling you it was going to go. So there's an example of intuition not working. And Buzz also says, my intuition says INFJ should STFU. Well, I don't know if it'd be quite that aggressive, but I understand why you might say that, because there we are. And Ken Wilmot says, I'm emotionally committed to reason. Yeah, I am too. And I think we all should be. I think we should all be emotionally committed to reason, because if you're not being maximally reasonable, then what are you doing? What's the alternative? I'm going to be slightly unreasonable today. That's not a winning. It's not a winning strategy for thinking well.
Intuition. Just shoot from the hip.
Yeah, just shoot from the hip. What could possibly go wrong? Just get in there. And Bethel said, Theo, I could believe God is a monster and accept evidence that God exists, even a loving God, though then incapable. Yeah, that's interesting. That's another perspective, isn't it? God could exist and just be limited in power and not be capable of doing the right thing. It's just like a bumbling kind of learning on the job, doing the best he can, even if it's not that good. Maybe that's like the behavioral equivalent of the probability arguments we've heard earlier today. Possibly true, might be true. Maybe there's more chance of this than some other thing. I don't know. I want something more than that. I want something more. And Relax with Russell again. Hi again. Thank you for this. Said, bro came in and poisoned the well before wiping his feet on the mat, then cherry picks and says, you're not charitable if you don't agree. So dishonest. Now I'm trying to remember which call that was. I think it might have been theosophical. Yeah, it was theosophical. Yeah. I think that it was kind of what was going on there. And I think you were right, Sean, to draw a distinction between a discussion about whether we have these priors and these things that stop us just evaluating evidence as a sort of logical pathway, and the ethics of punishing non-belief. But I was meaning to draw the other one into the discussion, as it had, the first one had ramifications for the second. But I appreciated the clarity that you brought there. And Buzz says, best and most frustrating live I've seen so far. I like that. Best and most frustrating. I get what you mean. It is frustrating to hear people making terrible arguments. I sometimes find myself going, oh, when I'm watching other people's lives, and like, oh.
Yeah. Say this. I do that all the time.
Please say this. And I'm aware that sometimes we don't always say the right things. Like, there's super smart people in the chat. Sometimes I watch the lives back. Sometimes then I notice things happening in the chat at a particular point that I didn't notice while they were live, and I think, yeah, that person nailed it. Someone in the chat made a comment which was much smarter than what I was saying. It's humbling, but I take the beating.
Yeah, ditto.
And Rod Blow says, John, Sean, there's a clip from the Orville that I'd like a lot, and defines my ideal set of possibilities. I would love to share it with you. If it's possible. Where? I have no idea. I'm going to show myself to be ignorant here. I don't know what the Orville is. Do you, Sean?
No, the Orville. I mean, I can Google it. That's the best I got.
I literally don't know what that means. Perhaps an explanation will be forthcoming. And so, I not knowing what it is, I wouldn't know how one might share that.
Email the clip to John. Either on the Discord or email it to John.
Yeah, Rod Blow, do that. You can either email me, John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com, or if you're in the Discord, put it in there somewhere and tag me, and hopefully I'll see it. I sometimes miss what's going on the Discord as well. It's pretty hectic in there now, and I'm not always on top of it, so I miss messages and stuff. But I'll be happy to have a look at whatever it is you're referring to, and forgive me for not knowing. Okay, one more super chat, and then we will get our next guest in, which will be PVG, and then we've got Nerd Unleashed on the TikTok side. Bethel said, I believe free will does not and cannot exist, but of course I'm still pro-jurisdiction. We are allowed to protect ourselves. And I think that's absolutely right. This thing of recognizing that beliefs may have sprung up in people's minds in a way that they couldn't stop doesn't imply that you should then give a free pass to any damaging behavior that arises as a consequence of them. We have an obligation to protect people from other people's bad beliefs. So well said, Bethos, as always. Okay, hopefully PVG's second try works and we're able to make this work. Are you there, PVG? Still not. This is not good. Why is it not working?
We're not getting audio from you.
Yeah, not hearing you, friend. And I'm still seeing no microphone selected. Let's try speakerphone and see if that works. Trying to get your speakerphone on. I tried the headphones before, but that seems to not be working as well. Oh, there we go. Working now.
Hello.
Hey.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm really sorry. I just have access to my phone, only my phone, and but not my laptop because it was, my grandmother just passed away, and I'm just a bit I'm in shock, and I just can't believe what's happening. I just can't.
Well,
body right there.
Yeah, PVG, we're very, 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 very sorry for your loss. And I'm happy to connect with you a bit later to speak to you about this. We can I can message you on Discord. Once we're done here, we can speak about it. Really sorry for your loss there. That sounds awful. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It's just just because I just needed to hear someone that I relate to, and it's fine.
Just
we'll talk later.
Take some breaths. Just take some breaths. Try and do something to calm yourself if you can. Just take some breaths and just be still for a bit and try and calm yourself if you can. And I'll hit you up once the stream's done. I'll message you on Discord.
Okay, thanks, John. I appreciate
All right,
that.
friend. Take it easy, man.
Bye.
Keep well. Take care, friend. Thanks. Condolences for PVG. I'm sorry to hear that. That's sad. I'm really sorry, PVG. That's harsh. Okay, we're going to move it along to Nerd Unleashed on TikTok. We will bring in Nerd right now. I'm a big fan of Nerd Unleashed.
I'm glad to hear that. The feeling is mutual.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to pop on for a moment to educate you on the Orville because it happens to be one of my favorite shows. And I think that you and Sean both actually would very much enjoy it if you're into sci-fi at all. It's not really a spoof of Star Trek, but it's kind of in that vein. It is really kind of goofy. It was created by Seth MacFarlane.
Oh yeah.
So it follows the crew of the starship USS Orville on their adventures about 400 years in the future. And they deal with all kinds of social, moral, and ethical issues. Like there's this one species of alien where all of the individuals are born male. But as it turns out, not all of them are born male, and those that are not born male are pressured to undergo sexual reassignment surgery at birth so that they can conform to the species.
Right.
And so you get to see the moral and ethical dilemmas that this crew member goes through, finding out that their child was born female and their partner also was born female and had reassignment surgery as an infant. And so they have to deal with that moral quandary of, do we have the child undergo the surgery or do we allow them to decide when they're an adult?
Okay, and so just to move this along, then is this is it a comedy or it's like a serious thing?
It's both. So it introduces elements of comedy, but it also looks at some very heavy social issues. So it's really good in my opinion. And I grew up on Star Trek. I adore Star Trek, but I feel like it's almost more Star Trek than Star Trek was.
Okay, well,
Because
thanks for filling us in on that.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good mix of comedy and drama at the same time.
Cool. Okay. We'll
Star
check
Trek
this
is
out.
portraying-
We'll check this out. I appreciate it, Nerd. Thank you for letting us know.
Not a problem.
All right, good
See you
stuff.
guys.
Speak soon. Thanks. Take care. Okay. Brilliant stuff. There you go. The Orville, something to check out. I don't watch that much TV these days because I'm pretty busy, but I do like a good box set or a good series or something. The Orville. So that's going to be on the list. Yeah, I was a big fan of Star Trek back in the day. Picard will forever be the man for me. He was the one. Right, let's see what we've got. Call queue's currently empty right now. So if you'd like to call in to talk about whether atheism makes more sense, we think it does. If you don't think it does, come up and let us know why. If you're on TikTok, just hit request. And if you're on YouTube, the link to call in is in the show description, but I'm going to put it in the chat anyway, just in case you want it. It's right there, like that. And Rob Lowe is saying, agreed. However, the clip I sent is about something else. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Well, we look forward to checking that out, Rob Lowe. Thank you very much. I'm curious. It piqued my curiosity. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for our next guest to come up, I have a few more super chats, so we will get onto those. We have Bethos said, no counterexamples proves nothing except proven exhaustive search. Yeah, this whole thing of someone makes a universal claim, and if you say, I don't think you're justified to make that universal claim, and then they say, you have to provide me now with evidence of the exception to it, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacious argument. That I'm not the one making a general claim, you are. I'm just saying I'm not convinced that your general claim applies in all circumstances. It's not for me to immediately provide an example of a counter to your general rule. It's for you to demonstrate why your general rule applies in all cases. And that's why some of these like mathematical proofs, like Fermat's last theorem, are so complicated, because they stipulate a condition where something is mathematically true. And then they say this applies in all circumstances. And then they have to explain why. And my inability to show a condition where it doesn't apply doesn't get you to the proof. You have to do the work of deriving the proof from first principles to get to the point where you show that it applies in all circumstances. And doing the work is obviously a little bit hard for some of these people. Bethos also said, Kalam creates sets of caused and uncaused stuff, thus implies an uncaused non-empty set. This is my main gripe. Let me get my head around that. Create sets of caused and uncaused and an uncaused non-empty set. Yeah, I just think, to me, Kalam is like the idea that William Lane Craig has made an entire career out of this argument is baffling to me. I just don't think it's a very good argument, because I still maintain that the first premise is asserted without being demonstrated, that everything that begins to exist has a cause. We don't know that that's true. There may be things that begin to exist that don't have a cause. It might be a principle of nature that under some conditions, it's a property of nature that certain things can begin to exist and there is no cause other than just reality itself. And then the second one, the universe began to exist, as we demonstrated earlier, is asserted without being demonstrated. And if you're building a deductive argument, for your argument to be sound, your premises need to be true. They need to be demonstrated. You don't get to just smuggle them in and assume that they're true. Because if you're going to do that, if you've got the right to do that, then you might as well not bother with your premises and just go straight to the conclusion you want and just assert that. It's silly. It's just silly arguing. I think it's ridiculous. And Nectu said, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, Theo. And I think it might have been Christopher Hitchens who said that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do love that quote. I really, really love that quote. And I did really love Christopher Hitchens, as did we all. I would love to hear what he would be saying right now if he was existing at this point in our culture. He would be a fearsome ally, I think, for the Voices of Reason. He was absolutely amazing. I obsessively watched every one of his debates for years, many of them several times. What a speaker. The command that he had.
You know what I want to see? Christopher Hitchens addressing like the contingency argument. Like,
I don't remember ever seeing
like
him do that.
No, I mean all the Philbro stuff. I suspect, he's going to anyway. He would be very flavorful toward going down that ridiculous road, like period. But anyway.
Yeah. Oh, Hitchens Razor. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification. It was him. Yeah. I mean, he just had this ability. First of all, he just walked around with an encyclopedic knowledge of everything ever written, just in his head. He could just pull out quotes from, every major work of everything. I mean, he was just you won't ever see someone more erudite, and just the delivery was just absolutely incredible. He really was really quite special. What a loss. But anyway, there we are. Buzz said, Earth 1710 faked call. His phone is dead in 2026. Yeah, I mean, Earth came in, I think it was 5 times. And every time I looked, there was no microphone attached. There was no audio device. I don't think that was real. One almost might think that it was wanting to create the impression of wanting to engage without actually wanting to engage, which, funnily enough, is what Darth Dawkins did when he came in here, creating the impression of wanting to engage without actually really wanting to, and that's why he ran for the door the moment he could, which was really quite amusing. Richard Cox says, "Thanks for the gift membership." Oh, thank you. I guess one of the gifted memberships must have arrived with you, Richard, which I'm delighted about. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And Buzz as well said, sorry for the STFU comment. Pun was right there. It was fair. It was fair. Collections of four letters. What are you going to do? Okay, we've got our good friend Sir Jedrick in the TikTok queue. So we'll bring in Sir Jedrick right now. Coming up right now. Hey, Sir Jedrick, how are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. We are good. What's going on?
Well, I've enjoyed listening to y'all's live off and on throughout the day as I'm going from appointment to appointment, and as usual, just absolutely tremendous stuff, guys. Sure enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I wanted to point out a couple of places of possibly some facetiously worded, possibly some disappointment. Evidently, John, you're not reading the Torah deeply enough.
Oh, am I not? Right.
And then I don't think you guys are, demonstrating intuitive dominance maybe like you should. So,
yeah,
more intuitive dominance required. Yeah,
I've acquired intuitive dominance. I mean, what a grandiose, self-aggrandizing way of like, I can now intuit the mysteries of the universe. Like,
it's a bit wow. X-Men, isn't it? It's a bit X-Men. Yeah, I can shoot laser beams out of my eyes. But you're right. I'm not reading the Torah enough because I haven't been able to discern all the number codes in there. So, yep.
Yeah, I thought that those things maybe demonstrated some thought paths that are quite dominant in some religions. Just not reading it deeply enough. I got a good laugh from a couple of those, so I figured I'd throw those your way.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
You too, buddy. All the best. Thanks for coming up. Cheers, JJ. Okay. Right. I've got a stack of prize comments from under the videos that I can share as well, which I will do. We'll just get to the end of the super chat list, so that I just make sure I don't miss anyone who's taken the time to do that, and then we'll share some comments. David Burke said, "Theosophical. So many were Christians, some decades, many ministers, and trained in seminary. Reading the Bible killed it. So this argument fails for millions of atheists." I think that's so well said. David. And the number of times we get people coming in here who insist that if you read the Bible properly with an open mind, you can't help but be convinced by it and find God and find Jesus. It's just not true. Our community and the many other communities like this are just evidence that that's just not true. People who devoted their whole lives to it, went to school, got degrees in it, studied it, lived in it every day, know it better often than the person making the asinine argument, and just came to a different conclusion, often as a result of their deeper understanding that comes from reading it. What do we say? The road to atheism is paved with Bibles, right? Babs said that a while back.
It shows how out of touch with reality they actually are.
Yeah.
And they actually, what baffles me is the same people who say these things are having conversations with atheists on a regular basis on these platforms, who we know from talking to each other all the experiences of trying to continue believing, reading the Bible, diving into these things, all these things that they say, like, if you just do this, you're going to be convinced. But it's like, it's just so like, and it's the antithesis of like what actual reality has shown us.
It is. It's propaganda. It's like, it's crazy speak, because the most common reason we hear for people leaving the faith is reading the book. So it seems to me, if you really want to stay in the faith, put the book away somewhere where you can't reach it, because the quickest way out is reading that stuff. It's terrible. It's full of nonsense and craziness. So that is pretty mad. And Buzz said, PVG, so sorry for your loss. Hang in there. Yeah, we are all sending PVG love. He sounded really upset, and that's hard to hear. So we hope you're doing okay, PVG. And I will check in with you after the stream. And Bethos said, the call from my father when Granny passed away, my world went grey and quiet. I noticed the pain I felt was only possible because of the love lost. Beautifully said, Bethos. And again, hearts out to PVG. Must be a really tough day for him today. So that's hard work. And again, to say how much I appreciate the work that PVG and Espresso do at the end of every live stream, creating the timestamps that I often forget to pin. I'm so sorry, under the lives. We massively appreciate both of you for doing all of that. Absolutely amazing. Okay, let's see what we've got. Call queues currently empty right now. I'm looking at the TikTok numbers. It's a little bit low. I sort of almost wonder if we need to reboot the TikTok live, because TikTok is a really strange platform. If it's not getting a certain amount of something, it just kind of shrivels up and stops pushing the live out. And I wonder if it might be rebooting it. It might be worth rebooting just the TikTok live, which means shut it down and restart it. Everyone goes out and comes straight back in. Yeah, maybe we'll try, because we're down to 86 in there, and it was above 200 a bit earlier. Mm-hmm. But we've got a call from Believer now, so we'll take this and then we'll see what the algorithm deems our worthiness is on that platform. It won't affect anything on the YouTube side. It just means we stop and restart the TikTok feed, and it kind of reinitializes and repushes it out again. It might be worth a try, but we'll bring in Believer first and see where we are after that. Hey, Believer.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, and what about you?
Yeah, you need to get a little bit closer to your microphone if you can, because a lot of background noise and not quite enough of you. But if you can get close to your mic, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I've got my fan off. Now I can hear you properly.
That's good. And just to double check, I don't think you are, because you sound like you're in a big room. You're not driving, are you?
I can hear you perfectly.
Are you driving?
Are you driving?
Not, I'm not driving anything.
Okay. All right, good stuff. Well, welcome in. What would you like to say?
I think universe has its cause, and that's why we are here.
You think the universe does have a cause?
Yeah, it has cause. It has a cause, and that is why we are here.
And what is the cause?
The creator of this universe.
The creator. Any particular creator, or just one that you've made up in your head?
No, I mean, there are ways to. I mean, there are ways to explain it.
Sure. Which creator is it? A creator that other people would recognize?
I think there are fundamental questions which we have to look for. The first thing is that how did atom come from, and where did atom
Yeah.
come from?
Did you notice that I asked you a question a moment ago?
I think I didn't hear
Okay,
you
so I just
properly.
said the creator that you're talking about, is it one that other people would know about? Is there a particular God that you believe in? And the reason I ask that is it frames the kind of questions we might ask and the direction we might take the conversation in. So if you tell me that you're a Hindu, that might be one type of conversation we'll have. And if you tell me you're a Jehovah's Witness, that might be a different type of conversation we have. And if you tell me you're a Christian, that might be a different type of conversation. So is this creator that you're talking about one that other people would recognize? Are you of a particular religion that we can help to steer the conversation?
Yeah, I would say I belong to Islam.
To Islam. Okay, that's fine. All right, good. All right. So why do you think that you are justified in saying that the universe is created? Because we see absolutely no reason to think that it is.
If you do not believe in, let's say, religion, then you would have a lot of troubles with having justice, like morality and so on. You won't be able to make a distinction between morality.
Why can we not have an opinion about how people ought to behave to each other without believing in a special cosmic policeman?
I mean, if you, let's say, if you kill, let's say, one people, and then in conclusion you have got that punishment in order to be get killed, that's fine. But if you kill more than, let's say, one people, then how would you justify it? I mean, if any court that exists in the world, it is not able to give a justice in that context. So that's why I don't think that if you talk about morality in this world, it is possible to get to the conclusion where everything is just being justified.
I think that's a bit of a confused argument, if you don't mind me saying. So when we talk about morality, what we mean is people's opinions about how we ought to treat each other. Why am I not entitled to have an opinion about how we ought to treat each other without believing in your imaginary friend?
You are saying that we have just come from by ourselves.
Why can I not have a view on how we ought to behave to each other without a God?
Because when I see the human intellectual things and design of it, it's very complex. It cannot be random.
Hang on, you've just switched subject. You started off talking about cosmology, then you flipped to the moral argument. So I left the cosmology, followed you to the moral argument. We're now starting to engage on this, and you're flipping to a design argument. We need to talk about one of the points. I don't really mind which one, but let's pick one and talk about it rather than say one sentence about it and then move on to the next one. So I asked you, you made the claim that without a creator, we can't have morality. And I asked you a really simple question. Why can I not have an opinion about how people ought to treat each other if I don't believe without a special magic God? Why can I not have that opinion? That's what morality is. What stops me from having it?
Okay, so if I point you, how do you know it's wrong?
I have an opinion about it. We don't know that things are wrong. We feel that they're wrong. We think they're wrong. That's what having a moral opinion means. It's a value judgment. Have you heard the term value judgment before? So a value judgment is a thing you say when you're expressing how you feel about something. So a value judgment would be like, I like chocolate more than vanilla, or I think Beethoven was a better composer than the Monkees, or something like that, right? They're value judgments. You're expressing your own values in a judgment. And ethics and morality are value judgments. So if I say, I think it's wrong to, for example, marry young girls, I think it's wrong for grown men to marry young girls, That's a value judgment that I hold, right? Because I see that as causing harm and I think it's wrong. And so I'm expressing my value judgment. I'm not declaring it as a fact of reality. I'm telling you what my values are. And that's what we mean by morality. I don't need a God for that. Do I?
I mean, why is it not necessary to have a creator? It makes sense. It makes more sense than not having a creator.
Are you going to engage with the moral argument we're having at the moment? We're talking about morality right now. Have you finished talking about morality? You don't want to do that anymore?
I mean, if Hitler has killed more than 6 million people, and there are so many things that are happening around the world, and in conclusion, we are not getting compensated or justified by that, those actions.
What's that got to do with the God?
Because he's the one who will take all of the accountability of us based on our good deeds. I mean, based on our actions, whether it was good or bad.
So that's a different argument to the one you made earlier. First, you came in and you said you can't have morality without a God. Now what you're saying, you appear to have abandoned that argument at the side of the road. And now you're on the argument that if there isn't a God, that there won't be some kind of celestial consequence for people who have done bad things. Some sort of, reckoning of the books later down the line to make everything right so that people who have done bad things get what's coming to them or something. That's just your personal preference that reality would be that way. But that's not a reason to think it actually is it?
Are you agnostic or some kind of atheist?
Are you asking me that question seriously?
Yeah, because you have written here, atheism makes more sense.
Yeah. So this conversation is not feeling enormously fluid, is it? Because you keep on bringing up subjects. I engage with your subjects, ask you perhaps a question to develop them a little bit further, and then you abandon them and move to the next subject. Is the whole conversation going to be like that, or might we be able to focus a little bit?
I think we should be focusing on the universe more than this, because the starting point before Big Bang, what was the...
We're going back to cosmology now. We've now abandoned morality. We've abandoned the design arguments. We've abandoned the celestial consequences argument, and we're doubling back to where we started with the cosmology. Are we going to abandon cosmology after one sentence on this argument as well?
Yeah, because universe does not explain itself. That's why we have to, have a creator, because it makes more sense. There might be someone who is omnipotent.
Right. Does your God explain himself?
Yeah, he has explained his attributes.
But what created your God?
He's all powerful, all knowing. He has all the wisdom.
Lovely. What created your God?
Yeah, I said I believe in Islam.
Yeah, what created your God?
Somebody would call him God or maybe Allah. It's fine as long as you are believing in one God.
Where did your God come from?
He's saying that he has ever existed.
Always existed. So you have no problem with something. You have no problem with something that's always existed, correct?
Yeah.
Great. Well, then the universe has always existed. Job done. We don't need a God.
But science does not say that this universe has existed forever. I mean, it has a starting point.
Science doesn't. We're not going to litigate this again, because we had this exact conversation about an hour ago, and we'll bore the audience to tears if we have it again. But science does not say that the universe had a point at which it didn't exist and then began to exist. That's not a thing that science says.
Then what does it say?
It doesn't say anything about this. There are a number of possible options and possibilities, and at the moment we don't know whether the universe has always existed, but we have no reason to think that there was ever a time when it didn't. And the time to start thinking that is when there's evidence that there was a point that the universe didn't exist. And right now there is no evidence for that. So the claim that the universe came into existence from non-existence cannot be supported with any evidence or arguments. And therefore, we have no need of a God.
So physics does not break its own rule, am I right?
Physics does not break its own rule, that's correct.
Okay, so why there was a time when CP violation occurred? You might have been familiar with that word, CP, symmetry violation. So what happened is that we have energy, matter and antimatter. So it was always happening like matter and antimatter. And why did we get suddenly matter formed in some kind of material?
Let's say that my answer to all of your questions about physics was I don't know. Let's just cut some time, right? We want to save time. We don't want to bore people here. So let's imagine any question you ask me about science, I say I don't know. Is any of that evidence for your special God?
Yeah, just because you do not identify God according to your understanding, it does not mean he does not exist.
Can you repeat back to me the question I just asked you?
I am saying
hang on. I just asked you a question. Can you repeat back to me? Just want to make sure that you're paying attention. Can you repeat back to me the question I asked you?
You said that I don't know.
I asked you, if I answer I don't know to all of your questions about science, would that count as evidence for your God?
Yeah, I mean, truth is always there, whether you know it or don't.
So, do you understand the point I'm making? You're rummaging around in the drawer of unknown scientific reality and concluding that because there may be some questions in science to which the answer currently is we're not sure, that constitutes evidence that a magical being made everything come into existence shortly before marrying children and flying to the moon on a horse. And this is a set of claims that you expect us to take seriously.
Okay, so you are saying about horse and whatever flying things, all of these things are from hadith, but that is not from the Quran, and that is what I want to say, because Quran is the word of God, and
Quran
I'm
is
not
the
sure
word of
about
God.
hadith because these
Right.
are written in hadith and these are not authentic, I can say.
Sure.
All of these, as you have said here, is most probably from the hadith, not from the Quran.
Sure, but I mean, is everything in the Quran correct?
Yeah, everything.
And is everything in the Quran good?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's okay for husbands to beat their wives?
No, it's not. We have to look for the context. In what context it is being talked about?
Yeah, in what context is it okay for husbands to beat their wives?
If she has done something wrong,
Hello?
then let me speak. If she has done something wrong because her husband is the authority of that home, and if she does something wrong, then it's not always about beating your wife
Not always. Yeah. So for anyone paying attention and not familiar with this, I'm going to read. This is from the Quran. This is Surah 4. I think it's 34. I believe in the Quran. It says, "Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other, and what they spend from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then if they persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. But if they obey you, seek no means against them." So this is the Quran giving men permission to strike their wives for not being obedient. Do you think that's okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
You think it's fine? You don't see a problem with that?
What is the issue with that?
Are you asking that question seriously? What is the issue with men striking their wives?
Yeah, you have to suggest if something is going wrong, but if she does not obey you, then it is probably okay to beat her.
Amazing. That's the most brazen defense of this I've ever heard. Normally what people do is they try to make excuses for this because they don't want to show themselves to be people who defend domestic violence against women. But you apparently are unbothered by that, and you're quite happy to defend it. I think that's remarkable. That possibly makes you the most unpleasant caller I've ever had in all the time that I've been doing this show. Because normally people start to intuit at this point that this is something to be a little bit ashamed about, and they start making excuses. Maybe you have to use a miswork stick or all of these little things to try and excuse the text. But you just went straight in there. I have a kind of almost grudging admiration for you. The fact that you just didn't care about being, and I would say, an enthusiastic advocate of domestic violence against women. I think that's pretty appalling. What do you have to say for yourself?
So if,
believer.
For the context, if she is doing something wrong in your presence, and would you not be like, are you just having your wife and she has done something wrong, then would you not be able to have some suggestion for her, or just if she has crossed the limit, then what would you do? I mean, what would you do then?
You talk, idiot.
Believer.
You talk. You don't start beating people. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Believer, repeat after me. Men who beat up women are cowards. You could say it. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Do you know how it wrecks people's lives to be on the end of this kind of violence that you are enthusiastically advocating? It destroys lives forever. And you just don't care because it says so in your book. You are the perfect example of why religion is devastating, of why religion poisons minds and twists people into monsters. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. I just assumed you were going to start doing what everyone else does when I confront them with this and making excuses for it and twisting yourself into pretzels, but you didn't. You just stood up and owned it. As I said, I'm almost impressed, but at the same time, pretty sickened. You should be ashamed of yourself. It's absolutely
Someone
disgusting.
needs to check in on his family too, by the way. If he has a family, any women in his life, kids, someone needs to check on them. Stat.
Yeah. Anyone with the views you hold does not deserve to have a partner, does not deserve to have children, does not deserve to have family, because that is an absolutely disgusting position to take. It's almost like you couldn't see what was wrong with it. It still is. You still seem puzzled about why anyone might have an objection to men beating their wives for not being sufficiently obedient. I think it's remarkable. Remarkable. I think our work here is probably done, don't you? Do you reckon, Sean? I think we're probably done.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any productive conversation we can have after this. I'm certainly disinclined to speak to you about your other talking points. Not that you were able to remain on any of them for longer than one sentence. But you basically just come in and defended domestic abuse. So this will be clipped, and everyone will be able to see what an absolute piece of it you are. So, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Disgusting. And off he goes. Wow, so brazen. That's the first I've ever seen someone do that. Normally, they just have some intuitive sense that there's
something
standing on a landmine.
There's some kind of cope. Some kind of cope. He gave the most honest answer. I mean, let's be real. That is what it's saying. Men are in charge. Women need to listen. And if they don't listen, we're going to be the good guy and just warn, forsake in bed. But eventually, you're going to beat them.
Yeah. Horrific.
I mean, that is what it says. He didn't give any copes. I'll give him, quote, credit for that, for being honest.
Mad.
But, wow.
Absolutely mad. Okay, I'm going to bring up ex-cop. Ex-cop is coming in right now. We got Neo is back after that, and then we also have A couple of guests over on the YouTube. We've got Captain Skeleton Man waiting. We'll get to everyone when we can. So, Ex-Cop, welcome in. I feel a little bit grubby after that last call. I'm hoping that this will be a more refreshing dip in different waters. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah,
What would you like to say?
there's a matter of translation. I'm also a Muslim.
Matter of translation, right?
Yeah, it doesn't like strike to cause harm. It's more like strike without causing harm.
Another domestic violence advocate. Fantastic. Strike without causing harm. Let me give you news flash for you, my friend.
It's not like
there's no such thing as striking without causing harm. When you strike someone,
atheists have problem with this.
Okay, you're going to be quiet now because there's only so much of this sickening nonsense anyone can take in a day. When you physically strike someone, whether it's physically painful or tokenistic, you're asserting a power dynamic which is damaging and painful psychologically as well as physically. In many cases, the psychological wounds cut deeper and hurt worse than the painful wounds. The pain. You can be quiet. You can be quiet. The pain from the actual strike may pass in seconds, but the psychological wounds can last years. So nobody is interested in hearing you come up to argue for. Nobody is interested to hear you come up and argue to try and rehabilitate the domestic violence that your co-religionist was just advocating for. Nobody is interested in hearing you do that. So I think we might just drop you back down again, but I wondered if you had any final words to say before we do.
Shut up, bro.
There you go. That wasn't quite the palate cleanse I was hoping for. I'm just going to mark on my notes for this caller. Loves domestic violence. Loves domestic violence. Domestic violence. Can't see anything wrong with beating women. Wrong with beating women. Totally brainwashed into the cult. There you go. Okay, notes updated. Sickening. Right. Well, from here, things can only get better, I guess. What's wrong with these people? Absolutely disgusting. Another one. 2 in a row, folks. 2 in a row. Unable to figure out what's wrong with domestic violence. Incredible. Okay, we are going to get to Captain Skeleton after this next call. We're going to bring in Neo, and then we'll get to Captain Skeleton after that. If you're happy to be patient, Captain, I hope you are. Bear with us, and we'll get to you shortly. Bringing in Neo again. I loved it. Adam said, if the Quran said that wives had the right to beat their husbands, I have a feeling he wouldn't love his religion so much. Here. I personally think it needs a rewrite. Okay. Neo, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, brother?
Yeah, good. You're not here to defend domestic violence, are you?
No, not at all. I think the problem is just they're not quite awake. They're just like NPCs. They don't know what they're saying.
Sadly, I fear they do. I just think they don't care. They're so brainwashed in the cult that if the book says it, it must be right. And it's always men making these arguments. You don't get women coming up to argue for the religious texts permitting the domestic abuse of women. That's going to tell us something, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, I'm totally any abuse or of power is just non-go. It's no-go zone.
Yeah,
it's just terrible. It's just to puke.
Yeah. It's disgusting. Anyway, welcome back. We last spoke in May. How are you doing, and what have you got to say?
I just was scrolling on TikTok. I saw like your quote. Atheism makes more sense. What is your goal about your life? If I may ask.
Sure. Yeah. The goal of the live, really, the goal of everything we do here, is to legitimize non-belief in religions. So is to say, if you believe, that's fine. Go and believe. Do your thing. That's fine.
Yeah,
but if you don't believe, it doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It doesn't mean that you're a moral failure. It just means that you're not convinced of something and you can't help it. If you're not convinced, you're not convinced. And
That's true.
yeah, Islam and Christianity set up this system where people who aren't convinced of their claims are deserving of punishment. So the aim of the live is to just point out that that's complete gibberish nonsense, and it's morally stupid, and that's why we do this.
Yeah, but what I think is that the systems is creating this whole narrative, so people have this clench what you had like before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, say that again so I can track with you. That
like the system, I don't know. Somebody has to create a believer. Somebody has to create atheisms, right? It cannot come out of nowhere, right?
Somebody has to create atheism. Is that what you said?
No, it is everything is created, right?
No, not necessarily. Some things are formed. So created. So first of all, created suggests there's a person or an agent doing the creation. Some things are caused, but also atheism is the default position. If you're not convinced that God exists, you're an atheist. Babies who are born can't even conceptualize a God. Ergo, they are not convinced that God exists, so they are by definition atheists.
Okay, my bad. Then
no, it's okay.
If I'm saying this correctly, so atheism is coming from the Babylonian system.
No. Atheism is just not accepting people's claims about gods. That's it.
Do you believe in leprechauns?
Leprechauns?
Yeah. Do you believe leprechauns are real?
What is leprechauns? I don't know what it is.
I promise. Oh, okay. Do you believe in unicorns?
No.
Okay. You are an unicornist.
Do you believe in a unicorn?
No, I don't. So did you hear what I said? You not believing in unicorns makes you an unicornist.
Uh-huh.
It's in the same way.
Okay,
Yeah. See, just all it's saying is we don't believe any gods exist. That's all an atheist is.
Okay, but can you like explain what is the Babylonian thing then? Because they are like atheism is most atheism people are like against religion and things, you know. That's why they are not religious.
That's not necessarily true. Atheists on TikTok maybe, but the point is all atheism is the psychological state of being unconvinced any gods exist. There's no atheist doctrines, there's no atheist beliefs, there's not a belief system, it's not a moral system. That's it. In the same way you're not convinced unicorns exist, we're not convinced any gods exist. That's it, full stop.
Yeah.
I don't say like I'm a believer, I follow any religion, but I do know like we are part of a creation, like the creator. Like I don't say it's Christian, I don't say it's Muslim, I don't say it's Jews.
No, that's fine. You got a vanilla god. That's common. I used to have a vanilla god too.
I think we all part of the creation, like consciousness, experience in body, you know, like
we do. We know what you mean, and there's two ways of responding to this. One is to say, look, if your views aren't hurting other people, then I don't have too much of a problem. If you want to interpret reality that way, I don't agree with you. I don't think there's any reason to think that we are part of the creation and consciousness and all that kind of stuff. I just think we are biological organisms living on a planet surrounded by many other biological organisms living on a planet. We understand how the biodiversity on this planet has come about, even if we don't understand exactly the mechanism by which it started. And all of this stuff is kind of explained. We don't need to appeal to creators or creations or joint consciousnesses or anything like that. But if that's what you want to do, as long as your beliefs don't cause any suffering to someone else, fill your boots, do your thing.
Yeah. But if you breathe, what do you breathe? What do you think you breathe? Do you think you breathe air?
We breathe air, yes.
If you don't if you lose your
what do you think we breathe?
I'm gonna explain. Let me say this. If you stop breathing,
Okay.
what's the first thing you lose? Not your heartbeat. What's the first thing you lose?
Comfort.
Yes. So what do we breathe?
I'm not sure where you're going with this, Neo.
Consciousness. We breathing consciousness.
We don't breathe consciousness. No. We don't breathe consciousness. This is just silly word games. We don't breathe consciousness. We breathe a mix of various different elements in the atmosphere around us, nitrogen, oxygen, various different things. And we take that in and we oxygenate our blood with it, and we move that oxygen around our body, and that oxygenates our brain, and our brains work with electrochemical processes which eventually create the experience of consciousness. But we don't breathe consciousness. This is a bit silly, dude. Let's stop it here before we get too silly.
Okay, I accept your opinion about that. And
It's not an opinion.
Okay, I saw somebody was asking what is Babylonian. Babylonian is like a vampire system who trying to compare to God. Who trying to they build a tower and they wanna show God like they can sit on his level. It's my bad English because I'm not from England or America.
That's okay. That's all right. Well, look, I think we'll move it on.
It's okay.
Really, what we're about here is pushing back on damaging religious beliefs. It sounds to me like you may have some unjustified beliefs, but it don't sound like you have damaging religious beliefs. So, do your thing. Breathe the air, and we'll speak to you again. Thank you for not defending domestic abuse. It was a refreshing change. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it's okay, right, man.
Cheers, friend.
Good one.
You too. Take care.
You too.
Okay, there we go. I'm not quite sure where that was going, but I'm sure we will feel some relief that it's not going to make its destination. Okay, we are going to bring in, as promised, Captain Skeleton Man. And then after that, we have, it looks like, Eliel's is on the YouTube queue as well. So let's bring in Captain Skeleton. Hopefully the audio is all going to be well behaved. Captain Skeleton Man, are you there? We cannot hear you, friend. So
no sound, buddy.
No sound. Let's have a look at your audio settings. Yeah, don't see why we can't hear you, but we can't hear you right now. So what you might have to do is go out and come back in. Quite often that sorts it renegotiates itself. So we'll drop you down, come back up immediately after that, and we'll try and get you straight in. So annoying. I don't know why it does that. Just doesn't work sometimes. Hopefully he will come straight up. And then failing that, we've got Eliel's waiting immediately behind that. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, we've got a few more super chats, so let me not get too far behind on those. Bethos said, Kalam is about everything has a cause if it begins to exist, implying a non-empty set of uncaused things. I think we had this one, didn't we? So uncreated God is smuggled in with premise one. Oh, I see. That was clarification. Yes. That does make more sense of the previous comment. It's all smuggling in the uncreated God. Everything has a cause apart from the things I don't want to have a cause, and they get the exception to the rule, but your exceptions to the rule don't get to be the exceptions to the rule. It's absolutely classic.
In fairness, they do say everything that begins to exist had a cause, and that God didn't begin to exist.
That's true. They do say that.
Their workaround.
That is the workaround for that. Yeah, and one can't help but think that those words were injected into the argument to inoculate it against that claim.
I can imagine when it first came out, people were like, "What about God?" And then they had to
exactly.
I don't know for sure, but that sounds very positive.
It has that feel, doesn't it? It has that feel of a document that's been worked on by the lawyers, kind of working on it and coming up with a next draft that's a little stronger in the negotiation. Yeah. We did. Captain Skeleton came back and then dropped out again. So, and here he is possibly again. Yes. Okay, let's see. Third time lucky. Let's see if it happens. I'm hoping it will. How's that?
We did Captain Skeleton.
Right. We can now hear ourselves on the feed. So you need to turn the YouTube feed off and turn your headphones on.
Yes. Okay, so you can hear me. Is it working now? I'm sorry.
Yep.
I apologize about that. I have a cat. My cat knocked my wire out, so I lost the sound. Sorry about that.
It's happened to the best of us.
Right.
Yeah, cool. Well, welcome in. What would you like to say?
Well, I scroll through channels. I actually am a scholar, and I study biblical text.
Right.
So I see you say atheism makes more sense.
Yes.
More sense than.
Oh,
Could you clarify that?
Yeah, more sense than theism.
Okay, so in theism, when you are looking at theism, are you addressing theism as religion, or
No?
As a
No,
word?
I'm addressing theism as the belief that a God exists.
Well, theism comes from the Greek word, which is theo. Theo means God. So
Yeah.
you said exactly what I wanted you to say. It's that a God does not exist. Okay, so what is your
Hang on. Slow
interpretation
down for a second. It's not. I'm not asserting that a God does not exist. In the same way that one can be, a as a prefix means not, right? So I'm not a theist. That doesn't mean that I'm asserting a God doesn't exist. It just means I'm unconvinced of the claims that people make that a God does exist. And there's a huge difference between those two positions.
I understand that. Right.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Carry on then.
So what is your definition? Define for me your understanding then of God.
I don't have to define a God. We're surrounded by people claiming that they
atheism makes more sense than God.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to clarify for me what is your definition? Because see,
I don't have a definition of a God.
Religion,
a supernatural being with supernatural powers, which may or may not have created the universe. For example, Thor is a god, but Thor is not believed to have created the universe. It's almost like saying, define what you mean by superhero. There are lots of different superheroes, but there's an overarching definition.
That's called straw man. That's straw man.
No, I didn't know. You asked me for a definition. I'm giving you my definition of my straw man.
No, you gave me the definition of another religion's God. You brought in Thor. I'm asking you.
No, I did. A straw man would be, I accused you of believing in Thor. That's what a straw man is.
But do you understand what straw man means, right?
Yes, I do.
So you just made a definition for what I asked for you, God, and you brought in a religion's aspect of God.
Hang on. Yeah. Sean mentioned Thor just as an example of a God concept that didn't necessarily create everything. He used it as an example to say that the definition of God can be quite broad, because some people would say that the definition must include a creator of everything, and Sean was using Thor as an example of a God that is not widely credited with having created everything. So he wasn't trying to strawman you or anything. He was just giving some extra detail on how the word God is being using. And this illustrates why I say, when you say, what do I define as a God? I don't have to define a God. I'm saying it's for other people are coming up with God concepts, and I'm saying, so far, I don't find any of them convincing. Now, if you have one that you think is convincing, then we can hear the evidence for it. Do you have one?
Yeah, that's better than what he said. So I agree with you, what you're saying. That is better than what is this gentleman next to you's name?
Sean was just pointing out. Sean was just pointing out that not all gods ever proposed have to have the characteristic of being a creator. That's all he was saying.
Correct.
You can grant him that without accusing him of. You can grant him that without accusing him of strawmanning.
Sir, I write thesis papers on these things.
Quit posturing.
Delightful, but you still completely misinterpreted his claim.
Yeah.
No, it was a straw man claim.
Please, enough of the.
But let's continue. Enough of that. Let's continue.
Please, just
so let me ask you this, Sean. Sean and John.
I'm still going to continue talking. Okay. Please describe the. You're muted right now. No one can hear you. Please describe the God that you believe exists and present your evidence and arguments for that God. Thank you.
So, Sean and John, do you have children?
Please.
Are you going to answer his question?
I'll answer his question.
Okay, great.
Do you have children? Can you answer that, yay or nay? Do you have children?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so don't ad hominem another man as you did earlier. Don't do that to another man.
Okay, stop crying about everything.
The God you believe exists, and give the evidence or argument. No one can hear you right now. You're crashing out in silence. Screaming silence.
I'm actually going to put him on the screen so we can see the crash out, because it is quite amusing. We go like this. We get to see it. Okay, right now, I'm going to unmute you for a moment. We're trying to have a structure. We're trying to have a. No. You can learn some respect now. We're trying to have a structured conversation. So Sean asked you a question, and rather than answering the question, you started asking. I know it's fantastic. No one can hear you right now. You're muted.
You're screaming silence right now,
which is vaguely amusing, to be fair, and also sideways. The sideways does add to it, doesn't it? The sideways camera. Really there we go. Okay, there you go. Okay, now look. I'm going to unmute you, but you need to behave yourself. Okay, this isn't about respect. It's about a structured conversation. Our job is to moderate the conversation here so that it's structured and that it has a direction of travel and focused. So you appeared to ask me a question about whether I have children. I answered yes because I thought you were going to be developing an argument about the gods, and you went off into you shouldn't ad hominem something or other. Complete waste of time. We're not interested in meta. We're not interested in your feelings about how we run the live stream. We're trying to talk about gods. So Sean asked you a question, which was, go ahead, Sean.
Please describe the God that you believe exists and provide the argument and evidences for your God. Thank you.
Floor is yours.
So you're not my father. Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't act like you are over someone.
You're going to be muted again. Okay. We asked you specifically not to get into the meta of the conversation, because that's not the conversation that anyone's here to see, although it is actually becoming a little amusing. So maybe it will become. My niggling suspicion is that this interaction may become more about the meta than anything else, which is okay, because some of the interactions are, and we have had some good conversation today. So I'm going to unmute in a moment, and you're going to answer Sean's question if you're capable of doing it. And if you're not capable of doing it, I'd like you to say, I'm not capable of doing it.
I'm very much capable of answering your question, but you haven't answered mine. He cannot even define God. He can't define his own God. He uses someone else. And then he wants to switch it on me and ask.
Okay, so I'm going to take that to mean you're not capable of answering Sean's question about what God you believe in. To be fair, you haven't said that you do believe in a God. He's still talking. You haven't said that you do believe in a God. So that's an assumption we're making, perhaps erroneously. So perhaps we should reset a couple of steps and say, and ask, do you believe in a God? Oh, look at the good manners. Do you believe in a God? So we can conduct this conversation using sign language if you want. Give me a thumbs up if you believe in a God, and give me the finger if you don't. You do believe in a God, and you don't believe in a God. Fantastic.
Yeah, so he said he doesn't.
Okay, yeah, he said he does and he doesn't. So okay, we're going to unmute you again, and we're going to try to have a grown-up conversation like the grown-ups have.
Complete moron. Fuck you. And yes, I believe in God.
Fantastic. So demonstrating here, 2 Timothy, channeling the Holy Spirit, the fruits of the Spirit. Oh, some different God, not the Christian God. Oh, it is a Christian God. Who knows? Dude, are you capable of telling us what God you believe in, Mr. Scholar? You're unmuted now. You can tell us if you want. But you appears to have lost the power of speech.
He must have angrily knocked out his microphone.
I think you might have knocked your cables out again, or maybe it was your cat again. Should we just leave him there making finger signs? This is going on the crash outs big time. Yep, and he hung up. I think that gets round of applause for being an absolutely fantastic, noteworthy crash out. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. I think that was good value, wasn't it? That was good value. Yeah, brilliant. Excellent stuff. That was... Captain Skeleton Man for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to put in the notes for that one. Horrifically rude. Horrifically rude. And by the way, he's not a scholar. Horrifically rude. Lied about being a scholar.
Are you Are you sure about that?
Lied about being a scholar, and rude to Sean. Gave us the finger before crashing out. Oh my goodness me. This is a kid-friendly show.
That's what's going to happen. Next time he shows up, you're going to push him right ahead of the queue, too.
Oh, 100%. He's going to get a golden pass.
That's right.
If you're still listening, Captain Thingy, whatever your name is, you get first place in the queue anytime you want to call and come in. More than welcome. Camera loves you, baby. Camera loves you. Okay, that was glorious. Oh, so fantastic. I'm remembering that guest. I can't remember what his name was. Justin had an absolutely epic guy a few months ago who had such a meltdown in the background, and Justin just put him on mute and put the camera up in the corner of the room, still on the guy, and carried on having the show. And the guy was just ranting and raving for about 20 minutes, muted, just in a little window. It was absolutely superb. It was brilliant.
Like a little crash out trophy, just like sitting on the mantle.
Yeah, it was. It was superb. It's like having your own little crash out Tamagotchi in the corner of the screen, just doing the crash out thing. It was absolutely awesome.
We could have done. I swear we could have done that with this guy. Just left him there quietly and moved on.
It was. Anyway. You never know when they're gonna make that switch from like appearing to be a normal person to being a complete lunatic. It was quite funny. Yeah. Can we boost Sean's mic? Yes, we can absolutely boost Sean's mic, but I suspect it's just on the YouTube calls because it's always Sean's mic is always quite a generous level on the TikTok calls. So I pushed up a touch on both, but I think we're probably okay. Let me know if Sean continues to be too quiet.
Test. This is the YouTube side. Test. How is it, guys?
I've turned it up a bit, so it should be better now. Okay, that was glorious. Okay, let's see. Epic clown. I agree. Epic clown. Okay. Funnily enough, XCOP is still is back in the TikTok queue, wanting to continue to defend his domestic abuse predilection. We'll think about that. But first, we're going to take Eliel's on the YouTube side. Hopefully, we will. Eliel's, how are you? You're listening onto the feed.
Eliel's, we got an echo in your background.
Just listening to the YouTube feed. Hopefully, you can switch to headphones and turn that off.
Hey,
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, we got you.
Hi, Eliels. How are you?
I don't think I can currently hear you. I'll try differently.
Right. Okay. You need to try something.
Or are we quiet?
Oh, now you're distorting a bit. Should be able to hear us. It might be something your end. Let me see if I can set what your output object is. Nope, they've dropped down. So that didn't work. Maybe they'll come back in, and it's still saying Skeleton Man. I don't want that. Maybe they'll come back in. While we are waiting, we'll speak to Adam. Adam, what's up? At least I hope we can speak to Adam. Again, same issue. We can't hear you, Adam.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing?
Huzzah, technology.
Yeah. You all right?
This has been an interesting session with some very entertaining callers.
We've had some good ones. Someone in TikTok saying Skeletor. That's hilarious. He's going to be called Skeletor from now on.
Don't insult Skeletor like that. Skeletor is at least fun.
He was fun. To be fair, that last guy was quite fun too.
Yeah, it is entertaining to have them just locked onto the camera, silent, and just watching them, crash out.
It is fun. And by the way, that's what a proper mute function looks like. Every day I get comments from people saying, you don't mute the guest, you don't mute the guest. They don't understand. The mute on TikTok just doesn't work. The moment you mute a guest on TikTok, they can unmute themselves. So you end up playing like mute wars, trying to like bang the button to try and keep them on mute. It's ridiculous. Whereas on the YouTube side, mute actually means mute. It means you're not saying a word until I'm ready to hear you, which is how it should work.
Yeah, I see that with Justin all the time, where it's just click, 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 and just
Yeah,
it's just
craziness.
You're never going to win. You can stop.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, now I've lost my train of thought because, of course, I was on the Discord. I'd mentioned a Greek word, amathea, which it's basically translates into intelligent stupidity or willful ignorance. It's basically the idea of people not wanting to let themselves be educated.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody, one of the previous callers was talking about how, you just don't want to believe in stuff. And then he then proved by not listening to a word you say and kept repeating his comments.
Yeah, right.
So,
oh, by the way, big shout out to the Mezzo raid, by the way. We've got Mezzo raid here. That's awesome news. Thanks, Mezzo, and thanks to the Mezzo folk. We're very, very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for coming over. Mezzo, you've got to come in and say hi to us one of these days, friend. We haven't had the pleasure of speaking to Mezzo yet, but that needs to happen really soon. Sorry, Adam, to cut you off. Just needed to get that out
no
there.
Problem. But yeah, it's the idea of, like I said, somebody it's not that they're just ignorant or don't understand. It's that they're just completely unwilling to actually even try and learn.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you see that a lot with theists and, right-wingers who, like, you can provide them whatever facts and evidence you want, and they'll just look at it and it's like, oh, well, no, that has to be fake, or, you're just trying to deceive me, so I shouldn't listen to this. And it's like they're going out. And I think a lot of the time they can see that they're wrong, but they're just desperate to cling to their beliefs. And they know that if they actually listen and just understand, even if they don't, they're not going to just switch over. They know it's going to put doubts in their heads. So the only thing, like, their brain instantly goes into defense mode, and they have to throw out everything you say, start talking over you, start, like some of the callers earlier, just when you prove them wrong, they just repeat their statement again and try and keep going because that's all they can do without, So it's, I think it's something that's hard because it tends to come from the people who have that, it's the emotional connection more than anything else. Like a lot of theists, it's not so much that, they truly believe the God and all that. It's their identity. Like they grew up with it. It's their entire, circle of friends. It's what all their families do. And they know that if they change, they're going to be the outsider. And they're terrified of that.
Sure.
So the only thing they can think to do is just, well,
shut it down.
I am going to ignore everything that shows this is wrong so that I can keep my safe space because it's scary to be outside the bubble.
For sure. For sure. And I have a degree of sympathy for that, actually. I do. I really get it. I do feel compassionate for believers, even as they sometimes have horrific views, because I understand they're kind of stuck in a belief system that represents their security, as you say, and safety in the group. I get all of it. I was speaking to Misinterpretations about this last night on her show, and about how important that like feeling part of the group is, and that can create a very, very strong bias away from being open-minded and away from being able to critically examine evidence. I do feel for them.
Yeah, and it I guess a part of it is the trying to figure out who is there because of the fear of leaving it, and who is there just because they want to be obstinate, which is admittedly still a lot of people on that side. It's just they've had this thought, and it's not just a matter of losing that bubble, but they would have to admit they're wrong. And for some people, that's like the hardest thing you could ever do.
Yep.
So
you're right. Well, thanks for that, and for posting the Greek on the Discord. That's interesting, Adam. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
All right, you take care.
Speak soon. Thanks. Okay, moving on. We have got right. Eliel's is back again. Let's try him again and see if it works this time. Eliel's, are you there again?
Yes, I'm actually here. Thank you so much. Is
Hooray.
my sound all right?
Yeah, it sounds okay.
Awesome. I think we don't really have any lag. I just want to make a real quick point, maybe put a flea in some people's ears.
Sure.
Earlier, there was a call with a caller who was very thought crime-y. He was basically saying the thought of the crime, like the bad thoughts, equal punishable offenses. And maybe that's a cultural thing. That might really be it. The two of us, we are European. Our daily lives are much more secular, of course, than American people's.
Yeah.
But I remember in public general education, like nothing far towards university or anything, we learned songs by captured Jews in concentration camps that basically said the thoughts are free. And that was a very important thing that we repeatedly learned in classes. And I want people who default to this thoughts equal punishable offense, I want them to think about it, what it is like to have, like, the people who were captured in concentration camps were singing about, well, the Nazis can do punishment to us whatever they want, but at least our thoughts are free.
Right.
So if you're going the way of thought crime, you're going in the direction of, wait, these people are either wrong.
Yeah.
It's just a bad implication. I just want people to like sit with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's a really valuable insight, because no matter how things get, no matter how downtrodden you are, no matter how controlled and persecuted you are, you still have your own mind. You still have your own thoughts. And to be willing to trade that away is just such a terrible thing. Horrible. So I do appreciate your perspective there.
That's it already. Have a great rest of the stream. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Elias. We appreciate you too. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, there's some perspective for you. People in the worst instances you could possibly imagine, under the worst conditions, had the presence of mind to say, well, we still have our own minds. We still have our thoughts. And there's a real value to that, which I completely get. Okay, so we're going to take a little vote now, because X-Cop, who was the caller who came up after the I don't see anything wrong with domestic abuse call, who also seemed to kind of be wanting to defend it a bit, is still in the TikTok queue, the only member there. I'm going to take a vote from you guys on whether you think we want to see what they have to say. We have spoken to X-Cop before. I'm open to having the discussion. But I have a feeling it may not go very well. What do we think? Do we think no? We'll just do a quick poll. Put a Y if you want me to see what they want to talk about and have it out with them, and put an N if you'd rather we just don't go there at all. I'm seeing a bit of a mix. It's pretty mixed. It's pretty mixed. Yes, if you feel like it. Yes. I don't remember, so yes. Moke says, why would we want that? No. No, yes. Bigot, no. Lots of N's. Okay, I think on balance, the N's probably have it for now. So, X-Cop, you'll have to come back another day. You made yourself so disgusting in the 30 seconds that you were audible that nobody wants to hear from you again. So perhaps that's something to reflect on. So we will politely decline X-Cop now. And that means, of course, that we don't have a caller there, but we do have Mick on the YouTube side. So let's get Mick in now. Mick seems to have temporarily disappeared. X-Cop is very keen. He's joined the TikTok queue again. Rather like a puppy who wants to make love to the sofa and doesn't understand no. Okay, Mick has dropped out. Okay, so we don't have a caller right now.
I hear Mick on the YouTube side, or I hear a voice.
I can't see anyone on video.
Yeah, so it sounds like I can hear someone on video, and it sounds like you can't, and I have no idea if the audience hears them.
No, the audience won't. And the only person I can see on video right now is you, Sean.
I'm literally talking to Mick. He identified himself.
Wow.
Can you guys hear him in the chat?
No, he won't.
Maybe leave and come back, Mick.
Yeah, that's really weird because I can't see it in the control room. The control room is how I add it into the chat, into the live stream. So if I don't see that,
I'm doing the Professor X thing with Mick. That's
right.
You know,
that is pretty weird. XCOP is still there, knocking on the door. Wild. Maybe don't defend domestic abuse next time, XCOP, and people won't feel so nauseous when they hear your name. Yeah, we can't hear Mick, and I can't see Mick, annoyingly. So
I don't see him now.
So that means absent XCOP, we don't have a caller right now, which means I will read some super chats because we do have a few of those still. So until we get another guest, I will do that for now. And that is going to be just like this. What have we got? Bethos said, a holy book's morals is better than, it looks like Hitler's. It is good morals. Or what are those Hitler args? Yeah, it's not a high bar, is it? It's not a high bar. Bethos also said, science doesn't know everything, therefore specific God. Yeah, that's the exact form that those arguments take when they start saying, where did everything come from? How was the universe? How did the universe originate? Which is why I said earlier, if I just answer I don't know to all of those questions, if I grant that we know nothing about any of this stuff, don't know how the universe started, don't know if it started, don't know where life came from, don't know anything, is that evidence for your magical explanation? Of course it's not. You have to come up with that evidence yourself. It's got nothing to do with what we don't know. And VG Vindaloo said, believer brought slick tires to a snow rally. That's brilliant. I love that. I haven't heard that before. That does appear to be what did happen today. And El Travieso said, those calls supporting domestic violence were horrible. And remember, us atheists are the ones bereft of morals, right? We're the ones who have no morality. And they're the ones they claim their objective morality like a medal, and then they come up to explain why it's okay for men to beat women. XCOP is still in the TikTok queue. I kind of admire the tenacity. Got to admire that. And Bethos said those two were worrisome, meaning him and the disgusting one before. Divorce be upon them. I agree. If those people's wives are listening right now, run. And Nineball Junkie, good name, said, just to piggyback on Nerd Unleashed, the episode she was describing in the Orville sounds similar to an episode of Star Trek, The New Generation, called The Outcast. Okay, well, you guys are up on this stuff. I really am not. I'm not in that crowd, so I'm not up on all of it. But sounds interesting. I will definitely give the Orville a bit of a check. Bethos said, evidence, not evidences, please. Evidence is uncountable. Everyone likes grammar. Enzi Limey. I'm. Is that New Zealand? My gosh, I'm messing this up, Bethos. I don't know what your last words mean. But yeah, I'm quite a fan of evidence too. Evidence is generally a sort of collective term, isn't it? Like food. Mike Bowen says
he was saying grammar Yahtzee.
Oh, grammar. Oh, I see. Sorry. Now,
yeah.
I'm slow, but I get there in the end. Thank you for rescuing me from my own idiocy. Mike Bowen said about Captain Skeleton Person. His cat is trying to save his remaining dignity. I think that ship sailed, sadly. And then finally, the Knights Husseini says Satan lost all his hair. Now there's hell to pay. Hell to pay. Oh God. How to destroy a joke. Yes, I like that. Now there's hell to pay. I like that a lot. Okay, that super chat's current. We are good there. We're up to date there. Let's have a check on the bingo to see if there's any business there. No business on the bingo. So we still have Jesus fulfilled prophecy. I'll pray for you and you send yourself to hell. who knows whether we'll get them or not. Not I. I do not know. Okay, we're going to bring in Buddha 1978 from the TikTok queue.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I am a friendly, but I have a really just a quick question, if that's all right.
Sure.
So I've just started doing lives, going on Christian lives, after everything I've learned from you, and it seems very quick. They get very annoyed, and I get booted very quickly when I start proving all their prophecies are wrong. So I just wanted to know if this is a normal thing that they get aggravated so quickly.
Yes. John doesn't normally like roam around and go on other people's lives and stuff. I do that, and yes, it is very common for Christian hosted lives to like shout over you, not let you have your say, and then say some preemptive excuse and then boot you. It's like a very, I'm not going to say every time, but it's a very common thing, problem that you'll run into on many of the Christian ran spaces. Because like both sides will set up shop and be like, all right, if you don't agree with me, please request that. Now it could be my own bias at play, but it seems to me the atheist hosts, while far from perfect, I think atheists sometimes can be too aggressive, too fast, and too on the attack. In sum and total, like Christians are it seems like they're much more allowed to speak on average than when we go into their spaces.
Yeah, just a simple English gardener looking for a chat and get treated like. Although I did last for 30 seconds with Darth Dawkins. So
32 seconds, that's good going.
Before I got muted and blocked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man.
Can
Thanks
you
for
kick
coming
me?
up.
I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I'll take you out. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate
Cheers.
it. Thanks. Okay, there you go. Ex-cop is still knocking on the door. Bless him. Haven't you got women to go and abuse anywhere? Oh dear. Okay, let's see. I have got some really good comments, and some of these comments I did tell people in the comments that I would read them out on the show, so it would be remiss if I didn't. Let me find one. So there's this guy called Jim Castleberry who comments under quite a lot of the videos on YouTube, and this is slightly unhinged contribution from him. So he said. He came in and said, yes, any atheist can make believe his own subjective morality. The atheist child rapist has his subjective morality, same for the atheist mass murderer or even you. Without God, objective moral values and duties in reality, none are true, false, nor better or worse than any other. How is the Nazi or mass murderer who doesn't care about avoiding suffering of others, but desires slaughtering others to build a white master race actually wrong to shove Jews in ovens? How is the atheist communist morally wrong to starve 11 million people rather than morally justified in the Stalinist morality under atheistic communism? The brainwashing is deep here. How can anyone be morally wrong about anything if no objective moral values and duties exist? John Cohen, I'll wait while you dodge and run away as always. I have no clue who this person was before this time. Until run away as always. And then he says, like a few minutes later, posted again, John ran away. Atheists don't do accountability. Then he posted again, John Cohen official, still cowering John. You atheist liars bring nothing. Just empty lies and not a shred of substance. Well, the thing is, I know this is going to come as an enormous shock to you. But I don't organize my entire life around your comments on my videos. So I know that you've got a slight dose of main character syndrome right now, where you think that because you've taken the time to write a comment, I'm going to immediately drop everything I'm doing and immediately come and engage with your comments, no matter what time or where you post them or when. It just doesn't really work like that. I get, on average, between 600 and 800 comments a day on YouTube at the moment. And so I can't deal with all of them as a matter of urgency, as much as I'm sure yours are very, very important. So I did eventually come back to this later, and here's the response. This is exactly the same conversation that we have here every week. Like, we've had it here today. The idea that you would say that without your God, we can't make any sensible statements about how people ought to behave to each other or how they ought not to behave to each other is completely asinine. Like, it really is. It, first of all, totally ignores the centuries and centuries and centuries of moral philosophy that are secular. It completely ignores the entire tradition of secular ethics, like it doesn't exist, like it's just written off. Ignores it. Ignores all the sort of the principles of, you know, the golden rule of just saying, just treat other people how you might want to be treated. Things like that. That came along long before your God. Came along long before Jesus. Came along long before any of your religious ideas. You're just completely pretending that doesn't exist. And then the idea that you just wouldn't be able to understand how people can agree how we ought to treat each other based on commonly agreed goals. And the commonly agreed goals can just be things like avoiding suffering. Now, I know you said, well, what about if one person doesn't care about avoiding suffering? Well, then we can call that person's goals not compatible with what most people do, because most people do care about avoiding suffering. Most people care about avoiding their own suffering and realize that to be part of a collective, if nobody cares about suffering, everyone suffers. And so that's what the social contract is. It's agreeing to work as a group because being in the group lifts us all up and improves life for everyone. And this is not the exclusive preserve of the human race. It happens in the animal kingdom. It happens in groups of other primates and other animals where there are proto-morality codes, which everyone plays by because they realize their survival is enhanced by it. So I don't know why you think this was such a flex, such a devastating argument. It really wasn't. It was a silly argument. But it was amusing to hear you kind of crash out in the YouTube comments because I didn't come rushing over immediately to agree with everything you are saying. Let's see what else we've got.
I will add to that as well. There is no problem identified about humanism that divine command theory solves whatsoever. The question that's always asked is like, what happens if somebody doesn't care about the well-being of others? And I agree with everything you said, John. Like they would be a psychopath. We have to live in shared societies. It's bad. It hurts the whole, et cetera. All that's true.
Yeah.
But they have the same problem. What if someone like me genuinely doesn't give an F what your God has to say, even if he exists, with respect to morality? I don't. So you value, not you, John, but like the theist may value blind obedience to their God. They value that above all else. I don't value it at all. So we actually have that problem now, which is why I am okay with gay marriage. That's just the reality of the world we live in. I value well-being above all else. They value blind obedience above all else. In both cases, it's subjective. Yeah. And in both cases, you can have people on the other side who don't care about your moral compass because they have their own. Guess what that's called? The actual reality, the real world that we're living in. We're not trying to argue that like subjective morality is superior. And this isn't, I care what's real and what's actual. And it just seems to be that like, in fact, it is the case that it is subjective. It is mind dependent. And you can't get around that. All you're doing is by decree declaring, oh, but God's laws are the objective ought. You're just saying that. It doesn't make any sense. What if Thor what if it turns out Thor is the one true God? So now that you have a deity, now are his morals the objective way we should all live? What's special about Yahweh? So, no. He's not but Thor isn't the lawgiver with morality or what have you. Okay, so what makes you have God A and God B? What specifically makes a God like the objective arbiter of what's good and bad? And anyway, I I don't want to go on to rant too long, but
no, it's fair. It's just, and we have this conversation every week, and we'll continue to have it because it's just such a sticking point for believers. And the thing is, the reason why I'm willing to continue to have it is because it's so prevalent in the conversation space around these issues. You never know who's going to be watching that live or that clip video, whatever it is, who may not have heard us have the conversation before. And that's why I'll keep on doing it, because I want people to be equipped to respond to this because it's so prevalent. Oh, by the way, Jim then followed that message as if that flurry of messages weren't enough, all in the space of a few hours. He then followed up with, John Cohen is once again running away from me after his defeat, exposing the horrific moral insanity of atheism. He cannot answer any of my questions after being cornered again. So silly, isn't it? Just so silly. Main character syndrome runs deep in this one. Very, very silly indeed. And then there was a great comment I found. Let me find it. I really enjoyed this, just as a lovely moment. So 13 Shadow Wolf said, right now, what we are actually observing is the radiation given off by other galaxies. What's crazy to think is that there might be some advanced civilization living there now, but we won't be aware of it for millions of years. We are currently observing a universe millions of years ago. What did our planet look like millions of years ago? Think how much things could be different in the now as opposed to what we are detecting, the distant past of what we're looking at. The time relativity, I think it means relativity, relatively starts to break your brain because you have to intentionally maintain the now versus then concept differently in the same sentence. And I love that.
Yeah.
And you've alluded to that, Sean, before as well. But what a great way of putting it. It's like, let's imagine there is alien life somewhere, even relatively near to us in terms of the size of the cosmos as a whole. It might be the case that we won't get to find out about them for millions of years, because if it takes the light that long to reach us, you can be sure it's going to take us even longer. Take them rather even longer.
Yeah.
So it's a really nice way of putting it. I really enjoyed that comment. Let's find another one. I've got a few in the stack here. Let's see. This is a funny one. Okay, so this is from 12 Stitches. So you atheists say that the Bible says bad things that are the word of God, therefore God must exist. Thank you for proving the existence of God. And this is made unironically in the comments. This is made seriously. This wasn't even like someone doing a pastiche, a Poe's law or something. Someone thinks that's an actual argument, that the fact that we're prepared to criticize the morality in the Bible and the morality of some of the key players, let's say, implies that we think they actually exist. And what you're dealing with, it's dumb. That's just dumb. Silly, 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 silly. Okay, what else have we got? Gosh, I seem to have collated a few from this Jim guy. He's been very, very busy. Let's see. Okay, so we'll have this one as well. This is from OffX by X1. Also another fairly regular commenter under the videos. Centre square on my atheist bingo card. Every time the host says you can't choose what you believe, he is the one choosing to believe that very premise. I'm going to come back to that. We'll circle back to this. He made another clip on this subject where he said that if someone held a gun to his child's head, contingent on his believing the gospel, that would be it for the child. I find that unfortunate and very disappointing. It's unfortunately true. I also find it to be completely false. No, it's not. Please know, I'm not calling the host a liar. I'm sure he means it, unfortunately. But it's one thing to say that from the comfort of your own studio. God forbid if anything like that ever actually happened, which of course we would never want for anyone. I contend that the host would discover very quickly just how persuadable he really is. Caller could have believed it any time he wanted to. He just chose not to. Romans 10:9 calls us to believe, proving the choice is possible for anyone. Okay, so there's a couple of things to unpack here. So, first of all, the first claim that when I say that belief is not a choice, I'm choosing to believe that. I'm not choosing to believe that. I say that belief is not a choice because I find myself persuaded by the evidence for that claim. I have looked into it, I've considered it, and I've researched it. And for me, the evidence that belief is involuntary is so strong that it's impossible for me to believe anything but. So my acceptance of the claim is, funnily enough, a proof of it. So there you go. That's on that. And then in terms of this thing of if someone, put a gun to my child's head and said, believe in Jesus, I would obviously assert it. I would obviously declare it. But would I suddenly become genuinely convinced it's true? And if you're listening to this off X by X1, think about this for a moment. What would be the mechanism by which having my child threatened would suddenly make me convinced of mythological claims I currently don't believe? Is that really the argument you're staking out here? Is that really the space that you want to be in, that you're making that claim? Because that's ludicrous. I would be extremely traumatized. I would be terrified. I would be doing everything I could to stop the situation. I would be wildly singing Jesus' name up to the sky. But I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't suddenly be convinced it's true just because the stakes are high. That isn't how belief works. And this is just a perfect demonstration of everything that's wrong with this belief system, because it's all built, and Islam too, all built on the idea that if the stakes are high enough, you can just believe something. And it just doesn't work. It's just not true. You can insist it's true, you can declare it's true, but it's not true. It doesn't hold up to any kind of scrutiny. So let me get rid of that last call rating thing. So that is that there. Okay, we've got a couple of super chats to read. We have some more comments in the stack as well. These are funny, these comments. I do enjoy collecting them. I read pretty much all the comments under the videos when I can. I sometimes miss some, but it's interesting. It's interesting to take the sort of temperature of how the videos are landing with people. Optimus Rhymes said about Captain Skeleton Person, the cat was just trying to save him from himself. I think the cat was the hero of the story. The cat probably knew something before the call started that we didn't know, which was probably better not to have made the call. And the cat was obviously clued up. Cats are awesome. But yeah, the cat was unsuccessful in his attempt to save him from himself, because what happened, and we will treasure it always. Matteo says, growing up Catholic, I thought morality needed an objective external source. It turns out humans can agree on subjective ethics based on empathy and compassion, even without religious text. Well, who would have thought it? Well said. Well said. That's exactly it, and that's exactly the response to the chap on the YouTube comments who was saying, without his God, we have no way of saying that anything is right or wrong. What a curious position to hold. So silly. Babs says, apes laugh, love, grieve, have empathy and morals. Yet I have yet to see an orangutan reading scripture. Very good, Babs. Oh, great comment. Great comment. Yep. And I think I said it before. There is currently, or at least there was, there is currently a David Attenborough apes thing on Netflix at the moment. Very much worth watching. I forget what it's called, but it's like a documentary. It's really superb. It's quite harrowing and hard to watch at times because stuff happens, but I recommend it. And you can't come away from it thinking anything other than what Babs has just said here about how emotionally rich the life of these animals are. And they aren't the only ones. It happens elsewhere in the animal kingdom too. So, yep, no religion required for any of that stuff. And Scott says, do you think what's this? Fine-tuning argument suffers from fallacy of composition. What's true for the parts isn't necessarily true of the universe as a whole.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because I don't think that I grant fine-tuning for the parts either.
Yeah.
And when people have coined the term, I think what they really mean is that had those values been any different, things would be very different, right? So you can look at the physical constants and you can say, if the weak gravitational force was just a tiny bit different, or if the weak nuclear force, the weak nuclear force was just a tiny bit different, or if the gravitational constant was just a little bit different, things would be very, very different. So it looks finely tuned in that if any of these, you make a small adjustment to some of these values, would play out as a very, very big difference in reality. But that's not to assert that they could have any other values. And that's why the fine-tuning argument fails, because they're all probabilistic. The fine-tuning arguments are all probability arguments where they don't know what the probability space is. And they come with Bayesian arguments and all of this and that. It's all BS. If you don't know what the probability space is, you can't make a probability argument.
Right. No, agreed. And there's actually, I should write them all down and count them. I want to say there's at least 4, maybe 5 different problems with the fine-tuning argument, which I don't want to take up all the time to rehash all of them now. But when someone makes them again, we can cover them again. Yeah, sure. Or we do a deep dive on a future episode or something like that. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so call queues are currently semi-empty. I'm going to be thinking about winding the thing down in about half an hour, just to let you know. So if you're going to want to come up, now would be the time to ask to come in on either side. XCOP is still in the TikTok queue, knocking on the door, but I am going to follow the will of the audience. And it's surprising he wouldn't know how to accept no. Isn't it astonishing? Yeah, you what an amazing shock. Yeah, I don't know what no means. Yeah. I will say come back another time, but there's certainly no appetite in the audience to hear from you today. So, come back next time without making such disgusting arguments, and maybe you'll last longer than the 30 seconds you lasted last time. Let's see, what else have we got in the comments? I have got some other nice comments here as well. So many from this Jim guy. He's just been going mad in the comments. Okay, so here's a slightly odd one. I thought about whether to include this one or not, but I am going to include it. So this person said, I'd like to ask the Jewish host, what is your justified true belief for life to exist? So this is a really, really confused question. This is like someone heard the phrase justified true belief once and it's stuck in their head, and now they're randomly just inserting it into discussions. And the fact that they've just seen my name and thought to include it in the question is frankly quite odd. Like, have you never heard of someone who's ethnically Jewish and is non-religious before? Is that a new concept for you? Apparently it is. But newsflash, there are people who come from culturally Jewish backgrounds who don't buy into religious ideas. There are millions of us. Millions. This is a stupid argument. This is a stupid question, not even an argument. It's a stupid question, framed in a stupid way. Go and read a book and do better. I thought I'd include it because it did catch my eye. I thought it was a bit silly. You left out the second part there. What is your justified true belief for how life began? Justified true belief is the common in philosophy description of what knowledge is. So what he's asking without intending to is, what is your knowledge of how life began? And I don't think John, I certainly nor I claim to know how life began. Exactly. So exactly that, which is why chucking justified true belief in there is just it just felt so random. He heard the phrase before. Yeah, it was just really randomly thrown in. It's kind of weird. But. Yeah, really, really weird. Bethos says, if God can just exist, so fine-tuned he can create a fine-tuned universe. We had this last time. Why can't the universe exist just fine, actually coarse-tuned for human life? Exactly. I think it was in the last live that I asked that of someone who came in with the fine-tuning, and I said, well, if the chances of this universe are so tiny, then the chances of a God configured with just the right properties to be able to create a universe must also be fine-tuned. So it follows then something must have created that God. There must be another God who's also fine-tuned such that he's capable of creating gods who create universes.
and you have fine-tuned gods all the way down. But yeah, nicely framed, Bethos. That's a perfect expression of that problem with fine-tuning, which is that only occurred on the last live, actually. That particular argument. Okay, what else have we got? I've got a few other comments here as well while we wait for another caller to come in, if we get one. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Linda Owlsey said, belief is not an all or nothing. Most people believe it's possible the building they're in could collapse. Now, this was apropos the call we had where someone was claiming he could choose his beliefs, and the belief we challenged him to choose to believe was that the building he was in was about to collapse. And he claimed to believe it, but he really obviously didn't, because he was still there. If you think the building you're in is going to collapse, you don't hang around calling into YouTube shows. You get out, right? So this is the new go-to on the choose to believe. It's choose to believe the building you're in is about to collapse. And so Linda says,
tried to do an Oscar performance like I'm hiding under the desk. I'm against the wall because the building. He was acting the whole thing out, and it was just
it was glorious. It was absolutely glorious. Why I clipped it. That's why I clipped it. So she goes on to say, it's possible. Most people believe it's possible the building they are in could collapse. They've seen or heard of such bizarre things before. Everyone knows things like 9/11 exist, and that hidden construction flaws can suddenly cause great destruction that no one knew was coming, or an unexpected event like an earthquake could occur. Well, yes, but Linda, there's a difference between granting that a possibility exists that a structural defect in your building might be discovered, or even that it could suddenly collapse, and thinking it's actually about to. That's like the difference between contemplating that you might get a serious illness one day and being convinced that you have one now. They're a galaxy apart. They're completely different. So I think, Linda, you've missed the point slightly of that one. But I appreciate the comment nevertheless. That was a funny one. Right, what else have we got? Here's a quick one for you. All caps, atheist don't know what logic is, and they don't know what moral is. There you go. I'm not sure if anything else needs to be said to that, but I did find it amusing. A surprising number of people use the term atheist without an S to refer to all atheists. I've seen this quite a lot.
Well, he also didn't say what morals are. He said what moral is.
What moral is. I mean, we can forgive someone if, English is we can forgive someone for whom English is not. But I see this quite a lot. Atheist without the S being used as a collective term for more than one atheist. I've seen it quite a lot. It used to happen a lot on Twitter when I was on there debating. Okay, we've got
some of it may be voice text errors too.
Oh, it could be that. Could be that.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot.
Yeah, it could be that. Okay, we've got accidentally atheist coming in. Hello, how are you? Oh, try teacupped. Instantly, there we go. Hello, how are you?
I'm sorry, I had to pause my music.
No worries.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, we're good. We're good, thanks. Welcome in. What have we got to say?
So obviously I'm a friendly, huge fan. So I thought I'd be a boring friendly since you were slow on guests. I had a really fascinating conversation with AI that I think is like super important here, because I was talking to AI about why it hallucinates. And so we started talking about like reality anchors and why it like has to pick one. And then we started talking about how humans are really the exact same thing. We're like probability machines who like have to seek what's most likely. Mm-hmm. Like our memories are completely false. Like no two people's memories will ever be the same, which means there is no real objective like history in that sense. But so belief systems are not truth-seeking structures, they're stability structures. So most people have like a really low tolerance for uncertainty. Like they can't just sit in uncertainty.
I would push back a little bit about there being no objective history. So there is objective history and objective reality, how things actually are. And then there is our accurate enough to get by, but imperfect perception of reality. And our perceptions will differ slightly from person to person, but paint generally and usually paint an accurate enough picture of actual reality for us to be able to function in the world. But what is actually is independent of any of what we know about it or believe it or how we perceive it. That would be objective reality.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's actually like better said than what I was saying, because really what my point is, like, we could never access that, right? Because we're just agents who are experiencing it. So we can talk to each other about our experience, which will differ. And then what we do is we get with other people who experience things similarly. And that's where the stability comes in, Sean, is exactly what you described. Like, we seek people who believe similar things about the world,
right?
Because it provides stability, it provides community.
Yeah, I got you.
Not because it's true, not because there's any evidence for anything.
And when you say we can never access that, do you mean access a perfect perception of reality? Like if John and I both, if all three of us witness a car accident, we are all going to have slightly different, there's going to be like slight deviations from how each other. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. No, I would agree with that.
And so I think like one of the things that is really important, I think, for folks who were never indoctrinated, I firmly believed everything about Christianity until I was a teenager. And then I continued to perform Christianity for another 10 years because it was my stability structure. My whole family, my dad was a pastor. My wife was a Christian. I had 3 kids and we were taking them to church, Sunday school every week.
Yeah.
Because that was my stability structure.
Totally.
And what some people don't get, I think, because it's stupid, like, I don't want you to get it really, is that when you're indoctrinated in that way, you think that, like, we were taught, like, no one's really atheist. Everybody knows God exists. They're just out there being evil.
Yeah.
They're out there choosing to not believe God. So it's not that they're just saying that. Like, they actually believe that we're all, like, just rejecting this objective truth.
Right.
And looking back at it now, it's so incredibly dumb.
They have to. They have to hold to that because, as I often say, we need to be made bad for God to be good. Because if we're not bad, then God is punishing good people, and that can't be, right? So we have to be vilified. We have to be criminalized for the contents of our minds. And that's really what this channel is all about, is pushing back on that BS and going, we will not be criminalized for the contents of our minds. We're not having it. Not having it.
And I will say, John, you actually influenced my my username, because I was thinking about, like, no one seeks to become atheist from being Christian. Like, it just happened one day. I looked up and I even remember talking to my youth pastor about it and being like, this doesn't make sense to me anymore. Like, this is all nonsense. And like, he didn't really have anything to say. And so I never sought out being an atheist. And so, like, my whole family's still super Christian, and I'm not. It's not like something I chose. I just I looked up and didn't believe it.
I think it's a great username.
It's a great username, yeah. And a thing I sometimes say, and we've even run it as the title of the show a few times, is nobody ever chose to be an atheist. No one ever did. You become an atheist because you become aware that you don't have that belief. And so you identify, you go, this is the word that matches the thing that I am. It's not an assignation of your affiliation. You're not saying, I'm going to join this club now. It's not like, following a sports team or something. You just realize that's the word that describes the thing that you are. What's
funny is I think we do ourselves a disservice when we say I am an atheist, because what it does is it identifies us as part of a group. And to me, it's like being called a non-smoker. Like, don't define me based on something I would never be and no one should ever do. That's really stupid. Like, I love the a leprechaunist thing that Sean says. It's so perfect.
I know what you mean, and there was a time when I agreed with you, and Sam Harris used to make this argument. You know, he said, we don't have a special word for people who don't believe in astrology. We just don't believe in astrology, right? But nowadays, especially with the rise of like Christian nationalism and other worrying religious trends, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to be able to have a collective term and say I actually am part of this community of people that don't fit into that stuff. I think my thinking on it's probably changed a bit, and I see the value of it as a collective term more than perhaps I used to.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think as a collective, we should do things. And in the US, there's actually, I don't know if you're familiar with the Satanic Temple, but they're a non-theistic group who operates as Satanists to get access to the protections provided under religion that should never exist anyway. So it's kind of like a way around it. So I really enjoy the teachings of the Satanic Temple. So anyway,
brilliant.
I'll stop being a boring friendly. Thank
Thanks,
you for
man.
everything you guys do. Appreciate
Thanks for coming up. Thank you so much. Take it easy. Cheers. Okay, let's do that over here and move that over there. And so whatever his name was, OKX or whatever thing is, finally dropped out the queue. Finally got the message. Took his ball and went home. We hope. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so we're sort of on the approach to landing. I'm going to wrap things up, I think, in about 15 minutes or so, unless anything amazing happens, of course. If the best caller in the world comes in, we'll keep it going. I was wondering from Chaos Christie was potentially going to be live later. I'm just trying to see. I did ask. Christy, are you going to be on later? Should I be pointing people in your direction later this evening? Let me know. Let me know if that is the case. I'm looking on the chat to see if you did let me know, but I can't see it. So I'm going to assume that you haven't let me know for now. And while we wait for another caller, if we should get such a thing, I will do some more comments. Okay, well, this is just an obvious one, isn't it? He's reaching out to you right now. You just don't want to believe, and he's not hidden. God makes himself known through creation. Well, thanks, Wesley. There's basically just Romans 1, again, look at the trees, all of this stuff. If he's reaching out to me, Wesley, is he succeeding in reaching me or failing? Ask yourself that one question. And bear in mind, you're talking about the all-powerful, omnipotent creator of the entire universe. Trying to reach out to me and just not quite managing. Just almost there, just hasn't quite figured out how to do it. Failing to reach me. This is what you're suggesting. And the comeback to that always is, no, he is reaching you. You're just not hearing him. Well, then he's not reaching out in the right way, right? He should reach out in a way so I do hear him. To which the comeback is, oh, okay, he's reaching you and you are hearing him, but you're just resisting him. In which case, he should figure out a way to reach me so that I can hear him and not resist him. And before you get into the free will thing, remember, we're just talking about knowing that he's there. We're not talking about loving him.
Yeah.
Not talking about forcing me to fall in love with Jesus or God or whoever it is. Just let us know he's there. He's not doing that. He's failing to do that. If he's trying to do it, he's unsuccessful. And, be careful what you say, because you're essentially accusing your God now of being incompetent, trying and failing to do the thing that you are assuring me he's doing. So no, just basically no. And as for God making himself known through creation, it's more of the same thing. You don't get to say that. You don't get to just point at creation and say, well, that's the evidence for God, because that's the thing that you're trying to prove. So you can't use the thing that you're trying to prove as the evidence for it. That's called a circular argument, and they're not clever. certainly not big. Either.
Also, who did he make himself known to? Everyone? No. Not even most of the world. If the Christian God is real, a minority of the world believes in the Christian God. So God is not making himself known to everyone. If he is making himself known to everyone, by logic, there would be no non-believers and everyone would believe in the right God. So
exactly.
He's making himself known to the special few, but not to everyone else. That's just the case. He either made himself known to everyone or he didn't. And this, how many people believe in or know that the Christian God is real? Like 2.something billion, 2.3 or 4 billion out of 8 billion people in the world. So
yeah, he's doing a sucky
not
job.
Everyone, not even most, not even half.
Right. Christy, welcome up.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Popped back in. I'm good. I just did my first RFR live.
So Christy is now is volunteering for Recovering from Religion, which is absolutely awesome. How was it?
Nice.
It was good. It was just kind of a chat. There wasn't that many people here this time, but it was a good way to sort of get my feet wet. I didn't host. He let me come up. So I was up with Bucket List and Skeptical Heretic.
Fantastic.
So that was awesome.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. Well,
and I plugged you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. We'd spoken earlier, and you said you might be doing some live thing live later. Is that a happening thing? Are we pushing people in your direction after this?
I was going to cancel it because I woke up feeling gross, but I'm feeling better, so I probably will be, but not immediately. So if you watch for me in a couple of hours, probably Tyler and I will be doing a Christian and atheist conversation, not debate space, where trolls and debaters will be removed.
Cool. Okay, so that's going to be on TikTok only. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep.
So
I haven't figured out YouTube yet.
Of course, yeah. No, it's a stretch to get the YouTube thing happening as well. Okay, so for TikTok people, check out Chaos Christie later on this evening and look out for that live light to be on, and go get involved. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Christy. I'm excited about the Recovering from Religion thing. How long does the training type part last?
Not long. Right now it's more just finding a time where we can connect.
Right.
Because it's all run by volunteers. So probably 20 minutes, and then I'll figure out what exactly I want to do. But I've also been approached to do some art.
Oh, fantastic.
For the media side of it. So.
For them. Oh, that's brilliant news.
Tyler just came home, so that's Penny saying hello.
Excellent. Hi, Penny. Well, that's fantastic, Christy. That's brilliant news. I'm pleased that you're.
I'll let you know what happens when I'm.
Good.
When I know, but right now I don't really know.
All right. Well, good stuff. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it, and thank you for the name check on there. I appreciate that too. And good luck with the live later. I won't be able to join you tonight, but I'll certainly be up for it on another one.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank
Speak
you.
soon. Take it easy.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye. Okay. There we go. All right. I think we're on approach to landing now. So a couple of bits of housekeeping to do. The first one is to check in on the bingo, where we did really, really well today. We did really well. I thought for a moment that we were going to end up getting a complete full board today, but we didn't quite get the full board. But let's have a look at the results. So the results of the bingo are that Ash, Wild, and Upshot are the tied winners on 3 calls each. Closely followed by Buzz and Pastafari and Izza after that. Congratulations to the winners. That's a huge achievement, monumental achievement on the bingo today. So Brilliant stuff. Thank you for that. And then the next thing to do is to check our leaderboard of calls and discussions and see what is happening with that. Let's see what that is looking like. Wow. Okay. So it looks like the top caller was Christy, but with one vote. Is it a weird quirk of the system that it doesn't wait for the number of votes? So I might have to think about how to make that work, because maybe we need to do something like average it out. So somebody who gets, in this instance, 100 on one vote shouldn't necessarily beat out somebody who gets 86 on more votes. But there we are. So Christy wins caller of the day, closely followed by Adam and Accidentally Atheist. And then, unsurprisingly, the worst conversation of the day was had by Captain Skeleton Man, although it will for always be a favourite of mine, personally. And you can look forward to the clip coming out on YouTube very, very soon. It was one of the most enjoyable exchanges I've had since Otangelo came in here and beclowned himself, which also retains a special place in my heart. So Captain Skeleton Man wins the top prize. The thing I'm pleased about is he's the only person who went into the troll category. I don't even think he necessarily was a troll, but I can completely see why people would have been so appalled with him as to put him there. Ex-Cop closely following, and Grippy Toes after that. So that's the leaderboard for today. Brilliant stuff. I like that. And again, just to reiterate that the purposes of these ratings are not to rate people, they're to rate the exchanges. It's how good was this conversation in terms of the quality of the evidence brought and the good faith of the engagement offered. That's what it's really about. We're not trying to single out and humiliate people. We're trying to basically almost incentivize a better type of engagement. I want to see believers in the top calls. I'm thinking of that lovely Christopher was his name, young Catholic guy who we had. I think it was last week or the week before. I'm going to clip that at some point soon and put it up. We didn't reach agreement. We had a difference of opinion, but he was so polite and he was so inquisitive and he was so good-natured in his engagement that I thought that people like that should be rewarded in the system. So next time, if you hear believers come in and they're showing good faith, they're listening, they're being responsive to what's actually being said, they're properly considering the points we make, I think those people should be rewarded and in the ratings, because those are the conversations that are doing, the greatest value, if you like. They're giving the greatest value. So that is the situation there. And then, of course, we must show the members wall, as is the tradition. Here we have Amon Ra, Andrew Winters, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flippity Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, Annister, Annabella, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, Issa, and Jeremy, also known as Buzz, K.R. Young, Kirby, Acadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, Pamela, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, PBG, Pastafari, and Pseudo V Science, Rivernash, Shadow, Tef, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, Rich, Roger, Zeitgeist, The Leakest Wink, Bacon and Bush, T, and Wacky Slush. So at some point, this list is going to get to a size where it's not practical to read it all out. I'd originally thought it was like 30 might be that point, but we're now at 47, and I'm still reading them out. In my head, the point of cutting off and not reading them was 50. I just can't bring myself not to. So you'll have to bear with me for a moment. If it really does get unmanageable, then I'll display them in some other way. I'll have the text rolling across the screen or something like that. But I just really do appreciate the fact that people give the support in that way. So I think that's probably about it for today. I think we've done some good business today, in terms of being more focused, not letting ourselves get too distracted. If I'm honest, I thought the stream on Saturday was not great. It meandered too long into areas that were really nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And I could see the effect it had both on people in the room at the time and on numbers afterwards, just in terms of like people unsubscribing from the channel and stuff. I didn't blame them. And I woke up the next morning feeling like a slightly niggling feeling. And I looked in the comments and there were quite a few comments saying, I can't watch this anymore. It was too meandering and dull and too many conversations without any direction. And they were right. So I really appreciate the fact that we've been able to right the ship a little bit. This has been much better, I think. We've been more focused. We haven't got into long distractions about stuff and watching people drift away so much. I prefer it this way. I hope you guys do too. So thank you for coming with me on that journey. Just double checking everything else. I think we are good. Yeah, Sean, thank you, man. Appreciate you very, very much indeed.
Thank you.
Turning up in the morning like
Thanks,
that.
John.
I really appreciate it. Our next stream will be Thursday night, normal time, probably 10 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. Eastern. I'll confirm that, but that's probably what it'll be. If it isn't, that'll be half an hour later, but it will probably be that. So until then, thank you very, 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 very much indeed. For the YouTube side, someone on YouTube might know this. Some people with YouTube channels ask people in the lives to continue to comment in the comments under the live afterwards. And I don't entirely understand why, because the lives aren't pushed out to people's like For You feed type thing, suggestion feed. But I've seen a lot of really big creators do that. And I must assume that they're doing it for a reason. The reason I came up with why it might plausibly help is, does it just train the YouTube algorithm that this is an active audience and therefore make it more likely that YouTube will put out other videos into people's suggestions? I don't know, but let's take a chance. If you are so inclined, once the live is finished, if you just take the time to pop a comment in the comments underneath the live about anything really, just something to signal a bit of engagement, we can see if that helps. If it's too much trouble, don't do it, of course, but it might help. I don't know if it does or not. And if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed, please feel free to do that, because that all helps as well. Signal to the YouTube gods. Thank you to all the moderators who tirelessly turn up every time. You guys are absolutely amazing. I had a really good chat Sean and I did with all the TikTok mods a couple of days ago over sort of experimenting with a slightly different approach to the chat moderation there. I'd be really interested to know from you guys how you feel about that. I think it felt pretty good today. I was trying to keep an eye on the chat and it felt pretty good, I think. So we will continue to try and make this the best show we possibly can for you. So with that, thank you everyone, and we will see you on Thursday night. Thanks all.